All right, beautiful people, how you doing out there? How you doing out there, beautiful? It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. It's a beautiful day to be a neighbor.
You don't want to get mixed up with a guy like me.
Don't get mixed up.
I'm a loner, Daddy. A rebel.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's it. That's my jam.
Sunrise on the horizon. Sky is blue, no denying. News with Skyjack
Morgan.
Bright and early new dawn. Every headline, every story. Gives your morning some glory. Stay informed, stay tuned as the day greets new blue. Good morning headlines with Skyjack Morgan. Start your day just fine. Information for you, darling.
Coffee.
Coffee in your cup used to fill you right up.
Yes.
Cleansing weather on the go.
Yes, on the go.
Morning shows you need to know.
Bow, 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 bow,
Join
bow.
us on this daily ride with your morning side by side. Catch the latest, feel the vibe. Sky will keep you well supplied. Good morning headlines with Skyjack Morgan. Start your day just fine. Information for you, darling.
Hello, people. Hello, beautiful. How the heck are ya? I'm so glad that you are alive. I'm so glad that you're alive and kicking. How the heck are you, beautiful human beings? This is the #1 news reaction show on YouTube. My name is Skyjack Morgan. How the heck are you? It's the #1 news reaction show in the history of YouTube. I'm so happy that you're here. I know that you've been watching with bated breath. Are they really going to let Donald Trump steal $2 billion from me and never allow anyone in his family to ever be prosecuted by the IRS again? Are you telling me that little... What's his granddaughter's name? Kylie, Karen. What's Donald Trump's granddaughter's name? What's her name again? Kai Madison. Are you going to tell me that Kai Madison, if she breaks the law and steals a bunch of money from the IRS, she's going to be scot-free because her last name is Trump? Is that what's going to happen? I don't know. I think that might be what's happening, folks. That might be what's going on. It's getting weird. I'm guessing they thought I was naked in the video. Ooh, something's going on in the chat today. Well, I ain't naked in this video. I'm wearing my my cheap blazer, my expensive tie. It was a gift, and I cut my own hair. So but I'm not naked. You're lucky because it scares people. It scares people big time. People get real scared when I'm naked. It's a scary. People get real upset when they see me naked. People get very intimidated. Men and women, they're very intimidated for different reasons. Very, very intimidated. What am I supposed to do? This is how I was born. This is how God made me. I didn't do this myself. The good Lord saw fit to make me this endowed. Hey, everybody. My name is Skyjack Morgan, and I'm happy that you're here. We're going to go long today. Going to go long and hard because that's how we like it around here these days. You could have zero pants on. I could have zero pants on, but I have pants on. I have pants on. As you can see there's pants. There's pants. I have hosen. I have lots of hosen in the morning. Hetty Solstice, how the heck are you? What's the deal and how you feeling? What's the deal and how you feeling? It's not my fault. It's not my fault. I just was born like this. Friends, Americans, people all over the world, it's getting kind of hairy out there. It's getting kind of hairy. If you have something you want me to watch, drop it in the community tab of this channel. I'll watch it. We're gonna react to a lot of stuff. I've had a couple technical difficulties today, but today I wanted to try the multi-location thing. I thought that'd be so cool if we could do multi-locations today. That'd be so much fun. With the different stream yards going in multiple rooms and do some guitar and stuff later on. That'd be pretty cool. But first of all, this is the #1 news reaction show on YouTube, Morning Sky. And we're going to get right in because it looks like they are trying to kill the bill. Kill the bill! Kill Bill! They're trying to kill the bill. We're going to try it. I'm a jabroni and I'm okay with it. That's okay, some guy. Being all jabroni. What are you okay with? What are you okay with? Kai? I know it is TDS. Are you serious? The world's gone TDS. I mean, they literally are saying that the IRS can never, ever prosecute anybody or even investigate anybody who has the last name Trump. I mean, that is deranged. That is deranged. It's almost as if we're creating two classes of Americans now. You could never say that they care about you, that there's my fellow Americans. Donald Trump's never allowed to say that. He's not American. He's Russian. He's Chinese. He doesn't work for us. He works for Israel. He doesn't work for us, man. That is deranged. You're absolutely right that anybody still supports that guy is totally deranged. Thank you, Teflon Don 40. You're right up. You're exactly correct. You're absolutely right. It is deranged with a capital D. I can't believe it. I can't believe this is happening. It's bizarre, man. It's totally bizarre. I never saw it coming. I never thought that the MAGAs would even be turning against him now.
Senator James Lankford. Senator, thank you so much for joining us. Today, Senate Republicans removed $1 billion in funding for the White House ballroom project and related security measures from the budget bill under consideration.
Oh, wow, that's deranged. We're having to talk about whether or not we're going to spend $1 billion on a ballroom. $1 billion on a ballroom so that rich people can party. I love watching rich people party, especially when I'm paying for it. I love watching rich people party when I pay for the little egg. They got a chicken egg filled with fish eggs. That's disgusting, and they're eating it. Why? Because it's expensive to make. That's all. It's totally disgusting. Have you seen the Melania movie? Literally eating a fish egg painted gold with... Sorry, a chicken egg painted gold filled with fish eggs. Barf, man. So disgusting. And they're eating it. This is lizardy shit. You know who eats shit like that? Lizard people. Lizard people eat chicken eggs filled with fish eggs painted gold. The chicken eggs painted gold, just to be sure. Just so you know. I don't think the fish eggs were painted gold. The fish eggs were black, like normal. They hollowed out a chicken's egg. And then on the outside, they painted it gold. And they ate it, man. They were eating it. I saw them doing it. I saw them doing it right there on the Melania movie. Ballroom or a bomb. Big deal. Big deal. $1 billion for a bunch of assholes to have a party. You don't think that's a big deal? You're a moron. You're the problem. You don't realize you're in a class war. If conservative legislation works so well, why are 99% of large cities blue and top 7 poorest states red? Good question. Why are they all so poor? Build that ballroom. Yes, at least it's a good target now. We'll have a better target. Perfect. Build that ballroom. It's so funny that all these like super homophobic guys, you like this guy Adrian Wilkinson, you know he thinks that he's like super manly. He's super gay. Like, how gay can you be? Like, build that ballroom, boys. Boys. Oh my God, that ballroom is to die for. Can you feed us golden chicken eggs hollowed out so I can eat the fish eggs inside? Jesus. Really beautiful. We are going to pay for it, dumb shit. Who the fuck you think's paying for it? We're paying for it now. I've been saying this since day one that you were going to pay for it. But no, all you MAGAs are so susceptible, so gullible, so stupid. Well, you're suckers. I told you were going to pay for it. Everybody who watches this show knows I'm right. From day one, I'm like, this ain't going to be this. You're going to pay for this shit. You know it, too. You're going to pay.
You had said that this plan was reasonable. So why was it then taken out of the proposal?
Well, right now, it doesn't fit into the reconciliation bill. This is a very narrow bill dealing with security issues related to ICE and to CBP. And we continue to be able to work through the process of reconciliation. Security issues are a reasonable thing for any White House. Quite frankly, this president has had 3 assassination attempts on it.
Oh, the ballroom we need a ballroom so we can party without being assassinated. They weren't really assassination attempts, right? The Butler, Pennsylvania one, I don't even think was real. But the one in the White House Correspondents' Dinner, the guy didn't even get past the metal detectors. You know what I mean? He didn't even get in the room, in the conference room. He didn't even get there. So don't tell me that all of a sudden you're afraid that, oh, yeah. We need the ballroom for security reasons because everyone wants Donald Trump to live, right? No. I mean, no. He doesn't deserve a ballroom. Why? So he could party with his rich friends? That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, build a ballroom so we could bulldoze it later. Build a ballroom so we can house the homeless in it later. Maybe we should just let the DC homeless population move in. I think that's a better use of those taxpayer dollars. Let's just let them move in. Give them internet access. let them do some job training or some shit. I don't know. Very bizarre for someone to say, well, it's because of the, assassinations.
Life in the last 2 years.
Why do you get a ballroom and I gotta be out here in these streets dodging bullets? Like, aren't you a fellow American? If you're a fellow American, be out here in these streets with us. You don't want to do anything to keep us cool. You don't want to give us any, you don't have to give it to us. Like, we used to have mental health facilities that we paid for. Now you take the money and don't give us the mental health facilities. You're still taking that money, but you ain't giving us the goods. So we get crazy people shooting up the place. We get crazy people shooting all over the place. But what, you want to build a bulletproof ballroom? Get the ballroom, honey. Get the bulletproof ballroom. The ballroom is actually going to display the balls Trump took from MAGA. Yeah, I mean, they do have no balls. I mean, can you imagine being MAGA right now? Can you imagine being a MAGA right now and being like, they told us that not one penny from the taxes were coming to this ballroom, and so you backed him. Again, you sucker, you gullible sucker. And now you're having to switch again and be like, well, actually, he needs it, and we should be paying for it. Duh. I mean, how do you guys keep up? No more wars. I'm the peace president. No wars under Trump. No wars. Never a war. Especially not Iran. Never Iran. Now we're in war with Iran. Well, we want a war with Iran. We have to. Nuclear weapons, though. It's just like unbelievable. How stupid can you be? It must be so hard to constantly be having to tell yourself that everything's okay when you're over and over again confronted with your own gullibility, your own stupidity, your own naivete. Like, God damn, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Fool me 1,000,000 times. Your name must be Donald Trump. Wow. Your name must be Donald Trump because you could just keep on fooling me. I just love being fooled by Donald Trump. He's the greatest. He's such the greatest fooler. I'll let him. Yeah, that's it. I wish I had a 12-year-old so I could give her to Donald Trump. I wish I had a 12-year-old so I could give her to Donald Trump. That's what I want. Don't worry, the Minnesota fraud will pay for it. Minnesota fraud? What are you worried about Minnesota? Do you live in Minnesota? What are you worried about it for? Well, people are actually going on trial for that. Not Donald Trump, though. He's never going on trial. He just made himself immune. He could steal as much as he wants from the government now. He can steal as much as he wants from the government. in taxes. He can do, in fact, his whole family can cheat on his taxes now. I'll cheat on their taxes. His kids can cheat on, Kai Madison can cheat on her taxes. The whole Trump family has immunity from IRS investigation. Brilliant. Brilliant. They say the grass doesn't get wet at night, but it do. Ding dang do. Trump is a con man, El Chicano. It really is remarkable how stupid Americans can be. These hayseeds used to have to blow into New York City to get ripped off at Times Square, buying fake Rolexes and shit from people selling them in the streets. Hey, you want to buy a Rolex? Hey, I got a couple right here. You want to buy a Rolex? They're right here. You got a Rolex? You got a Rolex? Look at these cool Rolexes. And then they would go like this. The cops would look. What officer? I ain't got no Rolex. That's Donald Trump. Hey, you want to buy some Rolex? Trump just went through 4 years of trials. No, he didn't. He did one trial, dumb shit. David Bork. He did one trial. What are you talking about? He won't get away with this? You don't think so, Hetty Solstice? He won't get away with it this time. He won't get away with it this time. Yes, he will. MAGA. Listen to these guys. This is how stupid people are. MAGA. This guy's a MAGA. David Bork. 4 years of trials. He's done 80 years of crimes. He's done 80 years of crimes. And you're like, well, he shouldn't go on trial. Yes, he should be on trial. He's committed many, 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 many crimes. Stop committing crimes. Stop going on trial. You'd think that he'd get the hint, but he don't get that hint. Nope, he does not. Nope, and he'll never go to jail because he's too old to go to jail now. And now his kids won't go to jail. Damn, son.
The White House does need an upgrade in security. This has been an issue for now 3 presidents in a row to do some upgrades here. So part of it was to be able to do security around the new construction of the East Wing. Part of it was other areas of the White House. Part of it was training facilities for Secret Service. So this has been falsely portrayed as $1 billion for the ballroom. It's not. People just need to.
$1 billion for what then? Training? It's $1 billion. It's not $1 billion for guys. It's not $1 billion for the ballroom. What you're failing to see is that we are going to train Secret Service. You see, that costs $1 billion now. That costs $1 billion. What about the war in Iran? Well, that's going to cost $200 billion. Remember when he said he's going to cut gas prices in half in under 12 months? Do you remember that? Under 12 months, son.
Look at the details on it. That may make good social media fodder, but it's actually not factual. But this is not a bill that it actually fits into reasonably, so we're going to try to get in the norm.
I love how this is how stupid MAGA is right here. If you can't spell, then maybe you shouldn't be writing on the internet. You know, you're illiterate. Like it used to be embarrassing to be illiterate, but not for May. May thinks you're a Nazi if you point out that someone's illiterate. Like if somebody is fucking illiterate, then maybe their arguments about politics shouldn't be heated. Maybe they should be suspect at least. Maybe you should at least go, let's think twice about believing this person. They're illiterate. Could be. Donald Trump's functionally illiterate, and yet we follow him blindly, don't we? God bless our president. God bless Donald Trump. That's the only Nazi we got is Donald Trump. He sits in the White House. He's great. You're going to love him. He's fantastic. We need to have maybe 4, 6, maybe more seasons of Avatar made. Then also Legend of Korra season 5 and 6. Then they'll lower some gas. Then free healthcare and lower gas prices. We need more entertainment first. Yes, we need another season of Tiger King.
Normal appropriations process so we can get this done.
This week, the Trump administration rolled out a new $1.8 billion fund for settlements with Americans who claim to have been targets of politically motivated prosecutions by the Justice Department. Do you support this use of taxpayer funds?
Yeah, you know what? We're trying to ask a lot of questions about this actually on it. For individuals that have been harmed by government, that is already a judgment fund process that already exists. There's already a court set up for that. There's already a way to be able to do this. We can't figure out what this new process is. I'm one of the folks looking at it and saying,
how funny that there's this new process. There's already a process. If you were harmed by the government, there's already a fund for that. There's already a process to go through. But now there's a new process. You know what the process is? suck Donald Trump's balls. That's the new process.
Why are we setting aside $1.8 billion
Good question.
for this in a different process other than the legal process that already currently exists in law? If someone is damaged by the federal government right now, there is already a process in place to be able to get restitution for that. So, yeah, we've got a lot of questions about this that I think are reasonable questions to be able to go through and to say, if somebody has a problem, if there's been a long-term issue, let's follow the normal legal process.
Yeah, we have a normal legal process for that, but this is what we call a different thing. What is it when it's not a legal process? What kind of a thing would that be? Oh, it's an illegal process. Donald Trump has just invented an illegal process. There was already a legal process to get money from the government if the government fucked you over, but now there's a new process. It's called the illegal Trump process. And there's $2 billion with your name on it if you happen to be a Trump supporter who likes to suck balls. Big old man balls, too. The big 80-year-old nuts. You know, I keep on reading these statistics about how MAGAs think that Donald Trump could beat them in a fight. I find that so cute. MAGAs, the big strong men. They think an 80-year-old can beat him in a fight. This is like, there we go, Megatron. Megatron Limp Bizkit knows that Donald Trump can beat him in a fight. How embarrassing. You could get beat in a fight by an 80-year-old? How disgusting. My God. Ugh. And how dare you call me a Democrat? Can you read? No, you can't read, can you? You can't read. It says anarchist right here. You see it? There it is. You can read it. I'm not a Democrat. I'm not a Republican. The reason why I know that you are a cultist is because every time someone criticizes the president, like you're like, you must love Biden or something. No. I always hated Biden. And I hate you because you are a Nazi. Stop being a Nazi, Nazis. Stop being Donald Trump simp. Stop sucking 80-year-old man balls.
On this, there's not a reason for a second way.
I understand that you have questions about it, so I want to put just a finer point on it. This one could potentially be used for payments as it stands now to pardon January 6 rioters. Here's what you had to say on the Senate floor on January 6th.
Why in God's name would someone think attacking law enforcement and occupying the United States Capitol is the best way to show that you're right?
Why in God's name would someone do that? Well, MAGAs. They ain't that smart. They just ain't that smart. You know what I'm saying? These are guys that rubbed poop all over our Capitol building. Patriots. They shat in their hands and then rubbed feces on the walls of the Capitol building. Patriots, in other words.
Why would you do that? Rioters and thugs don't run the Capitol. We're the United States of America.
Well.
And as we just heard there, you called some of the people there rioters and thugs at the Capitol that day. Do you think that people accused of attacking police should be prohibited from receiving payments from this fund?
Well, I don't think any of those folks should be receiving funds if they were illegal, if they had some kind of issue, unless they're going through a court system. Now, if a court recognizes there's a challenge, that's a different issue, that they would go through a legal process on this. But those individuals have all been pardoned by the president. That is his constitutional right to be able to do that. But then to be able to just hand them dollars when they're not going through another legal process on that, I do have questions about that and say, well, why would that be on that? Quite frankly, I've stood up over and over again.
It's always so funny that they don't even question. They're like, Donald Trump can pardon anyone. It's his right in the Constitution. Okay, I like this idea. I love this Constitution idea. They love the Constitution when it gives the government rights, when it gives the state rights. But your rights, we don't listen about those. We don't care about those. First Amendment right? Fuck your First Amendment right. You don't get a First Amendment right. Corporations get a First Amendment right. You don't get nothing. You're not allowed to say anything. You get out of line, say something about the government, you're going to get black bagged. You're going to get shot in the face. You're going to get arrested. You're going to be put in jail. You're going to get fined. There's no First Amendment in this country. Never has been. Martin Luther King Jr. got arrested 30 times. Shit, I've been arrested multiple times. This is not okay. There is no First Amendment. It's a lie. So to go like, well, Donald Trump, it's his right to pardon whoever the fuck he wants. Oh, is it? Well, it's my fucking right to say whatever the hell I want. To say whatever I want. He can pardon whoever he wants, and I get to say whatever I want. No. What? It's the first goddamn amendment. What do you mean? The first one. I can own guns. I'm a gun owner. They don't like it when I own guns. They're always trying to make you jump through all these hoops to get a gun in this country. Wait a second, it's my right to have a gun. What do you mean? Third Amendment. You don't have to house soldiers or agents of the state. This year, the government forced hotels to house ICE agents, even though the hotel owners didn't want them to. Violation again. I'm telling you, this is bullshit. There's never been a constitution. The Constitution is for that. The Constitution is to keep you in order, to keep you to shut the hell up, so you don't go kill them. That's why it exists. Rules for thee, not for me. Exactly. It's used for their convenience. They love it. I love my checks with no federal taxes taken out. Nice. I like my checks like that too. Money for nothing and your checks for free.
For the folks that attacked law enforcement, there were...
Oh, they attacked the law enforcement. That's beyond. Who cares how many other people were hurt? They keep on saying this, like, oh, well, they attacked law enforcement. No, not our law enforcement. Oh, they attacked the law enforcement? No. They don't care about that either, by the way. They don't care who attacked law enforcement.
Some folks that wandered in the building, that were caught up in the crowd, came in, marched around, walked right out. That's not my issue. There are folks that smashed windows. There are folks that attacked law enforcement. There are folks that beat them with poles and the American flag. Folks that sprayed bear spray in their face of law enforcement. I don't understand why any of those folks would receive any kind of compensation.
How should the administration address the perception from some Americans that the settlement will actually fund payments to the president's political allies?
Well, the best way to do this is the way I was talking about before. Let's get this to the...
Being arrested for prostitution? Well, I know that was a rough day. You know, you should have been the one that arrested him. I mean, you paid me all that money to suck my big schlong, and yet I'm the one who gets arrested? That ain't fair. You know, you had to pay me, but I'm the one who gets arrested. It's not really fair. It's ignorant to attach this MAGA shit to a certain group of Americans. We should all want to make America great as citizens. If you don't want to make America great, get out. Here's the thing. America could be great. We're all trying to make America great. I'm trying to make America great. But America, as a government, not a good track record. Not great. Not great. Not great. No. They care about Luigi. They do care a lot about Luigi. Yeah. Remember when they captured poor Luigi and Eric Adams is there walking around like he caught the guy, 50 cops, 7 police officers surrounding him in the courtroom like he's going to do something, like he's the Joker and he's got some big plan. Like in the courtroom, like cops, like, so stupid. Like, that should be, in fact, that's illegal. It's illegal to handle someone like that because it gives them the appearance of being guilty without trial. When you surround them with a sea of police, like he's the most dangerous person. Like he's, like, I've never seen anyone in America Timothy McVeigh destroyed Oklahoma City building, and he did not get surrounded by cops like that. But you kill a billionaire, man. It just goes to show, kids, if you're watching, forget about doing school. Stop it with the schools. Those kids did nothing wrong. Billionaire. You want to make a splash. Clearly. Like, if it's between a school and a billionaire, I'm taking billionaire 10 out of 10 times. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10 times. He was the most dangerous. He was one of the most dangerous person. He was a symbol. Yeah, that's right. He was a symbol, and the cops made him one. Exactly. Mm-hmm. Exactly. And inside the courtroom, having police, like, and fucking fully tatted police officers, like, yeah, our boys got him. Our big boys got him. Yeah, our big boys got him. It's just so like our government is the mafia. That's why they had to kill the mafia. They funded the mafia and then they killed the mafia.
The normal court system, if this goes through a court system, then there is a normal process to go through to be able to resolve any of these differences on it. So right now there is a process that's been set up in the settlement that we don't know how the process is really going to run. I also don't know why the normal court process is not the right process. That's how we solve things as Americans. When there's a problem with government, there is a way to be able to get resolution, work through the normal process.
This guy's going to get primaried. Donald Trump's going to lose his shit, and by lose his shit, I mean poop his diapers.
Curious to get your response to President Trump's decision to endorse Ken Paxton in his primary against your...
Don't forget to like and subscribe if you hate Republicans and you hate Democrats and you hate Donald Trump most of all. Please don't forget to like and subscribe if you just hate fascists. This is the #1 news reaction show on YouTube. Thank you all for being here. Thank you all for being here. Yes, yes, yes. It's a beautiful day. This is the #1 news reaction show in YouTube history. I appreciate you all being here. You're incredible human beings. And thank you, Sky City Rebels, and all my channel members.
Colleague Senator John Cornyn in Texas.
Yep, the president gets to get a chance to speak on his preferences. I've been pretty clear on mine. I'm a John Cornyn guy. I've gotten a chance to be able to see him the past several years work hard. The man is tenacious in how he works for Texas and how he works to be able to solve problems. He doesn't just talk about issues. He works really hard to be able to build a coalition.
Donald Trump don't like him. This guy's going up the river.
To actually make law. There are folks that want to just get out and be able to talk on the media, and that's fine. They can do that. Cornyn's not that kind of guy. He's the kind of guy that's going to continue.
I think this dude's fearless. What's he got on Donald Trump? He must have the video. He's got the PP tape. He's talking big.
To be able to work until he gets it done. So I've made it clear who I'm supportive of as well. But obviously, everybody gets to choose who we want to talk about. Texans get to choose who they want to represent.
That's not obvious anymore.
This week with early voting and next Tuesday with actual voting.
And just one more beat on that. As you know, Paxton is rather an embattled candidate. Are you concerned that if he wins, that he could drag down Republicans?
May, you're such a fucking lying piece of shit. My God, you've been watching this show for how long? I talk shit on Democrats every single day. They happen to not be in power, and I still talk shit on them every single day. So go rot in hell, you disingenuous cunt. How dare you, you fucking liar. This is what pisses me off about you maggers. You just lie and lie and lie. I know you watch this show every single day, and you know how much shit I talk about Democrats. They're not in power right now. If Democrats in the news, I talk shit on the Democrats every single time. Go die. Go die. Go die.
Republicans and even cost your party control of the Senate.
Yep, we never know on that. Honestly, Texans will choose who they want to be able to represent them in the primary and in November. Each state gets a chance to be able to determine that. I jokingly talk about this all the time, but it's really true. I don't pick the people that work with me. Other people pick the people that I get to work with. I just get to work with them.
Fair enough. Senator James Langford, so appreciate your time. Thank you.
I love this new one, the Dumba crates. Yeah, it's better. It's, I don't know. Dumba crates, it's not as good as the Republicans, though. The Republicans, I mean, that's such a better nickname, the Republicans, because Donald Trump and his crew are a bunch of rapists, and all you Republicans are rapists. That's just, all of you are pedophiles, child rapists. It's unbelievable. You guys are defending a child rapist over and over and over again. Oh my God, it's disgusting. How do you live with yourself? How do you wake up in your trailer every morning and look in the mirror? How do you do it? How do you? Your trailer must not have a mirror. That's all I can think, because by God, you're a bunch of rapist pedophiles. It's really ridiculous now. It's getting so bad. Every single one of you. You put on that Elmer Fudd red hat. That's how I know. Chomo, 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 chomo. It's nasty business. You guys are literally trying to get rid. You literally got rid of Thomas Massey because he was trying to release the Epstein files. Not a good look, Republicans. Not a good look, Republicans. Oh my God.
Starts now.
Downtown Las Vegas and the Fremont Street Experience play host to millions of tourists a year. There is a spot really for anybody down there. Bars, karaoke, casinos, and restaurants. And in a shocking move, one of the big restaurants there has closed its doors suddenly.
Wait, which restaurant closed in Las Vegas? Is it a famous one? It's a famous one. There's a big famous restaurant that closed. I think it's great. I think it's great that this restaurant closed. I was hoping that this restaurant would close someday, and it finally closed. I'm pretty happy about it. Let's see, morningsky.live/PYB. Hey, it's a call-in show, by the way. Did I mention that it's a call-in show? There you go. It's a call-in show. Welcome to the call-in show. You can call in at any moment. All you maggers, I'd love to hear from you. I'd love to hear all of your erudite responses to why it's okay for Donald Trump to steal $2 billion of your money. I want to hear it. Please, come on in. Come on in. Let me know. Whole city of Las Vegas needs to close. Will David, call in. Tell me why. I love Las Vegas. I lived in Las Vegas for a number of years. I've lived and worked in Las Vegas many, many times. Israel needs to stay out of our election. I gotta admit, I totally agree with you on that. But yes, please go ahead and put that right there. Oh, Panda Lux, why don't you come on the show? Click the link and tell me why. Tell me what a woman is, Panda Lux. Panda Lux, I'd love for you to tell me what a woman is. Tell me what a woman is, Panda Lux. Get up on, click the link and tell me. You know what a woman is. Get up there and tell me. Gavin Newsom is a piece of shit who shouldn't be in politics. They should rip all of his skin off and pour salt on him. I hate Gavin Newsom. Welcome to the show, Vintage Excellence. Gavin Newsom stole $130 billion of a train to nowhere. Actually, he did not steal that, but whatever. He squandered it, perhaps. And that was a problem before he was governor, by the way. That project was going on way before he was governor. But whatever. I still hate him. I hate Gavin Newsom. He allowed PG&E to murder 80 people and gave them a slap on the wrist. He did not steal the $130 billion, though. You must be kind of dumb if you think that. But come on the show. I'd love to hear a dummy talk about Gavin Newsom. I hate Gavin Newsom, but maybe we can agree that Gavin Newsom is a piece of shit. But yeah, MAGA can't find the clit. MAGA doesn't know what that is. Elon Musk's loser brother. Does Elon Musk have a loser brother? I don't know. Elon Musk, the richest man alive, keeps on paying a lot of money trying to look like me. That man has spent a fortune trying to look like me, and I'm flattered. I'm flattered. You know, everyone's got to have role models, and I'm Elon Musk's template of a real man. And so he keeps spending more and more money on penis implants to try to get a big one like me. He keeps spending money on jaw implants and hair plugs and teeth implants. And I was just born like this. I didn't do nothing. I never spent a penny on the way I look. Shit. I cut my own hair. I don't do any of it. That guy, richest man who ever lived, trying to look like me. I'm flattered. I'm flattered.
That would be the Heart Attack Grill, which has attracted Fremont Street patrons with its hospital-themed gimmicks and massive burgers for 15 years.
But the owner of the restaurant announced yesterday that he is closing the doors for good. Fox 5's Evan
Finally.
Leake talked with him.
Heart Attack Grill used to have nurses as waitresses. They dressed like nurses, and if you bought wine, they served it to you in an IV bag. The whole thing, if you were over 300 pounds or 400 pounds, I forget, you got to eat for free. There was a big industrial scale so that giant fat people could weigh themselves and eat for free at the Heart Attack Grill. Of course, the image of someone weighing themselves was a big giant buff person, which was very funny. I never seen a buff person eat there. But it's so funny. There's a cartoon of like a really muscular person standing on the scale to eat for free.
About the fiery message
MAGA loves this place. MAGA, where are you going to eat when you go to Vegas now? Where are all you MAGAs going to
he
eat?
shared about why he felt it is time to shut down.
A lot of passion and emotion coming from John Basso after his decision to close
There it is, Heart Attack Grill.
It's literally been a cornerstone at Las Vegas Boulevard and Fremont Street inside Neontopolis since 2011, a decision that John says comes down to the best interest of not just himself, but the people that he serves.
I've seen it on TikTok. Like 350 pounds, you get to eat.
So Vegas, beer and a cigarette. I seen it on TikTok, so I came over here to see it. God bless Donald Trump. I want to go here. Oh man, these are 3 Trump supporters right here.
Free. I was hoping I could eat free.
Tourists turning up to Fremont Street,
I was hoping I could eat free, but I'm not 400 pounds.
finding out the Heart Attack Grill has closed its doors. An unexpected and passionate announcement made by the restaurant's owner, John Basso, on Monday.
It's really strange to be talking to you right now because I don't have the lab coat on. I don't have the stethoscope. I'm not.
Yeah, he normally would wear like a doctor's uniform to show that you're gonna die if you eat at his restaurant.
Dr. John right now.
Dr. John, Basso's restaurant persona for more than 2 decades, is no more, along with the restaurant. A move Basso attributes to a changing culture in Las Vegas since the pandemic.
When we came out of COVID, suddenly the big bosses in the corporate casino culture changed the game. They needed to make up some money that they had lost, and it was by playing catch-up ball, in my opinion, they decided to go for the whales rather than the regular folks.
That's true. They did do that. There's nobody in Las Vegas now because it's too expensive to live there, work there, eat there. So there are no tourists there anymore because they stopped catering to the normal folk. But here's the thing, Dr. John, normal folk ain't got no money, man. Don't forget the number 1 demographic for Las Vegas are Californians. In case you didn't realize, Californians ain't got no scratch these days because we're at war with Iran and the gas prices are at $6.50. How the hell am I supposed to get to Las Vegas right now? It cost me, do you know, how the hell am I supposed to drive to Las Vegas right now? You know how much money it's going to cost me to drive to Las Vegas? Maybe I can get there if I don't run the AC. But then when I get there, even if I do manage to get there, there's no like $3 blackjack tables or anymore. There's nothing for po folk like me. There's nothing like that. So Heart Attack Grill going out of business. God bless them. The Denny's can go next, and then the Hot Topic can go next.
Basso told Fox 5 he feels the average person has been priced out of Las Vegas. The decision to not renew his lease for Heart Attack Grill stems from not wanting to follow suit.
But I did not like overcharging people. And every month you had to look at it and say, gosh, we've got to raise prices. And you do it a couple times, it bothers you. When you're faced with doing that repetitively, I want nothing to do with it.
I think that's super awesome that he respects people's money and like that. And, you know, he wants to overcharge everybody. And I think that's a great thing, personally.
I think it's great that we charge ding ding do.
Basso is still in the burger game, working with his family at his other restaurant in town, Snappy's. While he's grateful for what the Heart Attack Grill was, he tells us he's happy.
Look at. Oh no, wait.
Other restaurant in town, Snappy's. While he's grateful for what the Heart Attack.
Look at, it's always got like these really buff guys and hot chick waitresses on there and stuff. Like all the imagery, fighting anorexia since 2005. That's so funny. Look at this. That says no data. You weigh yourself here. See that giant scale is what I was talking about. And when you step on the scale, it tells you how much you weigh. It used to have another image somewhere of like a really, really buff guy weighing himself. Send hate mail to Heart Attack Grill. Yeah, that was always so funny. God bless them. They're gone.
Grill was. He tells us he's happier to serve food at what he feels is a reasonable price.
We make the best burger we can, and we keep the prices low. And I couldn't do that in the tourist sector. It's not possible.
John did tell me that the Heart Attack Grill isn't necessarily gone for good. He has had investors reach out trying to see if they can bring it back. So he did tell me that Dr. John may come back, the Heart Attack Grill may come back, as long as it's under his terms to best serve customers. Reporting outside the...
Yeah. Best, yeah. It's all about the customers, sir. Of course it is. You weren't making any money, buddy. Fremont's dying. Las Vegas is having problems. Everyone thinks that, oh, well, fuck California. Even in Las Vegas, they say shit like that. Not the business people, not the rich people, but like the people who live there are always like, California, I hate him. I hate California. I hate it when they come here with their California license plates. I hate, no, great, I'm driving down the street and someone is making a wrong turn. Of course he's from California. I hate California. Well, every time California gets hit by like a pandemic or some shit, some economic distress, Las Vegas dies. I hate California. Here's the thing, man. The whole country relies on California. The whole country relies on the wealth of California. When California's not doing great, the whole country starts dying. But hey, whatever. Heart Attack Grill is closed. It was a shitty place anyway. It was disgusting on a disgusting street in a hard town. God bless him. MAGA is a term used by the Church of Satan to refer to a member of the fifth degree. Is that what it is? I had no idea. I thought it was just an old Reagan slogan. Just an old racist slogan from Ronald Reagan.
A woman says she was arrested after posting health and safety concerns about a city's drinking water on Facebook. It happened in Trinidad in Henderson County, southeast of Dallas. People who live there.
This is a call-in show, just so you know. It's a morning call-in show. If you want to call in, it's morningsky.live/PYB. HTTPS Morning Sky. https://morningsky.live/PYB. Call in. Have a conversation.
Say the tap water sometimes looks and smells unsafe. When one woman shared her take on Facebook, the police department arrested her, and now she's suing. Fox 4's David Centenary.
That's Texas for you. My water smells funny. Put it on Facebook. They arrest you. First Amendment? Nah, we don't do no First Amendment around here. We don't do no First Amendment in America.
Is live with more
this is
from that
Texas.
city.
Yeah, well, some city leaders say there are issues with the water system and that there has been for quite some time. However, one woman's claim posted to Facebook that the water is making some people sick led to her being arrested.
Did you ever expect something like that at Facebook?
Yeah, they're losing their food stamps, Penny. Old people, Penny says many elderly are losing their food stamps. It's worse than that. They're losing their health care. I mean, it's getting so bad, they're not going to be able to go to the doctor. I feel like Donald Trump should have gotten the second term in the first one so that he could have handled the rest of the pandemic. Then we could all just have a bunch of boomers be dead. All the boomers would be dead. Just the boomer flu. The boomer flu. It's a shame that Donald Trump couldn't keep it going for longer. You know, he totally fumbled, you know. A lot of people died because of Donald Trump. He's killed lots and lots of people. Donald Trump, lots of babies are dead because of Donald Trump. And here we are. It's too bad he didn't stay in power, huh? Too bad January 6th didn't work, because then all the boomers would already be gone and we wouldn't have to worry about them not having food stamps and not getting able to go see the doctor, you know? Can't go see the doctor, poor boomers. They shouldn't have voted for Donald Trump. Gen Xers too, man. A lot of these Gen Xers, they're getting old. A lot of these Gen Xers are old. They're 65. They're getting old, man. How old are they? Gen Xers, born in 1960, right? Man, 1960. Yeah, you're 65. So, I mean, stop voting for MAGAs, man. Stop voting for 80-year-old men, Gen X. Stop simping. Stop simping for old people, Gen X.
Post could get you arrested?
Not at all. A Facebook post made by Jennifer Combs, a wife, mother, and citizen journalist, led to her arrest by Trinidad Police Department on...
Well, someone says Biden, too. I mean, sure, Biden, too. I mean, I hate Joe Biden. I've hated Joe Biden since I was like 9 years old. But he's not president right now, in case anybody didn't notice. He should never have been president. He should never have been president. I hated him from day one. Everybody hates Joe Biden. I don't know why people think that's some kind of own. Biden sucked, too. Yeah, no shit. Everybody hated fucking Biden. Everybody hated Biden. You think anybody wanted him to be president? Nobody wanted Joe Biden to be president. They just didn't want Donald Trump to be president, you dumb shits. They were just like, oh, God, Donald Trump sucks so much. How do we get rid of him? We got to put up a white guy. We got to put up an old white guy so these imbeciles will vote for him, because we have so many dumb pieces of shit in this country. And so we got to have a really old white conservative guy. Do we have any of those? No, all we got is this guy Bernie Sanders, and he's old and white, but he ain't no conservative. Damn it. Who will save us? Who will save us from Donald Trump? We need an old white man. What about this guy? His name's Cory Booker. Cory Booker, is he old? No, not really. Is he white? Mm-mm. Is he conservative? I mean, he takes money from Israel. No, everybody takes money from Israel. We can't let him. He's kind of black. He's kind of got that mocha. He's got that mocha skin. Shit. Who do we got? Well, I mean, Joe Biden, he's not doing anything. He's retired, though. If only we can get him out of retirement. And so they did. They got him out of retirement. Everybody hates Joe Biden. Everybody. They always hated him. Even Joe Biden didn't want to be president. Nobody wanted Joe Biden to be president. The only reason Joe Biden became president is because of all of you dumb shits who don't like dark-skinned people. That's why Joe Biden became president. Bernie, well, who's got time to talk about that lovable loser? That lovable loser, Bernie Sanders.
May 8th.
Did you have to spend the night in jail?
I did.
What was that like?
Horrifying.
She went to jail because she said that her water out of her tap smelled funny on Facebook, so the police came and arrested her. Freedom of speech.
Absolutely horrifying.
And you've never even had a speeding ticket?
I have not ever had a speeding ticket. It was...
Who'd she vote for? Speeding tickets, everybody. Never even had a speeding ticket. I don't care if she had a speeding ticket. What the hell? I don't care if she smacks her mama. She's not supposed to be going to jail for talking about having stinky water. What are you talking about? Well, did you get a speeding ticket? Who cares? I don't care if she I don't care if she killed all of her kids. Going to jail for talking on Facebook about your stinky water out of your tap is not a crime. I mean, if she killed her kids, she should go to jail for the kid thing, obviously. But that's not the point here. Even everyone gets freedom of speech. That's the point of the whole First Amendment.
One of the most probably humiliating things I've ever went through in my entire life. It was very, very bad.
So what was the Facebook post about? The city's water supply.
The best way I could describe it is it looks like the Trinity River is flowing from their water taps.
Look at this. She posts this on Facebook and goes to jail.
The post from her page Southern Bell Watch reads, in part, "We have received reports that some citizens have been hospitalized due to bacteria in the water. This is a serious public health concern that deserves immediate attention. If your water looks discolored, contains sediment, has a strong odor, or you have experienced related health issues, please send us a message. We are gathering information and reporting findings to the state."
The police chief had screenshotted it and posted it on the Trinidad Police Department page.
The April 6th post by Trinidad Police calls what Combs wrote false information that creates fear.
False information that creates fear, go to jail.
Panic or unnecessary emergency
Directly to
response within
jail.
a community.
Believe it or not, directly to jail. Directly jail. No trial, no process. Directly to jail. Jail. Directly to jail. Everyone loves that Fred Armisen. Jail. Jail.
Eventually, charging Combs with felony false alarm or report.
I feel like this is an extreme stretch.
So here inside Trinidad City Hall, the water looks clean, but some say it's a fluid situation depending on where you're at.
It's a fluid situation. Get it? Oh, man. They're working overtime over there at Fox 4. Fluid situation. Hell yeah.
And when.
How would you describe the city's water situation right now?
The city's water.
Well, the city water situation, it's fluid. Am I right? It's fluid.
Situation is a struggle, without question.
Trinidad Mayor Dennis Hawes does not dispute that they have water issues.
A lot of this stuff is original pipes that were put in.
I want to Google if I can drink the water in Trinidad. Trinidad and Tobago has better water than Trinidad, Texas. Trinidad and Tobago has better water than Trinidad and in Texas. And you know what I think is funnier? The people who live in Trinidad and Tobago probably are allowed to talk about it. People who live in Trinidad and Tobago, people like Rihanna. Rihanna's from Trinidad. Rihanna's like, Banda replay. And she's talking about the water being bad. See, no problem. No problem. They're not going to put Rihanna in jail. But this poor blonde from Trinidad, Texas, directly to jail. Jail. Believe it or not, directly to jail.
Here in Trinidad in the 50s, probably. We have to get to a position where we can fix that infrastructure. And this is.
That's what it's going to be. They're going to privatize the water. Yeah, but a lot of these utilities already are privatized because they already broke them and sold them off so that now you pay a toll every time. So, yeah, even though the water belongs to all of us, of course, yes, a lot of them are already privatized. That's one thing, actually, Los Angeles, they actually got that one right. Los Angeles, they have the Department of Water and Power, and the water and the electricity are owned by the people of Los Angeles. It's pretty cool. That's how it should be. That's how it should always be. That's why they never have blackouts in Los Angeles. They got blackouts and rolling. Even during Enron, Los Angeles never blacked out. All the other towns did. Strange.
Very expensive, as I'm sure you can imagine.
On Wednesday, the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality confirmed to Fox 4 that it received a complaint regarding the water quality and an investigation is ongoing. It's unclear whether anyone has gotten sick from the water.
I've seen some Facebook posts where people have said they have gotten sick, but to me personally, I haven't heard anything.
Man, I gotta love that Texas accent. I've seen some people get sick, but I never heard anything. Everyone's so friendly down in Texas. Especially down there in like southeast Texas, man. People so friendly down there. I know I probably got some people watching, but Houston, am I right? We got any Houstoners? Any Houstonites in the house? Houstonians? What do you call yourselves? I love Houston. I love Texas, man. It's just like, it's a shame. It's such a bad place, but I love it. I love the people of Texas. I always love going there. Everyone's so damn friendly. They're like, howdy, y'all. How you doing? Welcome to the Starbucks. Everything's so goddamn peachy down here.
A post on May 10th, Trinidad Police Chief Charles Gregory doubled down on his decision to arrest Combs, calling the case cut and dry. He says claims citizens were hospitalized.
Cut and dry. Get it? Because it's about water. This is a fluid situation, but the problem is cut and dry.
Due to bacteria in the water are simply false and have only caused unnecessary fear and confusion in our community.
The water was brown, son. Sorry that the lady thought there was bacteria in it. Her bath water's brown.
I really haven't seen anything like this before, David.
SMU constitutional law professor Dale Carpenter questions if a crime was committed and believes Combs' First Amendment rights may have been violated.
May have been violated? Of course they were violated. This poor lady just got railroaded. They just ran a train on her. The government just raped this woman because she happened to use Facebook. You got a problem? Take it up with Zucker tits, man. How come Zuckerberg's not in that goddamn interrogation room with her? Put him in jail. What the hell? You put the user in jail? She's like, oh, damn, a ding-dang-do. My water gun turned brown here. Let me make a video about it, share it with my friends and neighbors. Ding-dang-do. Okay, it's posted. Who is it? It's the county sheriffs, ma'am. You better get your ass out here. Get on the ground. God damn it. Fuck you. Ding dang do. Oh, dear Lord. A ding dang do. What am I going to do? I sure am scared. That's what just happened. 3 videos in the. I already got a video of yours queued up. We'll get to the user supported part of the show pretty soon. The Anarchical. I'll check it out.
Turns out Combs' post was inaccurate.
She's making a statement regarding a matter of great public interest, and so people sometimes make false statements on matters of great public interest, and they're allowed to do so. If we
fake Christian, I know Donald Trump is the fakest Christian. Have you seen his ridiculous Bible printed in China? It's so funny. You guys keep falling for his stupid tricks. The Trump Bible is the best Bible. It's got the best stuff in it. Violates both texts by including also the government text. It's so great. Pledge allegiance to the flag is in there in case you forgot it like I did. It's hard to remember the pledge. The flag flew. We love the flag though, don't we, folks? We love hugging the flag. I love fucking the flag in front of everybody like an Arnold Palmer or something.
prosecuted and arrested everybody who made such claims, our jails would be overfilled.
Chief Gregory was not at Tuesday's council meeting, but the water issue was a topic of conversation.
The reason why everyone is here and the reason why Fox 4 is here is because our city is acting like tyrants.
Combs stands behind her post, and in a federal lawsuit filed Tuesday, she accuses the police chief of political retaliation related to her work as a citizen journalist. She claims multiple citizens made social media posts stating that they had personally been hospitalized or affected as a result of consuming the city's water.
I don't agree and don't think it's fair that the citizens pay for water they can't really use.
I don't think so either, Trinidad. Why should the people be paying for water they can't use? Good question.
The lawsuit adds, speech about the safety of a community's drinking water is a quintessential matter of public concern entitled to the highest degree of First Amendment protection.
It sure is.
There's people saying that their appliances are getting ruined, they can't cook with the water, they can't bathe with it,
How is that okay?
can't do laundry. A lot of them feel hushed.
That water looked browner than the cup of coffee I got. That coffee in my cup looks less brown than that water. God damn. Ding dang do. What we doing now?
They don't have a voice and no one listens to them and no one takes them seriously.
You know, they don't do that shit in California. Texas, what's with you guys? You don't believe in freedom of speech? Dang dang do. No, they don't. We don't believe no freedom of speech down here. Now, we're in Texas, Lone Star State now. You know how we do down here. We'll run it tied to the back of a truck and drive it down a dirt road. Come around here and don't mess with Texas. You know, Don't Mess with Texas was originally a environmentalist thing, right? It was like, don't litter, don't mess with Texas, don't mess with it, you know, like don't mess with the environment. Now it's supposed to be like, we're badasses. You're not badasses, Texas. You can't even let a little 90-pound blonde girl talk about how dirty your water is. Like, what kind of a pussy state do we live in? What kind of a government puts women in prison? You know, in other countries, when the state messes with the women, the men go out and start killing people. I'm talking about state representatives. That's what other countries do. They start killing cops. They start killing soldiers. They start killing representatives. If women get attacked, this is what I mean. Americans are the most beta cuck males in the world. My God. No wonder so many men in America have to go to like the Philippines to go steal women and stuff because, God damn it, these men have no testosterone in America. They never stand up for women. Like I have the masculine urge to stand up for women. I got too much testosterone running through my veins. I don't know what it is with all these simpy ass bootlicking American men. I don't get it, man. I don't get it. I'm personally offended that little woman got railroaded by the cops. You know? It personally offends me that the state is allowed to just pick women out of their houses because they posted on Facebook that the water's dirty. Like, people need to hang for that. People should be in the streets. Men should be freaking the hell. Like, how dare the state come and take our women because they took pictures of shit, of water, of shitty water coming out of the pipes. Maggers got no tea, baby, no tea. They got no testosterone whatsoever. Low T males, MAGA.
The newly announced nearly $1.8 billion so-called anti-weaponization discretionary fund is already seeing pushback from lawmakers, even from members of the president's own party. Congressman Brian Fitzpatrick of Pennsylvania told reporters yesterday he's going to try to, quote, kill it.
Yeah, I've got a real feminine voice for sure. Like you've never lifted a weight. I lifted weights. I've lifted lots of weights. I even got videos of me lifting weights, you piece of shit. God damn it. This is how you know. This is how you know a bitch when you see one. This is it. You have zero feminine voice. You look like you've never even lifted a weight. Lifting weights ain't masculine, buddy. Defending the innocent is masculine. Standing up for women is masculine. Standing up for people. Standing up for those who can't stand for themselves. Fighting against the powerful to protect the vulnerable. That's masculine. You don't have a masculine inch in your body, baby doll. You're just a little bitch. You don't even lift weights. You don't have to lift weights to be a tough guy. It's like lifting weights is practice. And if all you do is practice, then sorry. I got an arrest record to prove that I've stood up against the state. What have you done? Nothing. I keep my nose clean. I never hurt nobody. Never did nothing wrong.
We're making this $1.7 billion fund per.
Bad news. We're going to try to kill it.
You're going to try to kill it?
Yep.
Wow. Okay. And how?
Well, we're considering legislative options. We're going to write a letter to the AG to start, but we're.
This guy's going to kill Trump? Settlement? This guy's going to kill Trump's settlement. He's going to kill Trump. Settlement.
Considering a legislative option. Okay. We're trying to unpack exactly, what the legal machinations are, but can't do that.
Right.
Can't do it.
Can't do it.
The congressman sent.
Can't do that, says Republican congressman. Looks like MAGA's starting to turn. I don't know. Are there real Republicans left, or are they all just MAGA simp edgelords?
Attorney General Todd Blanche this letter yesterday demanding more information on the fund. It reads in part, a massive discretionary fund with no oversight or approval from Congress represents a dangerous backsliding in the transparency of our institutions and our commitment to the American taxpayer. A number of Republican lawmakers in the Senate have also spoken out against this move. The fund would give the president the power to gift taxpayer dollars to allies that claim they were victims of alleged weaponization in the Justice Department.
Oh, no. Slush fund. Slush fund. I wish they'd stop calling it a slush fund. They just call it a cash grab. Cash grab for Trump and his cronies.
Under President Biden. A top issue lawmakers have with this idea is who exactly will be compensated. The acting AG was asked yesterday if January 6th.
Oh, there's Todd Blanche, Donald Trump's sex crimes attorney, acting AG. Why don't we have an attorney general right now, by the way? How come we don't have an attorney general? We just have this clown. Why don't we have an attorney general right now?
Insurrectionists who attacked police officers and were charged by the DOJ would be able to apply.
Oh, we don't have an attorney general?
People that hurt police.
We don't have an attorney general right now because Pam Bondi, she was breaking the law by not releasing the Epstein files. Well, guess what? Todd Blanche is breaking the law by not releasing the Epstein files. How come he's not in jail? How come she's not in jail? She broke the law. There was a law. It was passed. It was signed. And for some reason, no one's going to jail. They keep on breaking these laws. No one goes to jail. What happened? What's the deal? Who are these people? This guy. Let's see what Todd Blanche has got to say.
And he didn't rule it out.
Just to be clear, people that hurt police get money all the time. Okay, there's a process.
People who hurt police get money all the time. People who hurt police get money all the time.
Where if you believe you have your rights violated, you can apply for funds, you can sue, you can file a claim, you can go to.
Yeah, that's what happens when you get your rights violated. That's true.
Court. In some of those cases, the state, the government, the federal government settles those cases.
Did the federal government get sued by the federal government? Did Donald Trump do it? Donald Trump is the head of the federal government. And he sued himself, and he handed himself $2 billion. The fuck does people who are wronged in the streets have to do with this? Todd Blanche.
To ever touch a law enforcement officer, which is why anytime anybody does that, and it's a federal officer, we'll prosecute them. But that's a completely different question with whether an individual is allowed to apply for a claim. Whether they'll get a claim, depends. I can't, it would not be appropriate for me to talk about.
It's not appropriate that it's happening, Todd Blanche. None about this is appropriate. Nothing about this is appropriate. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to talk about who's getting the money. It's $2 fucking billion. We'd like to know where it's going. That wouldn't be appropriate. It's not appropriate. None of this is appropriate. Donald Trump brought suit against the government that he's in charge of. It'd be like me suing. I'm the CEO of Chevron. First order of duty, I'd like to sue Chevron. Great. I'd like to settle. How much would you like to settle for, sir? $2 billion. Why not? I'm in charge of all the money. I'm the CEO. Would that make sense? Can Rodney King sue? Not anymore. Not anymore. Rodney King ain't suing anybody these days.
Absolutes, like absolutely not, under no circumstance. I mean, we can talk about hypotheticals till we're blue in the face, but
yeah, let's talk about hypotheticals. How about let's hypothetically imagine a president suing the federal government and awarding himself $2 billion. Let's work that through. When you bring up hypotheticals with these fucking assholes about Donald Trump, they're like, oh, that's ridiculous. I'm not going to imagine that. Even when you talk to people like Pete Hegseth, they're like, if Donald Trump gives you an order to kill civilians in the street, will you do it? I'm not going to engage in hypotheticals. The president would never do that. What? Clear. No one would have imagined that the president was going to sue the federal government and award himself $2 billion so he and his friends and his family can make off with your cash. Nobody would have thought that. Nobody would have thought that. Trans women, real men in disguise. Like Donald Trump is Donald Trump is in drag every day. I don't know what you guys got a problem with drag. Donald Trump is a drag artist. He's a drag performer. That's what he is. This is a call-in show, suckers. Call in if you have balls. Or not, call in if you don't have balls. Call in. Have a conversation with me. I'd love to hear why you think that Donald Trump should have $2 billion of your dollars because he sued the federal government. Let's do that.
But that really...
Trump dates supermodels? No, he doesn't. No, he does not. What supermodel has Donald Trump dated? As far as I know, he bought a model from Jeffrey Epstein named Melania. Before that, it was, let's see, Marla. Was Marla a supermodel? This just in? No. What about Ivana? Hold on. Survey says not a supermodel. What supermodel did he date ever? Why do you idiots believe shit like that? He's never dated a supermodel. He fucked a porn star once, and he paid for it with your money because he used campaign funds to do it. But, you know, whatever. Lots of children. I mean, he says on the Howard Stern show, like, he hits 13-year-olds, but not 12. That's too disgusting for him. 13's his limit. Which, you know, it's good to know the man has standards, right?
Wouldn't be fruitful.
Congressman Jamie Raskin, meanwhile, the top Democrat on the House Judiciary Committee, introduced a bill yesterday that would block the fund entirely after his motion to subpoena the acting AG failed. And then there's this separate story, the Trump ball.
Yeah, Tyra Banks. He uses them as arm candidates. They didn't date them. They go to parties together. I used to work in Vegas. That's a whole thing, you realize, that people pay to go to parties with other people so that they look famous, so that they look cool. That's a whole thing that people do. Oh, God, you stupid rubes. It's so painful.
Ballroom plans. Senate Republicans now saying they'll strip the $1 billion Secret Service fund.
Yeah. Yes, Melania Trump is not a supermodel. Are you fucking... Are you brain dead? Melania Trump's a supermodel? No. Melania Trump was never a supermodel. That's just some stupid thing all you rubes say because you never saw a woman before. Melania Trump is a supermodel? A supermodel. Cindy Crawford's a supermodel. Kate Moss is a supermodel. Naomi Campbell. Christy Turlington. Heidi Klum. Those are all supermodels. Melania Trump is not a supermodel. She's just some mail order bride, man. Stop trying to build her up in your head. Have you seen the movie? She doesn't even know the words to her favorite song, Billie Jean. Haven't you seen the movie? How much Melania coin do you have? Because I have a lot. How much Melania coin do you have? She's not homely. No one's calling her homely. That doesn't make her a supermodel. Doesn't make her a supermodel. I've dated many beautiful women. I've never dated a supermodel.
Funding request for the project.
He did not date Tyra Banks. There's lots of... Oh, my God. I'm not going to go through this. Well, someone took a picture with... It's so funny that Tyra Banks takes a picture with Donald Trump and you're like, they were dating. But Donald Trump has hundreds of photos with Jeffrey Epstein and you're like, he didn't know that guy. So I'll tell you what. If you want me to believe that Donald Trump dated Tyra Banks, then you have to believe that Donald Trump was a co-conspirator of Jeffrey Epstein. They were best friends because they were always together, seen together all the time. You'll believe that he's dates supermodels because you saw a picture of him with Tyra Banks. But when you see hundreds of photos with him, with Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein, and he handpicks Brett Ratner to direct Melania's movie, who is also a co-conspirator of Jeffrey Epstein, and has many pictures with Donald Trump. Donald Trump has gone to bat for Brett Ratner, calling publicly for a fourth installment of the Rush Hour franchise because he loves Brett Ratner so much. And you don't believe that he has anything to do with Epstein. You should buy Melania coin. Sell everything you own and buy Melania coin. You're a true believer. He said that Melania coin and Trump coin were the most important financial tools for the future of American prosperity. So please buy Melania coin. And in 6 months, let's see how it turns out. If you believe him, buy Melania coin. Here we go. There it is. Buy Melania coin today, everybody. Buy Melania coin today. Make sure that you go out there and buy as much as possible, please. It's extremely important because it is the future prosperity of America. Buy Melania coin today. Do it. May already did. May bought Melania coin. Good. I'm glad. She's probably rich now because Donald Trump. It's endorsed by the First Lady, guys. It's endorsed by a supermodel. It's endorsed by a supermodel. Like and subscribe so that I could buy more Melania coin because I want to get rich. We're going to the moon, folks.
From their immigration enforcement bill following objections within the party. Speaking to reporters, Senator John Kennedy of Louisiana said yesterday, quote, "We were told that the ballroom money is out." Senator Bill Cassidy also expressed doubts about the project's funding.
There's no architectural plans. There is no environmentals. There's no engineering. There's no sense of, when we ask,
why would there be?
Exactly $1 billion. It could cost a lot less. It could cost a lot more. I just don't get it.
The decision comes after a ruling from the Senate parliamentarian that the provision violates Senate rules, as well as public questioning of the funding by several GOP senators just last weekend. Majority Leader John Thune went on to say conversations are ongoing and that the bill text isn't finalized yet. The decision would underscore the limits, though, of Trump's influence over Senate Republicans who have otherwise offered little pushback to his demands over the course of his second term. Joining me here at the table, MS Now senior Washington reporter and co-host of The Weekend, Eugene Daniels. No one I'd rather come back from a few days off to see than
https://morningsky.live/PYB. Why does people say that it's not actionable? Here we go. All right. I'm going to put this in the chat one more time. Someone said that they can't click on the link. Here you go. There's a link to join the chat. I don't know why. It works for me. Here we go. Look at it. It works for me. You can't see this when you go? Click the button. Get in the ring. Let's look. Click the button. I click the button. Yeah, and it enters the studio. What are you talking about? Someone just sent me a thing saying that they can't get in. There it is, right there. There, it's in. I don't know why. It's working for me. The link's working. If not, it will get worse after the midterms. Everything will get worse with Donald Trump. What are you talking about? Of course it's going to get worse. It's going to get worse and worse and worse and worse. Of course, it's getting worse every day. Did you buy Melania or do you have TDS? Did you buy Melania coin or do you have TDS? Because if you believe what Donald Trump is saying, you believe that he's a truth-telling man, buy Melania coin. It's endorsed by Donald Trump and Melania. How much have you bought? Clinzy Jr., how much do you own? I want to know how much Melania coin you have. We are currently running a zero reserve banking system. Great. All you guys say is TDS because you can't actually debate. Well, it's not even debate. They can't even think. It's a thought-limiting cliche. That's cult. That's what cults do. Like in Nexium, they would say, you're having a cognitive blockage or something. You have to clear your blockage. Like it's every cult has the same thing. In Christian cults, they go like, you have to have faith. That's where faith. You must have faith. Have faith. Don't think about this. Just have faith. And I say, buy Melania coin, guys. If you really believe him, buy Melania coin. It's the future. It's the way of the future, okay? Donald Trump says so. It's endorsed.
You talk a little bit about what we're seeing here on Capitol Hill, because it's two completely separate funding things that we are speaking about, but both of them seem connected to the same thread of our Senate Republicans and House Republicans finally finding their backbone and remembering that their job is to control the purse strings.
Finally, it just took like a year and a half. Yeah, at least in rhetoric they were doing so, right?
Sure.
Before Donald Trump comes back and shocks them into doing what he wants them to do. I think the thing that's so interesting is when you talk to Republicans, and you do this all the time too, behind closed doors, they've been frustrated about this for a long time. They've been the growing frustration of the president doing whatever he wants, ignoring them, sometimes ignoring the courts, and at the end of the day, everyone kind of making fun of them for it. I was talking to a couple members of Congress 2 days ago, and they were like, we're kind of sick of getting made fun of being the punching bag. And so I wonder if there's a little bit of it's been too long, because the rules of politics kind of always come back, even for Donald Trump. His polling numbers are terrible. All of these things seem unfocused from the promises that he made to the American people about coming back. And so Congress trying to figure out what are the ways in which we can slow walk some of these things so that it doesn't happen, or outright stop them.
I also think that they are different in that you can pull the $1 billion in funding for the ballroom security out of reconciliation. Trump can rant about it on Truth Social, but that is something Congress can easily control. I think when it comes to the
denim shirt with the blazer, bro. This was a decision you made. They let you on TV.
$1.8 billion in taxpayer funds for this basically slush fund throughout DOJ. That is a different mechanism. And when you're watching the way that Brian Fitzpatrick, who just won his primary in Pennsylvania, so Trump can't challenge him there, and I would also argue in a swing district, this might help him. It's a different mechanism, and I wonder what you think we actually end up seeing in Congress being able to pull this apart.
What's this say? Democrats want to be led by women. Show me a society built by women. I'll show you a failed society. Clincy, you are such a low T little bitch. My God, you're so afraid of women. Are you that afraid of women? Are you really that scared of women? My God, this society is a failed society. We live in a failed society. I don't know if you've noticed, but shit ain't going okay. We got so many school shootings, we don't even report them all. They don't even make the news anymore, Lindsay. Lindsay. Silly little bitch. My God. Silly little ding dong.
Because I think what Fitz is trying to get his hands around is what is the mechanism that we can pull this out of DOJ and get back congressional oversight over.
It's so funny. It's like, is it your family kind of led by a woman? Show me a society led by women. God damn.
And it's not clear what that is right now.
Right, but the thing is, they're going to have to be creative.
Yeah.
This is something that legislators are able to do. Figure out how to move, try to get power back or get power over something. Whether it happens, I don't know. It's going to take more than Brian Fitzpatrick to do so,
Totally.
right? He's going to be really interested in that. I think there are a lot of other, kind of people just like him in these purple districts who might be interested in trying to figure that out. I think it bears repeating.
I feel like denim is still I love a chambray shirt, I do. But a chambray with a blazer? What are you doing, man? This New York fashion. New York fashion always just looks like people picked up all the clothes off the apartment floor and just randomly in the dark put everything on and then walked outside. Everyone's like, New York fashion's so eclectic. It's like, it just looks like random shit people threw on themselves. New York fashion. Count me out.
That the $1 billion that they're talking about for the ballroom, Donald Trump said $400 million. It was all going to be $400 million. It's going to be paid by him and his friends.
Yeah.
So now it's the taxpayers' dime. But on the $1776 billion, it also comes from this.
Yeah, it's funny because the male loneliness epidemic is so funny to me too, because there's a loneliness epidemic. But because men only want to talk about themselves, they call it the male loneliness epidemic. But women are lonely too. Women are very, very lonely. I go to a book club and it's mostly women, and they're like, do you want to are you single? Do you want to date my daughter? Do you want to date my sister? Do you want to date my cousin? Do you want to date because women are out there, they're just reading books all day, man. They got nothing to do. No one's taking them dancing. Well, it's not really the men's fault on that one. I mean, I can't take a woman dancing right now because it's so goddamn expensive where I live, but I like going dancing, I like going out having drinks. Going out to have restaurants, go to cafes. I love the coffee date with a girl, man. Shit, I love that. Going out with a woman to coffee, and maybe just don't even talk. Maybe just read next to each other at the coffee house. It's so nice. So nice. So there's an epidemic for loneliness. Yes, it's not just men. Women too, but we call it the male loneliness epidemic because everyone's a scared of the boys. Everyone's afraid of the boys because, you know, they kill people, and men get lonely and they start killing people. It's a whole thing.
$10 billion lawsuit against the IRS. So it's all about the retribution. It all ties back to January 6th. We always have to go back to that for Donald Trump. And at the end of the day, these lawmakers have to figure out how to do their jobs because
they're never going to figure out how to do their jobs. They don't care about you. They don't serve the people anymore. They serve their party. There is no service to the people anymore. Congress can't do their jobs because they no longer serve the people. They serve their party. The Democrats serve Democrats. The Republicans serve Republicans. And the people are neither Republican or Democrat. You're stupid if you think you're Republican or Democrat. And if the Democrats don't know, if your congressperson doesn't know your face and your name, you're not a Democrat or Republican. Sorry. Unless you're on the payroll, you are not one of them. You're not actually in the club because every 4 years you push a button. I'm a Democrat. I'm a Republican. I'm a Republican. I love wapists. I love wapists. I'm going to vote for the Wapublicans. You're not actually a Republican. You're just some rube. You're just some sucker. Same as the Democrats. Just some sucker. You're not a Democrat. You're just some guy that shows up every 4 years, blows in like a hayseed to get taken advantage of. They're never going to serve you. They got different masters. They can't. It's hard to serve two masters. They don't serve the people. They serve their party, and their party is run by the oligarchs. Their money is what rules them. That's it. They don't care about the people.
I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Arizona, Ms. Grijalva.
Gentleman from Arizona is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you. I rise today in opposition of H.R. 2616. At a time when people are asking Congress to lower costs, crack down on corruption and powerful abusers, and keep children safe, House Republicans remain fixated on bullying vulnerable kids instead of addressing the real problems facing this country. This bill forces teachers to out transgender students to their own parents, even when they know it could put that child at risk of abuse, homelessness, or violence. Think about that. Republicans want to force teachers to betray the trust of children who likely already feel scared, isolated, and unsafe at home. That is dangerous. Most young people confide in their families when they feel safe doing so, but some queer kids don't have that option. These same Republicans who consistently talk about small government cut funding to a local library in Bisbee a couple weeks ago just because it hosted a drag story time. And now they want to control what teachers can say, what students can read, and
Lefties aren't Democrats. They just mook off of them. Lefties aren't Democrats. They just mook after them. Well, Democrats aren't lefties, if that's what you mean. I don't know. People, they like to... The lunatic left, Democrat, communist, fascist, government of the... Oh, God. They just list all these things that they hate. They just have all the trans lunatic left, crazy abortion doctor, Antifa, also fascist. They're Antifa, but they're also fascist and they're also communists. So crazy.
even a name a child can use at school. Where will it end? This bill censors discussions about transgender people and gender identity altogether. It sends a message that trans people should be erased from classrooms, from history, and from public life. Transgender people exist. They are our neighbors, our students, our classmates, our coworkers, our friends, and our children. No bill passed in this chamber.
Man, they create a monster with this Grijalva. This was the lady that that they didn't want to let into Congress because they were afraid of the Epstein files. Do you remember when Mike Johnson wouldn't confirm her? She was waiting the longest in history because they were afraid of her voting to release the Epstein files. Do you remember that? Do you guys remember that? That was her.
Chamber will ever change that. What this legislation will do is make schools less safe for already vulnerable students. I hate to break it to my Republican colleagues, but attacking trans kids will not make groceries or gas cheaper. It will not lower rent. It will not bring down healthcare costs. It will not make anyone's life better. It will not make...
But attacking trans kids is so easy to separate people on, you know? The rich people, it's very cheap to get people all with their panties into a bunch about trans kids. I mean, people get all upset about this less than 1% demographic. But we can't stand them. Dude, you're probably never even going to meet a trans person. Just take it easy, all right? And if you do, you don't have to talk to them if you don't want to. They're used to assholes like you. Trans people are used to pieces of shit that don't want to talk to them, don't want to look at them, don't want to be around. Just leave them alone. It's that easy. You could treat them like like a wild animal. You don't mess with them. Just leave them alone, like a hawk flying in the sky, like a beautiful hawk or a peacock. A peacock's a beautiful animal. Look, don't touch. Just look at them and allow them to keep going. That's all you got to do. All right, shut the fuck up about trans people, you little weirdos.
This nation safer. And it certainly won't make our kids safer in school. It's time to stop scapegoating children, stop targeting kids. It's time to stop scapegoating children, stop targeting our kids, stop obsessing about gender identity, and let's start doing the jobs that people actually sent us here to do.
Grijalva, you're new, aren't you? We don't serve the people in this chamber. We serve the oligarchs who pay our party. But I like it. I like Grijalva. Where's she from again? Is it Arizona or New Mexico? Where's Grijalva, Congressperson Grijalva from? She's from, not Green Harbor, Grijalva, Adelita Grijalva, Arizona 7th District. That's where it was, Tucson. She's from Tucson. I forgot that she's Tucson. I knew it was in the Southwest someplace. Yeah, Adelita Grijalva. Remember, they didn't want her to be part of the government because they were afraid that she was gonna be. You got it, Raul. Raul's the smarty, smarter than me. 7th District. It's been a while since I thought about her, but now she's in. I'm not anti-trans. I'm just really pro-hermaphrodite and can't stand fakers. Well, at least you're not anti-trans. That's cool. The trans issue is for division. Right, it's to divide people. But all these culture war stuff, that's all it is. That's why Donald Trump ran an ad saying, she's for they, them, he's for you, you know. It works. It's cheap. It's cheap. The oligarchs can really divide people very cheaply. There you go. TDS is real. So is Epstein Island. Please stop voting for people who love children. Not love children, but you know what I mean. Use children. Buy and sell children. Please stop voting for people, supporting people who buy and sell children. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Love you. Love you.
I ask for unanimous
Don't forget to like and subscribe. Double tap the screen, folks. Don't forget to hype the stream. We're going long today. It's a long boy. We're getting long. Also, if you want, you can go ahead and be on the show. There you go. There's 2 links for you. Someone said the other link wasn't working, but now we got 2 links. Here you go. You can join the chat. If you'd like to join, you can join the show.
To submit this letter from the ACLU opposing HR 2616.
Objection.
Thank you, and I urge my...
Without objection. All right. Look at this, man. Donald Trump. Buy more Melania coin. Hold on. Where's my graphic? Where's my graphic? Damn it. Where's my graphic? I should have had it queued up. There we go. Buy Melania coin today. Buy Melania coin. It's time. It's time to buy Melania coin, everybody.
Crypto experts claim that foreign adversaries like Iran are using digital assets to evade sanctions and funnel money to bad actors. Darren Botello joining us now. Okay, Darren, how do we stop this?
Hi, good morning, Stuart. The good news is the Trump administration is already stopping it. In fact, we confirmed that the U.S. Treasury has been able to trace some of Iran's money, and just last month they froze more than $300 million. This was in regime crypto.
Wait a second. They're able to freeze my crypto? I thought crypto was supposed to be safe. Donald Trump told me it was the most important financial tool for the future prosperity of America.
Stuart, Iran is reportedly launching a new digital insurance platform for cargo ships. This is in the Strait of Hormuz, and here's the kicker. They're settling payments entirely in Bitcoin. Basically, this is how it works. The companies pay the insurance companies in Bitcoin, and they get through the strait safely. That's the trade-off. It's a direct move to dodge our banks and scoop up a fresh source of cash. And this covers a much larger shadow economy. New estimates from a threat detection data firm show Tehran is sitting on a crypto pile worth a staggering $7.7 billion. That war chest has been expanding ever since heavy sanctions cracked down. This was during the first Trump administration, by the way. And here's a look at the price of crude right now. The hot board's up. Prices are trading near recent highs as regional shipping tensions, they're flaring. But the regime is counting on crypto to keep its military funded. The Treasury Department is tracking the digital breadcrumbs. And they're telling Fox, here's a statement over here, through economic fury, Treasury has taken actions that have led to the freezing of
Economic fury? What is it with you guys, man? Economic fury. Hey, the One is here. Welcome to the show, the One. How the heck are you? What's the deal and how you feeling?
How are you today?
Man, I'm kicking like a 3-legged ninja.
I just hopped on. I don't really know what you've been talking about, but I saw that you were live for people.
We're live, baby. We're live. The one is here. Have you been following? Do you know about how Donald Trump is stealing $1.8 billion from the American people in order to give it to himself and his kids and his friends? And also, he now has immunity from any investigations from the IRS. He and his family do. Anyone that related to Donald Trump is now immune from IRS investigation. Have you heard about that?
I have heard about that.
How does it make you feel?
Makes me feel angry, but it feels straight up American. Like,
is that what America is now?
Oh yeah, it's true American.
I forget. How old are you again? I forget.
I'm 40 plus.
40 plus. Yeah, I guess that's real American. That's real American. How always trying to immunity forever from the isn't that the deal that Bruce Willis asked for when he drilled the asteroid that was going to kill the world in Armageddon?
Could be. Yeah, that sounds about right.
I think that's what they asked for. They said they want to never be charged by the IRS forever.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they got that deal.
The billionaire's dream. They asked for the billionaire's dream.
Yes. Well, Bruce Willis, he was really into that shit. That he's really Mr. Conservative back then, Mr. Anti-tax. God rest his soul.
What do you think? I know I've heard you on other shows saying you're not interested too much in Graham Plattner, but I've been listening to more about him. Have you picked up too much on him?
I mean, what do you mean picked up on him? I mean, I don't know. To me, look, I've read a lot about him. I think he talks a good game, man. I just think that I reminisce about a world when there were deal breakers, and to me, that's a deal breaker. Nazi tattoos are deal breakers. I don't know. How do you feel about him?
I mean, I think they were using evidence to try to bring him down, and that's a good example of how to bring someone down. But the more I hear him talk over the past months, I mean, his number one stomping point is he's basically against billionaires. And I mean, if that's your number one message, that's pretty much my number one message. And I've never heard a political candidate ever say that. So,
well, AOC says it all the time. I mean, Bernie
not like this guy. Not like this guy.
I mean, fine. I mean, and what he's running for Maine
senator,
right? Yeah. And I mean, it's great. A statewide office out of Maine. To me, and he's a Democrat, right? He's a Democrat, and
he's running as a Democrat. Yeah.
Yeah, he's on the Democrats' payroll. He's taking money from the Democrats. So I guess, look, man, it's hard
but
for me
Chuck
to
Schumer, no one's back. None of the establishment are backing him or even talking to him.
On account of the Nazi tattoo, right?
No, I think on the account of the billionaire stuff.
I mean, I keep on hearing these great things about him. How should I describe how I feel about Plattner? I am cautiously. I guess I could be. Is it okay to be optimistic about the guy because he's talking about tearing down the billionaires? Yes. Do I believe him? I don't know, man. I'm reluctant. To me, it is like, dude. I mean, and what do I know? I mean, Nazi tattoos, whatever.
I think we need more people like him. If we had 50 senators in 50 states saying the same message, I think we'd be getting a lot farther.
Yeah, but do you remember Howard Dean? Howard Dean, just all he did was go Yahoo, and they're like political, not presidential. His political promise is now.
That was a different time.
Yeah, I guess maybe I'm too old fashioned, but a Nazi tattoo still seems a little much more of a deal breaker than saying Yahoo on stage. You know what I mean? And I'm with you. I hope that he's great. I hope he's great.
I mean, would you rather vote for a anti-billionaire Nazi tattoo that he's got covered over and he apologizes for, or an establishment Democrat?
If given those two choices, definitely not the establishment Democrat.
Exactly.
So like the chances of me ever voting for a Democrat are so slim that I guess I'd probably.
But
Yeah, and I looked up. Somebody else was asking me about Graham Plattner. This is Graham, right? Is it Greg or Graham? Something G Plattner.
Graham.
It's Graham, right? Yeah, Graham, the oyster farmer. And that's the other thing. Oyster farming is a nasty business too. But whatever. Like, people ask me about this guy, and I'm like, well, there are third-party candidates running for Senate. I mean, screw both of these parties. But sure, if people want to get jazzed about him, great. I ain't so jazzed. You don't live in Maine anyway, do you?
No, but like I said, I wish like Democratic candidates in all 50 states were, having this message. Like, who cares if the establishment doesn't talk to these candidates? Like,
I agree with that.
Yeah,
I agree with that. Yeah, I agree with that. Fuck the establishment. Screw the Democrats. If Graham Plattner is able to change it and he turns out to be legitimately not a Nazi, hey, then no harm, no foul. Great, it all works out. I'm just a little like, ugh.
But the problem is, establishment Democrats and Republicans are, they're basically Nazis anyway. They're just on the slow train to Nazism.
Well, yeah, they're crypto Nazis. They're secret Nazis, right? And
so if you take a chance with this guy, you're losing nothing, right?
Yeah, I guess you're right. You're losing nothing if you take it. Like, what have you got to lose? Vote for Graham Plattner.
Exactly.
I guess you're right. Yeah, I mean, that is a good way of looking at it, I suppose. I just hate looking at it like that because it sticks in my craw that I'm constantly in America with a gun to my head where it's this guy, Nazi tattoo and all, warts and all, let's just say warts and all, or this guy who's also clearly like very obviously a Nazi. It's this guy who's obviously a Nazi, but not obvious because he doesn't have that tattoo. Or this other one who doesn't talk like a Nazi, but he does have a Nazi tattoo. Those are my choices? Does that seem like democracy to you? Like, that doesn't seem like a good choice. So sure, vote Graham Plattner. I hope everyone votes for him, I guess. But I don't know. To me, it's the same kind of vibe as AOC, where seems like another hypocrite talking big, telling people what they want to hear. And I hope that when he gets in office, he does something, man. I hope, when he gets in, I hope it's real. Adelita Grijalva.
You could say the same thing about Mamdani, right? You could, because he's a socialist Democrat, so he's still for capitalism. So you could say it about pretty much any candidate.
And I did. I said that about Zoran Mamdani. I'm like, you know what? If he does half the things he does, then it's probably going to be great for New York. I don't know what the big deal is that everyone's going all crazy. He's a communist. Oh, my God. It's so ridiculous. I found all that really ridiculous. But I also find it equally ridiculous of all these, like, super lefties being like, Mamdani's going to save the world. He's the best ever. And it's like, I hope he does okay.
I think people on the left or the semi-left are
so
excited to have anybody who gives the littlest crap about other people. So
well, yeah, and they're also excited to have anyone under like 75 years old. So I mean, that's exciting by itself, right? What? A young man running for the mayor of New York. He's going to be in charge of, I think, $112 billion, I think, is what he's in charge of. And like, I don't know if you know how like New York work. It's not like other cities. Like when you're the mayor of New York, it's like you have a ton of power. It's not like the mayor of Los Angeles or the mayor of Dallas or something. Like the mayor of New York is in charge. Like the way their city charter is written and stuff, it's very old school, very much like he's the president of that city and has a lot of power. So, hey, he's better than all the other guys that were on the option that were up there, and anything's better than Eric Adams.
I honestly think that you should spend your time promoting yourself to run for some sort of office.
I should?
Yeah, I do. I think you should spend half the show talking about what you would do for the people and start putting your foot out there. You're a good speaker. You care about people.
I do.
And you can only fight the system if you're in the system. So something has to happen.
Unfortunately, I'll be leaving California soon, so I can't do it here.
Right.
But maybe when I'm in New Mexico, I'll build a community there, and I'll start talking about running for Congress or something, state legislature.
I'm not discrediting you. because, you're only one man, and I kind of see you almost as like a Jon Stewart, someone who talks the talk and people wish they would stand up and walk the walk. But, Jon Stewart's never going to do that. And people are like, we like what you say, so why don't you actually walk the walk and do something about it? And he's like, no, I'm going to just sit here and talk. It's just like,
well, he doesn't want to get shot, and he doesn't want to do all that. I mean, it's also very heartbreaking to be involved in politics. He did go into politics, like he did stuff for the 9/11.
I know he did. I know he did. He does the side stuff. He does the influencer stuff that he can do. But if you're actually going to make change, you have to not be the influencer. You have to be the one in the seat. So,
yeah, I think that if he had, you'd vote for him. if you actually voted for people that, like, I guess, like,
I think we need a lot more anti-billionaires.
That's true.
On the ticket, like people having that choice to vote for anti-billionaires. So. Yeah. And we need competent people to do it. Like, I don't think I could do it, because if you stick a microphone in front of me, like in a bunch of cameras, I'm going to freeze up. And even though I know exactly what to say, it's not going to come out right, and they'll just drag me through the mud. But you're someone who's practiced and,
I guess you're right. I love you for saying that. I definitely have thought about it. I ran a campaign for a state office before, and we lost, and it was so heartbreaking. And then I ran for City Hall, and it wasn't a run, actually. It was a point. The person we lost to was on City Hall, so that seat was empty. So I tried to take that seat, and they gave it to this really old dude, and I was so disenchanted, and I haven't really gotten back into politics. But if there was a case where I could actually represent people, because I think that's the beautiful part of politics, is when you send someone that can represent you against the billionaires and fight for you, that's something I think I would be good at. I would not be good at, like, president, and I don't even think I'd be a very good...
I don't think you need to think about those things. I think you need to think about the fact that you're easy to talk to, you're likable, you are well-spoken, you're not 80 years old. and I would say, I've talked to a lot of people in the Democratic Party, and, they are all anti-billionaire. So if there's one candidate spouting that, and then the other candidate's not, I would think you have a huge, just like Graham Plattner, you have like a huge opportunity.
That's true. You might actually have a chance, right? Someone might actually have a chance. Maybe I would have a chance, and that would be.
And you're pro-gun. I mean, it's not like.
That's true.
Democrats shy away from that, and they'll point that out. But it's.
Yeah, I would get an A+ from the NRA. I think the NRA would give me an A+.
No, they wouldn't, because they see you as anti-billionaire, and they'd be like, no, we're not touching that guy. They touch the people.
Dude, no. The way it works with the NRA, they actually send you a quiz, and you fill it out, and based on how you fill it out, they give you a grade. It's just a quiz, and my candidate actually was a Democrat, and he was like iffy. He wasn't really. Today he wouldn't call himself a Democrat. Even back then he wasn't really. Anyway, it's like all these people, kind of like Graham Plattner. He was my candidate was running as a Democrat, but he wasn't really one of the boys, Anyway, he was really pro-gun, and they gave him an A. They gave him an A, and they gave our competitor, our rival, also an A, and so they didn't endorse. So the NRA didn't endorse either candidate, which was a big deal.
Okay. Well, I mean, that could be the case. I think they have higher influences happening.
I think they do too. Yeah. But a lot of times they won't endorse like smaller candidates because, what's in it.
I don't know why I brought it up, because I think it's a distraction anyway. I think the main message, and this is what I've been seeing from Graham Plattner, is he 100% just makes the narrative that he's anti-billionaire. He doesn't talk about really anything else. I mean, he talks about helping people and stuff like that, but that goes along with the anti-billionaire thing. So I think, if you keep the message simple, we've seen candidates across the years try to make complex positions like Al Gore and Hillary Clinton and stuff like that. You can't be complex with people. They have to have simple messages, and if 80% of Americans agree that billionaires are a problem, that's a hell of a that's a hell of a thing to run on.
Yeah.
Especially if the other person won't even touch the question,
Yeah, I mean, it just ended up. Hopefully, you'd see people push it out, but then the money makes a big deal. Someone just said, "Could you imagine a compilation of Jack's rants being played during a local news commercial breaks?" I mean, it'd be pretty funny if there were, but they'd have to have the money to fight it, right? They'd have to have the money to air those. It might be on the radio.
And it just gives you more airtime. It's like Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Donald Trump said the most awful things in the world, and it just meant more airtime for him. So I mean,
That's true. That's true. He said he said the worst things any politician has ever said, and so they play it over and over on the news.
Yeah.
And he just eats up the airtime. Everyone's talking about him, and he
it doesn't
wins.
matter as long as you have people behind you. It won't matter what they say, and that's what happened with Trump. He had enough people behind him; it didn't matter what they said.
Yeah.
So the airtime they gave him was just more airtime.
Yeah, and the fact that I'm kind of in, small time media, I'm already Mr. Small Time Media, right? Mr. Small Channel, trying to make a go, going live every day. That's airtime as well. I know it's small potatoes, but that means that people can actually connect with me anytime they want. They could call in. How cool would it be to be running and have people call in to talk to me? That'd be so cool. How cool would that be? That's a great idea. Like imagine if Zoran Mamdani did that and let people call in to the show. And
well, that's what Graham Plattner's doing. He's going to any place he can to talk to people, as many people as possible. And then the other thing is he's not giving platitudes. He just straight up talks to them as like an adult, Not
I guess I'd have to go for a nonpartisan office or run as third party, but I think it could work. I think people are hungry for a third party, hungry for independence. I'd run as an independent probably.
I don't think Democrats out of the question because if Plattner's doing it with the Senate seat.
Democrats a bigger tent. They want to win, so they'll try to get younger and younger people.
But you could say, look at Mamdani. The whole establishment ran against him the whole time. They put up anybody they could to go against him, and the same thing with Plattner. The establishment found this random person to run against him, and both those candidates have smacked him down. I bet you Plattner's going to win Maine against the.
I think you're right. I think he will win Maine, but. I mean, how cool would it have been if he ran as an independent? Could he have won it as an independent? I wonder. Please run. I will. I'll tell you what. I'll run. Sweet Havoc, MAGA says, so the caller is dismissing everything that's said negatively about Trump, but as soon as Trump says something back, everyone has their panties into it. What do you mean says something back? Donald Trump doesn't really say something back. He denies everything said about him. He doesn't say things back. He denies everything and then attacks anybody who gets in his way or is disloyal to him or perceived.
I'm not dismissing anything that was negatively said. I'm saying he had enough people behind him that it didn't matter. Like the people still voted for him, no matter how big of a scumbag he was. So
that's true. And Donald Trump has said something pretty vile shit. So was not talking. Was the Hollywood Access tape in response to something? No. Like I don't know.
I think the biggest condemnation of him was the full page ad against the Central Park 5 or whatever. I mean, it's just
to me that was like how we all knew. That's how we all discovered that Donald Trump's a racist piece of shit. And then we found out that he and his father redlined black people out. Woody Guthrie wrote a song about his family. I mean, to find out about he's got a long history of racism,
and he's never apologized for it. I mean, if that doesn't tell you the character of the person, like
they're suing him. There's an ongoing lawsuit against him. How come this IRS thing was settled before the lawsuit with the Central Park 5, the exonerated 5? They're suing him. Donald Trump is supposed
to. Is the IRS part of the executive branch?
Yeah.
I mean, there you go. So.
Yeah. That's it. Yeah. The executive branch is suing. It's so fucking crazy, right?
It's ridiculous. Crazy. I mean, there's no rule of law. And I think Graham Plattner's hit the nail on the head. You run on anti-billionaires, and if people bring up other stuff, bring it back to anti-billionaires, and you'll win.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess I hope you're right. I hope that more people do that. Do you think maybe that'll be a whole thing? People, an anti-billionaire party. like the Whigs, some new party, the AB party, anti-billionaire party.
I mean, it had me up last night thinking because, you know, with the how fast AI is coming on and how fast drone warfare is coming on and stuff like that, these billionaires are going to have their own private armies, their own private workforce of
robots. They already do. And the work.
Yeah. And we have an opportunity right now to do something. And if we don't take it now, it's going to be, I mean, it's going to be the dystopian Terminator future with billionaires. I mean,
yeah, it's funny you say that about labor. Someone's talking about labor in the chat as well. And like, they aren't investing billions and billions of dollars into these AI chatbots in order so that you can have someone to talk to. They're trying to replace the workforce so that these 4 or 5 companies that are running the AI chatbots, they will be all of the labor. They will replace labor. And who's running them? Anthropic, ChatGPT, Elon Musk with Grok, and what's the one that Amazon's with Anthropic, I think. I don't know. There's only a few of them is the point. And they're running DeepSeek in China. They will be the ones who are taking our money. They're the ones who will get paid. And I mean, all the people laboring.
Yeah, you're going to have a whole entertainment industry that's just AI.
Yep.
And it's going to cost pennies, and they can just monopolize the entertainment industry. So everyone in that sector is gone.
Yeah, man, it's crazy right now. Like I use AI for editing, right? I wish I had more time to edit my own stuff, but I don't. Like I used to do everything with like Adobe Premiere and everything. I don't have the time to do it, so I use AI, and it sucks because and then I look, I'm like, hey, I was trying to give someone 60% of like a clips channel. Like, by the way, if anybody wants to edit, it's very easy to edit clips of this show, a few shorts and a few clips every day, and put it onto another channel. I'll give you 60% of all the ad revenue, and I still can't find anybody. And they can use AI. I don't care if they use AI, you know, but nobody can do it. Nobody can like, I don't know. Nobody wants to step up. It's crazy. Nobody wants to learn how to do things. I don't know, man. It's getting rough out there.
You have to, I mean, this is the first, I mean, I know you've talked about it before and how you don't have time for it, but you also have to crowdsource. You have an audience there. There could be people who could help you. I know that's another thing for you to do is to manage volunteers or something like that. But, you know, that's something that could happen.
Well, they wouldn't be volunteers, right? They would be paid. They'll be getting money as soon as that channel, we'll start a new channel. As soon as it'll be monetized quickly.
I'm the kind of guy who will work for free if it's for a greater good.
Well, hey, I'll hit you up.
I wish more people were like that. I mean, there are a lot of people like that. People volunteer at fire departments and theaters and all these things. And
that's true because people want community. They want to be part of something. They want to work on something that they think is cool. Plus, it's fun to learn new stuff. Every time I volunteer, I love it. I always have a great. In college, I volunteered. I was a tutor. I volunteered 200 hours. I was part of the 200 club. They put my plaque on I got a plaque on a wall at a university because I volunteered 200 hours teaching people how to write and teaching people English.
I think, yeah.
It was great.
I got to go here pretty soon. I just kind of put my 2 cents in because I'm not sure what you're doing Fridays, and I wanted to catch it before Friday hit. But
we're doing Fridays. We're doing less news, more craziness. So, but
I think you should put yourself out there. I think as soon as you get to New Mexico, you should start meeting all your neighbors and telling them that you want to run for office, and put that in their heads and talk about all
this newcomer.
Yeah, because the sooner you start spreading the message, the sooner, the message will spread. You know, that was another thing about Graham Plattner. He was talking to Jon Stewart, and he said, you know, the reason I've been doing so well is I got ahead of the like I came out months before the establishment candidate, and was able to tell my story and get past the Nazi tattoo and the Reddit posts that were unsavory, and you know he was able to work through that message before he had a candidate to work.
Yeah, I mean, he did kind of hit a lot of that stuff, those bumps really early on. You know, they try to dig up dirt on you. He's trying for statewide office though. Usually, that's the thing. I guess like if he was already known as like school board, mayor, state legislature, and then or state legislator, and then he becomes senator, he would have gone through all that as well. But a lot of these guys just try to skip the line. I always hate that about third-party candidates too. Like you never see the Green Party on those down ticket campaigns, right? You always see them for president.
Well,
That's
I think lots of times you can easily hop on the Democratic or Republican because they are looking for people. You know, I think
especially
it's
at that level, I guess you're right.
Yeah.
They run as Democrat or Republican.
So
like
you can
state
get a little bit
legislature.
of money and you can just hop on that side of the ticket. So, I mean,
But it might be a poison pill at this point. Calling
know it
yourself
is.
a Democrat
Of course it
to me, it's quite poisonous. If I see the D or the R, immediately I'm like, ugh. But if I see the I, I'm like, oh, I'm
I
kind
know,
of curious.
but you're an anomaly. There's not
Yeah.
many people like you. So
You're right. You're right. But if I became a if I ran as a Democrat, it's like you're always going to be called a Democrat, you know, kind of like Donald Trump is a Democrat. He was a Democrat for years. Elon Musk, Democrat.
you could be a dino. Just tell them you're a dino.
A blue dog. Yeah.
Democrat in name only.
Yeah.
A dino. The other thing I think would be cool is if you start running, you can talk about what you've done and how the process. And I think people would be really into that. And that might be, they might be more opportunistic to go out locally and see what change they can make if you're showing what you're doing and say, hey, I did this today. It was really easy. I filled out this form and that got me to this place and blah, 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 blah. I think that'd be really cool because a lot of the stop signs and yield signs to getting in these things is the unknown of the bureaucracy and the filing and all that stuff.
Yeah, you're right.
So if you're able to hold people's hands and kind of show them,
here's how to run. Yeah.
Yeah.
I love that idea, man. All right, gave me a lot to think about. The one. Thank you so much. You gave me a lot to think about. I love this idea. Plus, it's really fun to show people like, hey, this is how it's done. Try it where you live. You know, this is how we make change.
Yep.
And if I lose, I lose. You know, so you lose. This is part of the game too. You lose sometimes.
Well, and then you could say, hey, this is what I did wrong. I did this wrong, or I didn't get to file this form on time, and I can't, do it this time, but I'm going to do this, or
just the heartbreak. The heartbreak of losing makes for good content. Let me tell you, everyone loves the heartbreak story because it sucks when you lose, man. You're like, let me tell you, losing an election. I wasn't even the candidate, and I was just like, I just like someone.
Well, it's a
cut me
winner
down at
take
the
all
knees.
system. So it's as soon as you put all that time and energy into something, and then nothing comes from
and then
it.
fail. Yeah, it's like you get to the finish line, you just like fall down. But I guess
I think you have the personality and the intelligence to succeed. So I think,
Well, I appreciate that.
Go forth, young man.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the encouragement very much. Thank you for calling in too. You're the only person to call in so far, so thank you.
No problem. I saw the link just pop up, and I was like, all right, let's do it.
Which link did you use? Did you use the one that the Morning Sky?
First, I picked the PYB, and then I might I think I did pick the PYB one.
Okay, cool. Because someone told me it wasn't working, and now it's working. So maybe
I went to the website. I don't know if the other one takes you to the PYB website or not.
you went to my website.
I can pop out and come back in if you want, and I can test it for you.
Let me see. I'm gonna put them both in the chat. I just put both of them in there. If somebody else wants to chat, they can come on in. I'll have two options to come on in.
You guys should call this guy and encourage him to get in politics and show people how easy it is.
It's not easy, but I would be happy to show people how it works.
Just how easy it is to talk with your community about the problems that we're facing. And I would say, I'm going to leave on this note. The most important thing I would say is do not get in the weeds. They want you to get in the weeds so you can talk about the weeds.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I understand you have answers to all the weeds questions, but that's what they want to drag you down talking about trans rights and talking about gun rights and talking about all these things. You need to stay on point and talk about, the billionaires are the biggest problem. And, we can talk about those issues too, but, you need to control the narrative,
Yeah, I mean, that's the hardest part, right? But not to control the narrative without looking like you're dodging, like you're a squirmy little slippery fish, you
Well,
know?
just work it back into work that back into your answer towards, billionaires. And,
Yeah.
you could say, through trans people, I would say, billionaires are forcing this issue so that, it is a
diversion.
Yeah, it's a diversion. People have diverse opinions on it. It's kind of a new topic for a lot of people.
Yeah.
And people are very emotional about it because of religious reasons or, other personal beliefs. And you can say that and just kind of weave it back to, the billionaires want us to be talking about this all the time so that we're not talking about them. And that's how you get back to it,
I'm with you. I'm totally with you. I love it. All right, man. I appreciate you coming in. Appreciate you very much. Have a good one. All right. See, it's not so hard. It's not so scary calling in, everybody. I did see this. Crazy Jackdaw, thank you so much for supporting the channel. Never had one lesson. Thank you so much for joining. My name is Skyjack Morgan. I'm an independent news and culture commentator, free speech and critical thinking advocate, and this is the Jackie Boyle Show, the Crazy Jackdaw Show. Thank you so much for being the only one to support the channel today. Thank you so much. You can call in. There's a way to call in. morningsky.live, https://www/ morningsky.live/pyb, morningsky.live/pyb, https://www.morningsky.live/pyb. You can call in. Yes, call in. Sweet Havoc. I wonder if Sweet Havoc will ever call in. I always wish that these guys would call in. They're here every day, but they're always so scared. Most Democrats are closet socialists. Do you know what a socialist is? You're a socialist. Donald Trump's a socialist. He's collecting $1 billion for a ballroom. That's socialism. What do you think socialism is? He's claiming that we will all benefit from him having a party palace, so he wants our money to build himself a party palace. This is corruption in a socialist economy. That's what socialist corruption looks like. So if you're pro MAGA, you are pro, basically the worst part of socialism is that you're supposed to be doing public goods. You collect, that's why it's social, right? Socialism is for the greater good. You collect everyone's money and you're like, we're going to build some roads because it'll help us all. We're all going to work together by putting our money in a pot and we're all going to have roads. But Donald Trump says, we're going to put all our money in the pot and I'm just going to steal it. That's how Donald Trump, that's a problem. It's corruption in a socialist environment. That's it. Yeah, we get some health care. Let's collect everybody's money. So Waffle Jackson hates Donald Trump. Thank you. Waffle Jackson is anti-Trump. That's awesome. Thank you. We need more people realizing that socialist corruption is bad. Donald Trump is a corrupt socialist. That's what he is. Get off the internet since socialism is bad, considering the internet is a socialist system. It is, it was. But, socialism is bad in the hands of the wrong people, like Donald Trump, who took 10% of Intel and then invested in Intel and then said all these great things about Intel and the money went up and then he got rich because of it. Or, let's see, made it so that NVIDIA... Now that NVIDIA chips can go be sold in China and Saudi Arabia, which was illegal before, you couldn't sell them to Saudi Arabia. Now those NVIDIA chips can be sold to the UAE. Why? So that he can get rich. That's socialist corruption. Taking our money and saying that he's going to write himself a check for $2 billion, that's socialist corruption. How funny. This is what cancer does. Yes, you're right. Donald Trump is a melanoma. Men create undegradable waste and release poison into the environment. Some men spray death spray on their own lawns. It's true, they do. They do. Right in front of right where their children play, man. Right where their children play. Oh, it's Fox News. I know you guys are waiting for Fox News. Let's see how Fox News is doing.
That's the focus of tonight's angle. Like a throbbing toothache that will not go away, Kamala Harris remains an irritant on the public scene. Does anyone,
a throbbing toothache. Like a melanoma on your forehead, Donald Trump refuses to go away.
Anyone on God's green earth think to themselves, now let's ask her for campaign advice.
This is a moment where there are no bad ideas. A no bad idea brainstorm is what I'd like to call it. And in that...
I think it's important to ask why she lost. I think it's important to know why she lost against this melanoma Donald Trump. I think it's important. How did you lose against a pedophile? How did you lose against a guy who admits to being a chomo? How do you lose to a guy like that?
No bad ideas brainstorm. We talk about what we need to do and think about doing around the Electoral College. We talk about the idea of Supreme Court reform, which includes expanding the Supreme Court.
She passed the California bar as well, which is the hardest one.
Well, talk about bad ideas. Now, for 50 years, Republicans, they had to deal with the court's Roe v. Wade decision at 50 million babies lost? But you didn't hear many conservatives urge court packing or say that the entire court system...
Is it obvious why she lost? Is it? Why do you think she lost? Why do you think she lost?
...was illegitimate. Instead, we marched, we lobbied, we worked to elect pro-life candidates, and we supported originalist judges. But that was hard work, took a long time. And Democrats, they don't like hard work. They do like meetings, however. And so today in D.C., they convened something called...
The Democrats don't like hard work is so rich. Again, every time they say shit like this, let me just Google really fast. How many golf hours has Donald Trump... How much golf has Donald Trump played in this administration, the current term? In his second presidential term, Donald Trump has confirmed at least 111 days of golfing since January 20th, 2025. It accounts for over $144 million in estimated taxpayer costs and roughly 22.6 to 23.7% of his total days in office. 25% of his total days in office have been spent golfing. But Democrats are afraid of hard work. That's cool, man. That's awesome. That's I love watching Fox News. Shit like that. I love it. It's like, hey man, I hate the Democrats as much as the next guy, but your golf buddy is afraid of hard work. Have you seen this flabby fuck who you call daddy?
A CAP Ideas conference where Hakeem Jeffries reminded us how lucky we are to have Mike Johnson in as speaker.
The system is rigged against everyday Americans to benefit, the elites. And that's going to require massive campaign finance reform, massive electoral reform, and yes, massive Supreme Court reform as well.
Oh, sounds like revolution. Now, remember when Democrats say reform, that is what they mean, revolution.
That sounds like revolution. That doesn't sound like revolution to me. What kind of crack are you smoking? That sounds like revolution. Did that sound like revolution to anybody? Yeah, that's it. Hakeem Jeffries is a revolutionary now, everybody. Be careful.
And their words today should remind everyone.
He's practically a Che Guevara over here. Yeah, big time. They shouldn't have put that. They shouldn't have put that stupid. They put a sombrero on his head because, I don't know, they're vaguely Mexican racists. I don't know why they did that. I didn't really understand that joke. Why did Donald Trump put the sombrero on Hakeem Jeffries? Hakeem Jeffries isn't Mexican. But, they should have put the Che Guevara hat on him because clearly Che Guevara, this guy's really a revolutionary.
Every American, which party coddles criminals and other illegal aliens, and which holds them accountable. Yeah, Republicans actually believe in holding them accountable. Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Smallfry,
yeah, big time,
who presided over the winter of protests, continues to slander ICE.
A whole lot of thugs came to Minneapolis in the form of ICE and Border Patrol. They terrorized our communities. The goal here was not just to have ICE and Border Patrol leave Minneapolis and go to terrorize some other city. The goal, and every single person felt it deeply, to stop ICE and Border Patrol in their tracks.
Stop them in their tracks? Is that what he said?
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah.
That's not-
Yeah, because we don't like the Gestapo in America, you weird Nazi. This crypto fascist.
It's almost like a threat. The truth is, if
Yeah, almost like a threat. Don't get your panties in a bunch. Don't clutch your little pearls too much. That sounds like a threat. He's the mayor of Minneapolis. What threat do you think he poses to ICE?
they get back in power, they do not intend to do anything to help Americans because they want to break Americans.
Either MAGA extremists are going to break the country or we're going to break them. And our goal is to break them. We have to beat them
MAGA extremists. We do need to beat them. Beat them in the streets, beat them in the air, beat them on the land, beat them in the sea.
electorally, and then we have to break their spirit.
Well, don't you worry, Hakeem, because Democrats have pretty much accomplished that already. Voters in blue cities are dispirited by your party's terrible leadership. And that includes entertaining fake questions about fake threats.
How concerned are you that he will send either the military?
This is how stupid people are. Yeah, illegals are voting in the elections. Who told you that, dumb shit? Like, how stupid do you have to be? How stupid do you have to be to believe that? Like that, like the level of stupidity to believe a line like that. Oh yeah. They're letting illegals in to vote because they can somehow organize all of them and get them all fake IDs and get them all fake citizenship somehow, and then get them all to go to the polls. You can't even get people who support you to go to the polls. You can't even get people. Do you know how hard it is to get people to vote in this country? Do you know how hard it is? And you think that they're letting illegals in and corralling them and herding them into voting poll booths and shit. Voting. You must be mentally handicapped. You've got to be the dumbest person on earth. Buy Melania coin. Buy Melania coin. It's the most important financial tool for the future prosperity of America. Buy Melania coin. You should buy it. If you believe that, you should do it. You think that first of all, like you think that undocumented workers are voting for Democrats and they're still losing? You must be deaf, dumb, and blind. Buy Melania coin. Buy Melania coin. You'll believe anything. Donald Trump said that Melania coin is going to the moon. You're going to make millions of dollars off Melania coin. Sell everything you own and buy Melania coin right now. Or else you're not a real MAGA. You're not real MAGA. You don't. If you don't buy Melania coin, you clearly think Donald Trump is a liar.
Or the National Guard, or even ICE to polling places.
Very concerned. My background's national security, so I think you should always sort of plan for every contingency that might cause a worry.
Oh, your background's national security. Now, one of her contingency plans is an executive order telling poll work.
I love that. Your background's national security. I love it when MAGA women attack women. It's always so funny to me. Why do you hate women so much?
What to do if federal agents show up? They want some type of altercation. What a phony. I've never heard her addressing the concern or worry of Fairfax County residents as criminal illegals are protected by Soros prosecutors.
Criminal illegals!
And idiotic sanctuary city policies.
Watch out for the criminal illegals! The criminal illegals are coming! Look out!
The laws, the rules, the traditions already in place in the United States. Because the Democrats, remember, it's very important to remember this, they view our entire system of laws as corrupt and illegitimate.
Yeah, I'd love to see it. Yeah, come to California and try to vote. I have voted so many times for president and everything else in California. They double check where you are. Wait, oh, you're registered here. Do you live here? Does your ID? They already check all this shit when you go to vote. People are so stupid. Yeah, come to vote. Come, MAGA. Come, MAGers. MAGers don't even show up to vote. It's so funny to me. Do you know how hard it is? Like, literally, when I was running a campaign, I called people as the campaign manager. I was like, are you voting today? You said you were voting today. Do you need a ride? Can I drive you to the polls? Anything. Just to get people to the polls. Can I escort you? I've got people driving around, picking people up just so they don't have an excuse. That's how hard it is to get people to vote in America. And you think that illegals are voting. Yeah, illegals are working. That's what they're fucking doing. They're in the fields working. They're not voting on a Tuesday. Not taking the time off to vote.
And yes, that includes our Declaration and our Constitution. Because as a piece in Salon just argued, normal won't work anymore, nor will simply turning the page. Look, this article lays bare what the angle has been warning you about for years. It is not just America they loathe. They loathe each and every one of you, all 77 million Americans who voted for Donald Trump.
No, not all 77. I don't hate all 77 million people. I hate all the people who support him on May 21st, 2026. If you support Donald Trump on May 21st, 2026, I hate you. I hate you. And if you hate Donald Trump, consider dropping a super chat. If you think that independent media is important, please support the channel. We don't do this. I'm not paid to do this. AdSense does not make very much money on this channel because of these long streams. If you like these long streams, consider supporting the channel with a little super chat or becoming a channel member. Thank you so much for supporting what I do here. I can't do it forever if we're not actually paying the bills. So thank you so much for everyone who does support all the Sky City Rebels. Thank you so much for being here.
There remains an even bigger problem. The American people. Trump has run for president 3 times, and the number of Americans who voted for him increased each time. So the Democrats say that we must face the unsavory.
Increased every time? I thought that illegals were voting. Maybe the illegals are voting for Donald Trump. Oh my God, the illegals are voting for Trump, and they're going up every time. Every time he runs, he gets more votes. Oh Lord, he's run 3 times. He's run 3 times, and every time he gets more votes. It must be the illegals. It's the illegals.
Every fact that more than a third of the electorate has been molded after decades of right-wing media and fundamentalist indoctrination into authoritarian foot soldiers, the piece reads.
Yeah.
And to
No response to that?
ensure that nothing like Trump ever happens again, an idea that they're seriously considering prosecuting the South and treating Southerners like they belong in something akin to a Nuremberg trial.
They do. They do. They do belong in something akin to a Nuremberg trial. Stephen Miller does. Thank you so much, Crazy Jackdaw. Thank you for supporting the channel. Can I get some W's for Crazy Jackdaw? Oh, can I get some W's for Tayard Yard? Thank you so much. And all the new Sky City Rebels. That was Star Trek. Come on, that was pretty good. Star Trek. That was pretty good. That was a good Star Trek, like original series, the original series. You heard it, right? You heard it. You heard it. Oh, Star Trek. Star Trek. Thank you so much, Sayard Yan. Thank you so much, Crazy Jackdaw. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. I appreciate it. That was okay, Nurse Rob, right? That was okay. Playing by ear? Come on. Playing from memory? It's not like I ever had a lesson. That was actually an amazing Star Trek soundtrack. Thank you, Carrie Fisher. Never had one lesson. I never had one lesson, Carrie. Not even one lesson. If Sky City Rebels, you also get access to the horizontal stream. I'm streaming horizontally now. Like the way I see it's horizontally. I know there's a lot of people watching vertical right now. There's a horizontal stream that's members only. And also you get access to the Afterglow, which is a members only stream that I do after this every day. You get an extra stream where we just read poetry and talk about cool shit. Mostly just more personal stuff. Get a little bit more personal. You know, it's good times, good times. And also, if you guys want to join the chat, please, here you go. Here's the chat. Join. Please join. You can join and talk to me all day. Yeah, Horizzy rocks. Horizontal rocks your socks off. Rock your socks off. Rock that body. Rock that body.
The way the Nazis were treated.
Rock that body. Yeah, the Nazis.
Writing no relevant precedent existed, and given the unique crimes of the Nazi hierarchy, it would require ex post facto laws to prosecute them. So
yeah, I mean, hey, looks like a Nazi, walks like a Nazi, talks like a Nazi, might be a Nazi.
this is what they're considering here. Now, AOC clearly supports this radical theory with her recent Confederacy references. These people are absolutely reprehensible. They want to put Americans on trial. So the Democrats in the 90s, Bill Clinton,
They want to put Americans on trial. Didn't you put this guy on trial? Wasn't that guy on trial?
Democrats, they were liberals, but they loved America. And they were generally proud of our history. They believed in borders. But today that's evaporated. And it's
Democrats believe in borders.
replaced by racial resentment, peddled most frequently
I don't,
by,
by the way.
Stars.
I don't believe in borders, but Democrats do. Democrats believe in borders. I think borders are stupid. How many people here believe in borders? You guys like borders? Why don't you call in morningsky.live/PYB for, let me know. Let me know if you believe in borders. Tell me why borders are a good idea.
Is this a racist country, do you think? I think that racism is part of an inherent fabric of this country.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we have to be honest about that. There is a healing that can still take
Being honest of that's pretty great. That's how you build culture. Lying about it is how you build mythology. Do you want mythology or do you want history and culture?
place from that. But again, to deny our history is foolish.
Yes.
Now, when they say
Agreed.
healing, what they mean
Wow, Wes Moore. He said healing. What does he mean, Laura Ingraham?
is shakedown. You, who never
Shakedown.
owned slaves, have to pay people who never were slaves. Well, of course, it's never going to happen, the reparations. But the closer we get to Election Day, this happens again and again, the more they like to dangle those shiny objects.
I mean, I've benefited from slavery. It'd be nice to have the reparations done with, right? It'd be nice to be like, fuck it. If Donald Trump can take $2 billion, how much is the reparations? Let's see. What is the popular idea, like price-wise, for what reparations for slavery would look like in America? Let's see, price. With some broad academics, $5 million per person. On an individual level, popular proposals often translate to approximately $300,000 per eligible person. $300,000 per eligible person. The payout, this method, proposed by prominent economists like William A. Darity Jr., this widely cited model focuses on eliminating racial wealth gap entirely by translates to about 300,000 people per eligible recipient. The government, it would cost the federal government $10 trillion. Ugh, that ain't going to happen. That ain't going to happen. It looks like, but they could do it a long time, right? Here we go. 40 acres and a mule promise. Some localized proposals calculate the value of the 40 acres and a mule originally promised to emancipated families at the end of the Civil War. When adjusted for modern land value and compounding interest, these formulas estimate payouts at around $250,000, $300,000 per descendant. Great, let's do it. If you're a descendant of slavery, 200,000, 300,000 people, fuck it. At least then it'll be over, right? It'll be like, fuck it, man, it's done. Feels like that we can kind of go. It'd be great to move on, right? It'd be great to move on. Like America, wouldn't you just want to move on? I think the 40 acres and a mule thing. Like, why? Let's just do that again. Except let's not give anybody mules. All right, let's just give them 40 acres anywhere you want. Pick a place. Not those Indian reservations; those are reserved. But pick a place. We got lots of land, man. Pick a piece of land, and we'll give you 40 acres. And you can sell it back to us if you want. We'll buy it back from you. Get all that range land out there that people are using. That's our land. All that BLM land out there. Let the ranchers buy it. Screw it. Let them pay for it. I love that idea. Instead of ranchers using all that land for free, give that land to the descendants of slaves and let them sell it back to the ranchers. Or to the BLM, for that matter. I love it. Let's do it. It'd be great. Nice big churn of the economy. One big churn of the economy. Great. Just one big oof. And then we could stop worried about, we don't have to worry about, slavery. God damn it. It's such an annoying thing because it's so disgusting that people owned other people. I mean, people still own people today in America. Slavery is still really bad, but racial slavery, that's pretty bad, dude. You're a slave just because you were born black. Ugh, that ain't good.
But perhaps Wes Moore just hasn't had enough political experience. So let's check in with Gavin Newsom, who has a lot of experience with how to run a state into the ground, but not so.
Under his watch, California became the 4th biggest economy in the world. What do you mean, in the ground? In the ground? The only reason I want to leave is because everything's so fucking expensive after this goddamn president. I was doing fine in California, just so everybody knows. I was doing fucking bang-ja. I love California. I did not want to leave. Everything was going fine until Donald Trump became president, and my coffee and my gas and my electricity and everything went up. Everything was fine. I was playing it a little close. I was a little close to the VAP. I mean, I'm a little YouTuber, you know. I was barely making it, but I was making it. And then Donald Trump became president. So don't tell me this is Gavin Newsom's fault. Everything was fine. I've been living here for 8 years. I've been in California. 8 years I've been back. You want to tell me 8 years have gone by? Everything was fine. I mean, COVID kind of sucked, but I made it. We made it through.
Much with public speaking.
My state of mind is very much on this unfinished work that we have in front of us as it relates to redistricting and waking people up from the slumber, this sort of, shock and awe, this overwhelm every day, being overwhelmed by another headline, another distraction. But what lies underneath in terms of what's holding up our democracy is in real peril right now.
Okay, I need to buy a vowel. I couldn't diagram that sentence if I tried. Yeah.
That's because you have no brain, Laura Ingraham.
Yeah, he's considered top tier. Just let that sink in. If he knew how to save America, by the way, don't you think he would have started with saving California first? So while the Democrats are trying to sell the 3-day-old bread,
you can't, because we are fucked because of Donald Trump. California is hurting because of Donald Trump. That's it, man.
To a nation hungry for ideas, Trump continues to advance creative solutions to problems on everything from drug prices to retirement savings to beautifying a dilapidated D.C. And this stuff.
Did he cut my gas prices in half? No, they're double. Did he cut my coffee prices in half? No, they're double. Did he cut my grocery prices in half? No, they're up 25, 30%. Did he cut my energy in half like he promised? No, it's up 30%. So, drugs though, huh? Drugs? We want to talk about drugs? I'm not on drugs. I don't take drugs. I'm on no pills. The only drug I take is beer, and it's fucking 30% more because of your aluminum tariff. So, even wine, California wine, a bottle that costs like $2.50 is now $3.50. That's like a 40% increase, something like that.
Stuff is hard. It takes an enormous amount of work,
it's hard.
Imagination, and planning, thinking.
Yeah.
And in many cases, Democrats could join Republicans to enact legislation.
25% of his presidency's been spent on the golf course. I'm glad he's thinking real hard, huh?
Make these solutions permanent. But of course, they refuse to. So to my liberal friends, it's time to love America enough to shake off your TDS and go back to the drawing board. And that's the angle.
Be sure to like and...
Great angle, great angle. That was fun. That was fun. Hey, we got 30 more minutes before I switch to playing guitar, and I'm going to do a costume change. So I'm inviting everybody to come on the show. You're allowed to come on. We're doing call-in show right now. So this is the call-in segment. You can call in, talk to me about whatever you want, baby doll. You don't have to worry about it. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. I want to know why you think it's okay for Donald Trump to steal $2 billion. I want to know why you think it's okay. Or you just talk about whatever you want. Why you think trans people are, I don't know, whatever you think. Call in. Call in. Sweet Havoc. Yeah, Sweet Havoc's just a rube, man. He's just a sorry rube. The sucker's born every second in America. Every minute a sucker's born. That's it. Dilute your gas by 90%, see if the engine still works. The economy works the same way. They diluted the liquidity by 90%, 90% crimes against currency. I mean, Donald Trump's Tether coin, though, and Howard Lutnick owns Tether. Donald Trump owns USD1. Two people in the cabinet own billions of dollars of fake currency. What do they call them? Stable coins. Stable coins are fake. They're counterfeit dollars. That's what they are. They're dollars. You turn your dollars into fake dollars so you can commit crimes and not trace where the money's going. And then you turn them back into real dollars. for a small fee. Guess who makes money on the fee? Howard Lutnick and Donald Trump make money on that. Every time you make a transaction with their fake currencies. Brilliant. They don't believe in the dollar. Donald Trump's coming up with some really creative ways to fuck you over and steal your money, man. I know you guys love Gutfeld. Here we go. Gutfeld. Here we go. Gutfeld's here, man. Remember when he used to wear a suit? Every time I see the way he dresses now, I feel like I kind of wish he was in the suit again. Are you guys watching? It's the last week of Colbert. And I'm not a big Colbert fan, but it's the last week, so I've been watching. And just kind of fun to see like the end of an era, He's been a talk show host for 21 years. That's a big part of my life. I remember when he was just on The Daily Show as like a funny conservative guy. And I remember the Colbert Report. Do you remember that? I remember all those. He's done so many shows. And like, I know he's big time and I'm small time, but we kind of do a thing, he does a thing, I do a thing, and it's talking to a camera and having ideas and writing stuff down and thinking about the news, And of course he's Second City. He's like up in the stratosphere. He was part of Second City, Chicago, and he's had such a great career. And now I don't think it's over for him, but it's kind of fun watching the end of an era. Kind of like kind of bittersweet in a way, because again, I'm not a huge fan or anything, but I've been watching this. Did you watch? The last one I saw was with Jon Stewart, was a guest. It was kind of funny, and Steven Spielberg was a guest, and it was mildly interesting. I don't know. What do you think? Gutfeld. He's just like. I wish he wore a suit.
I wish I could take all of you home with me, and some of you I will. Good evening, everyone. So tomorrow is the series finale of The Late Show with Stephen Colbert. I was just talking about it this morning with my Uber driver, Stephen Colbert. With New York City temperatures hitting 96 degrees, the demand for electricity is so high.
I didn't know he was going to make that joke.
It even caused a blackout in California.
Are they trying to say that she's the drunk? I mean, clearly, your boy Kash Patel's the drunk, right? And Pete Hegseth's the drunk. If she's the drinker, I don't know. You think that she's a drunk? Kamala Harris is that the new thing?
In a recent interview, California Governor Gavin Newsom said, "We will lose our country if we don't fight fire with fire," which is coincidentally how they fight fires in LA. Comic-Con, the convention that celebrates comics, science fiction, anime, and gaming, is now coming to Abu Dhabi. The good news
Oh my God, is that real?
is terrorists won't have to blow themselves up to see 72 virgins.
Jesus. I guess he's on a roll today. He's on a roll. Abu Dhabi is really going to have a Comic-Con? It's going to look weird when they have their hijabs on, like when Pokemon's wearing a hijab. What about the cosplays? Usually got a lot of sexual display. But hey, I guess Abu Dhabi's going to make exceptions, I guess. They're going to be in charge pretty soon. We're all going to be in charge. We're all going to be working for them pretty soon. The Gulf states. We all work for them already, I guess. The Gulf states, including Israel and Abu Dhabi. We're going to be working for them. Tel Aviv and Abu Dhabi call the shots now, everybody.
Only us can joke about that. Hot dog eating champ Joey Chestnut just pleaded guilty to misdemeanor battery, but he shouldn't.
Only us can joke about that. This guy has a degree from the same university in the same department as me. How are you so discourteous to your grammar, sir?
Worry in prison who's going to be more popular than the guy who could swallow 70 hot dogs. Friend of the show. Hey,
Sky Crack, is it coincidence the opioid crisis happened and the whole country almost died under Obama? Sick of these delusional Democrats. Under Obama? Wait a second. Hold on a second. I love the opioid thing. I don't know how you think the opioid thing happened, but I've got a theory. I think it happened because, well, we went to war in Afghanistan in order to control the opiates, the actual poppies They control something like 2 or 3% of the opiates, the heroin, the drugs. And who started that? George W. Bush. Okay, so George W. Bush starts a war in Afghanistan because of 9/11 or something. But we all know that Saudi Arabia was the one who attacked us, right? And that not Saddam Hussein, because that's later. Saddam Hussein comes in later. Sorry. Osama bin Laden, he is a Saudi. And all of his demands were about Saudi Arabia. But for some reason, the Republicans thought we should go to war in Afghanistan and that we should look for Osama bin Laden there because the Taliban has nothing to do with the Taliban, by the way. It had to do with the drugs. We wanted the drugs. We like it when the CIA controls the drugs. So we started a war. We're there for 20 years. And then at the end of the 20, man, not even at the end, because Barack Obama killed Osama bin Laden, murdered him right there in Pakistan. But we never invaded Pakistan. I wonder why. Could it have anything to do with the fact that Pakistan has nuclear weapons? Could it be that? So we found him in Pakistan for some reason, hiding with our friends. And Saudi Arabia knew where he was the whole time because he's very involved. He was very connected to the Saudi royal family. But we were at war. We were at war for so long in Afghanistan. And that time completely coincides with the opioid epidemic. It's so weird, right? Isn't that weird? Isn't it weird that people are on fentanyl now instead of heroin? That the heroin problem is now a fentanyl problem? And every time you talk to somebody who is a fentanyl addict, they don't want fentanyl. They want heroin, but they can't get heroin. Why do you think that is? Do you think it's because the billionaires control opioids, but not the opiates? Could that be why? I don't know. I just a guy asking questions. It's funny that you say it's under the Democrats, though, because the Republicans are the ones that had 8 years of wars with that shit. I mean, as soon as your boy George W. Bush, as soon as W was elected, we had a war in the Gulf states immediately. And always a different country that had nothing to do with 9/11. So it's weird that you blame somebody else. I mean, Barack Obama was no angel. He just kept it going. He kept all those wars going. He kind of ended the one in Iraq, but not really. And George W. Bush killed, he executed Saddam Hussein. And then later on, Barack Obama executed Osama bin Laden so we can all, feel good about ourselves. But interesting idea. I mean, maybe do a little critical thinking on that. Who was in charge and why we had an opioid epidemic and what it coincided with. I think it's weird that it all completely kicked off with us going to the country that controls all of the poppies. I just think that that's a strange coincidence. That's all I'm saying. Does anybody else think that that's a strange coincidence? That our country, via the CIA, has controlled the drug trade around the world, works with the cartels, works with the mafia, started the mafia after World War II, restarted the great families of Italy in order to move drugs and money around. But all of a sudden, now, 50 years later, after we started the mafia, the CIA is working in Afghanistan. Connect the dots for me. I'm not Glenn Beck over here. Not trying to connect all the dots for you, but can you connect those dots a little bit? We use money and drugs to move large sums of cash around the world. It's baked into the cake. We'll never have a war on drugs because we need the drug trade. It's incredibly important to international commerce and international control and global policy. It's incredibly important for America to stay strong to have the drug trade. In fact, without it, America kind of withers on the vine. So it's weird that we went from having a crack problem and a heroin problem to having an opioid epidemic. So strange. It's just strange. You connect the dots, if you will, please. I'd love to know what you think. And if you want to blame Barack Obama, go ahead. I think you're stupid. But Barack Obama, you know, I think he allowed it to happen and wants it to happen, encourages it to happen, just like all the other ones. They're all owned by the same people. They're owned by big ag, big pharma. They're owned by the same people.
As part of the Venice Arts Festival, a female performance artist submerged herself in a clear tank filled with recycled urine collected from patrons, or as they call it at Motel 6, a hot tub.
Did he get new joke writers or something? He's getting kind of raunchy. Gutfeld woke up on the raunchy side of the bed this morning.
Today, this is amazing, is National Women in Aerospace Day. I know, huh? It's the day we honor the women who cook, clean, and shop for the men in aerospace.
That's
According to newly discovered fossils, tiny mammals lived a long...
Why does MAGA hate women so much? What is it with you guys? Do you guys not... Why do you hate women so much? Can I... Maybe... Here, call me crazy. Here, I'm going to put it in the chat again. Here you go. Here's the link. Can someone from MAGA tell me why you hate women so much? There's a link in the chat. You can join the conversation. Come on. You don't have to turn on your camera. Why do you hate women so much, man? You guys that low testosterone, really? All the time you hate women. Like, having women around is cool, you know. Like, they're pretty cool. Like, they buy cute little shit. They always, Brian, like, making stuff prettier. They're always, like, doing funny. They make me laugh. They're always doing funny shit. I like women. They're smart, too. They do smart shit. They run stuff. They I don't know, they put spaceships up in the sky and stuff. But MAGA hates women. Why?
Inside dinosaurs 73 million years ago. And even more startling, tiny mammals continue to live inside present-day dinosaurs.
Oh, I thought it would have been funnier if it was RFK Jr., right? Who gives a fuck about Richard Gere? Does anybody under 50 understand this joke about Richard Gere and the gerbil thing? That's an old... Jesus Christ, dude. Be a little topical. RFK Jr.'s got a fucking worm living in his head. That would have been funny. Like, hey, there's 75 million year old worms in the fossil record. And we also have a worm in the fossil record of this guy, RFK Jr. That would have been funny.
And finally, a customer bought a bag of lettuce from an Australian grocery.
Oh, it's funny because it's kind of gay to put a gerbil in your ass. Like the rumor about him having the gerbil in his ass, they say it's just a rumor. Maybe he did, maybe he didn't, but it's old school, man. This is an old joke.
Grocery store and discovered a live frog inside. Joy Behar said, "That's disgusting. Who eats lettuce?"
I don't think Greg Gutfeld eats lettuce. He's trying to tell fat jokes, but this guy's like a tiny little troll. Did you not have he's got no nutrition. He's like 4 feet tall. Never had the nutrition to grow up like a real man.
After decades of screaming that the planet is 6 minutes away from extinction, the UN-backed climate change panel just rescinded its doomsday predictions. Turns out the so-called model they used for years, which projected massive sea level rises, global crop failures, and rapid melting of glaciers, was about as authentic as Ilhan Omar's marriage. True. The 99% of scientists who once claimed the debate was over changed their minds. And why not? Hell, climate change hasn't even killed Keith Richards.
Keith Richards? Climate change is not supposed to kill Keith Richards. Cocaine was supposed to kill Keith Richards. Heroin!
And if you hate polar bears, I got bad news. The only thing endangering them is RFK Jr.'s appetite.
There we go.
So America's fine, except, of course,
bears.
We're poorer for it. Because we paid for the fake fear by the billions. So where did it go? We can see where most fraud is now, California, Minneapolis, Ohio. But what about this? Who got paid? Was it all the people who told us that by 2025 Miami would be Atlantis, children would bike to school in scuba gear, and Irish people would burst into flames at the beach? Al Gore got rich predicting the earth would become a rotisserie chicken by now. But where...
Al Gore did not get rich by doing... He was a very rich man way before then. He owned tobacco farms, and when his sister died of lung cancer, he sold all of his tobacco farms. He was a very rich man, Al Gore. From Tennessee. He's from Tennessee. They all talk like this down there in Tennessee. I don't know why they talk like this in Tennessee. Now, I might not be the most exciting I might not be the most exciting candidate, but I promise you that I will do the best I can for the American people. I'm from Tennessee. We're not poorer. We're actually richer because of the Green New Deal and all that stuff that's never passed. But green energy, renewable energy, we made a lot of fucking money off of that, didn't we? We made a lot of money off of that.
Where is he now? Talk about extinct.
He's old. He's retired. You're old. You should get retired.
Last time I saw him, I had a soul patch. Those were the days. In reality,
I bet he actually did have a soul patch.
climate hysteria has been the greatest white-collar scam since Columbia House offered me 12 CDs for a penny.
You did get those pennies. You did get those CDs, though.
NGOs, consultants, green energy middlemen, carbon credit traders, university departments, activists flying private to save the planet. Everybody got paid. Meanwhile, birds and whales get slaughtered by windmills. Fields are covered in solar
Whales are getting slaughtered by windmills?
panels, and we're forced to use paper straws as limp as my wrist during Pride Month.
At least he is limp-wristed.
And our pockets were getting picked throughout. Remember the Inflation Reduction Act? The most misleading name since Magic Johnson.
I mean, inflation did go down a little bit, and then it went right up when Donald Trump started with tariffs.
Nothing magical about that. They told us it was about lowering costs and helping families and fighting inflation when it was really about funneling billions into a massive scam. And no surprise, it caused inflation to shoot up like Nikki Sixx in a backstage porta potty.
I like this question. Why do we have to watch Fox News? Well, we don't. I think it's important to watch especially Gutfeld because I think of him like a stalking horse. A lot of times the guys making jokes are the ones like floating out these ideas, and you'll later on see them spoken seriously. It's like a lot of times you'll see comedy and then someone will do a serious version of that movie. Like the movie, remember that movie about Nick Cage marrying somebody? Nick Cage's wife, and Indecent Proposal was made later. Indecent Proposal was the movie with Woody Harrelson and Demi Moore and Robert Redford. But it was already done as a comedy with Nicolas Cage, James Caan, and I forget who the leading lady was. What was that movie called? Vegas Mary? What was that movie that was like the comedy version of Indecent Proposal with Nicolas Cage? Honeymoon in Vegas. Sarah Jessica Parker. It was Sarah Jessica Parker, James Caan, and Nicolas Cage. And I feel like Gutfeld is like that movie. That movie came out first, and then they made a serious version of it called Indecent Proposal. And I feel like comedy is like that. They float out these ideas, like, is it okay to make fun of trans people? And they'll find out it is okay to make fun of trans people because they're not around to fight back. There's not that many of them, and they really can't. They're very vulnerable, and they're politically powerless. And then all of a sudden, you see the real lawmakers, the people with real power, say the same things in a serious way. Like that's what a stalking horse is, right? You'll float these ideas out. A stalking horse is a horse that you send out like into a minefield to see if there's any mines. And I feel like that's what Greg Gutfeld is. Gutfeld goes out and tells these jokes about, fat people or gay, saying somebody's gay or something like that. He says these things that are like, oh, he's just a rod. It's just funny. It's just humor. But then behind him are the real soldiers, the ones that are going to say it in a serious tone of voice. And they are the powerful. They're the ones with who can actually shape policy. Greg Gutfeld cannot shape policy, but I think watching him is really like a canary in a coal mine, almost like an oracle. Not a canary in a coal mine, more. That's not a good metaphor, but like an oracle. You could see the future through Greg Gutfeld. Do you know what I mean?
What a surprise. The thing that Democrats named to fix a problem made the problem worse. And when it was too late to do anything about it, old Joe admitted the con.
You see, like this is great. The inflation, to say that the Inflation Reduction Act made it worse, it's obvious bullshit. Because the big beautiful bill made it worse. We have all of the shit that happened, all of these executive orders, the tariffs, the war in Iran, that drove up prices. And now the Republicans, the MAGAs, are dying to find something that they can blame for the high prices because they know it's going to hurt them. And so now Greg Gutfeld is seeing if people will bite. He's seeing if people will actually believe this bullshit.
I'm proud to announce that my investments, the most significant climate change law ever, and by the way, it is a $369 billion bill. It's called we should have named it what it was.
Yeah, you should have. But you didn't. You called a $400 billion slush fund for climate hucksterism and inflation bill, so you could get away with it. And if you were questioned about it, then you were called a Nazi, which is why this UN reversal matters, because it was never.
I don't remember anyone calling anyone a Nazi about the Inflation Reduction Bill or any of that.
About morality, it was about money. They used fear of an imaginary problem to take your money and control everything in your life. Your gas stove, pickup truck, burger. Ever notice
None of that was ever controlled.
how the things they targeted the most are things uniquely American? I'm surprised I
That
didn't
was
make
all.
the list.
That was all bullshit. Remember, they were like saying that, like a study came out about how gas stoves are causing lung problems, cancer, and things like that, because of course you're burning fucking natural gas in your house, and they always told us it was safe. Turns out it's not as safe as they say. That's all. And they're like, you're attacking gas stoves. That's un-American. It's like, yeah, I mean, I don't want to. I like cooking with gas. I think cooking with gas is better than cooking with electricity. That's because I was raised in the restaurant industry and we use gas. Every time I use an electric stove, I feel like, what the fuck am I doing here? I feel like it's I don't know. It's a whole thing. Don't get me started on gas stoves. I like gas stoves. But if it came down to it and it was like, man, these gas stoves are killing kids, I might be like, well, maybe they should stop building houses with gas stoves in them. Maybe like if you want one, you can still have one. All they did was they started putting warnings on them, which made sense to me. You put a warning on them. Your kids are going to get cancer. Like, it might have a really long-term effect, burning gas in your house frequently. But you forget that most Americans don't even cook for their kids. Most Americans just take their kids to McDonald's, which is also giving them cancer. So, I mean...
Meanwhile, they had kids so scared that young people who started out looking like this suddenly started looking like this. A massive...
He's got such a hard-on for Sydney Sweeney. It's so weird. Maybe Greg Gutfeld actually secretly has a hard-on for Greta Thunberg. He always wants to talk shit on her, and he always wants to say that Sydney Sweeney is hot. I bet it's the opposite. You know how like weirdos are like that, and little kids are like that? They'll be like, she's gross, and that's the one he actually likes. She's pretty, because that's the one he's supposed to like. Men are like that, man. It's weird.
A survey of 16 to 25-year-olds found that more than 50% reported feeling anxiety, helplessness, and guilt over...
Like Donald Trump, like he actually likes cock. It's like it's a whole thing. Donald Trump loves penis. But he knows that's unacceptable for his generation. And, you know, his whole demographic, no one, you know, the MAGAs would go crazy. But it's widely accepted that Donald Trump was doing boner bumps in Studio 54. It's widely accepted that he was at all of those gay parties, all the gay orgies that Roy Cohn threw when he was best friends with Roy Cohn. It's widely accepted that Donald Trump likes boys. I'm sure he likes girls. I think he likes fucking whatever he owns. I think he likes owning people. I think that's his kink. That's why the porn star and stuff like that. That's why Stormy Daniels and stuff. But oh god, it's so gross. Anyway, I think he definitely likes penis, and like him going on about Arnold Palmer's dick. Like, that's not normal, guys. Straight men do not sit there and get starry-eyed talking about another man's penis. That's just not what straight guys do. And Donald Trump, whatever he is, it ain't straight. So I think so, but he knows that liking someone that looks like Melania is accepted. So he'll be like, "Oh, he likes girls with big boobs and blonde." He like that's such a beard move, right? I like girls with big boobs and big hair because then everyone can tell I'm straight when she's with me. But he's not straight. That's just a cover. It's a beard. Maybe Gutfeld's the same way with Greta Thunberg and Sydney Sweeney. He actually likes Greta Thunberg, so he's talked shit on her. He actually hates Sydney Sweeney, so he's like, she's so hot.
climate change. It's the kind that affects their daily functioning. It's so bad I no longer hire them to walk on my back. So the UN is backing off after calling you a climate denier, as if questioning the faulty models is like denying the Holocaust. But no big apology, no refund check, no our bad. Because in the end, they got what they wanted. The motive wasn't the environment, it was greed. The instrument was fear.
Have you heard of Doge?
Once panic becomes an industry, there's no incentive to calm people down. That's why every Dem crisis now comes with a consultant, a nonprofit, a celebrity telethon, and a 900-page spending bill. Every apocalypse is a business model. And for the climate change scammers, no business had been hotter than the end of the world.
Period! Like, I think that's, like, watching him, that's what I think it's all about, is he's incredible at kind of floating out these ideas to see if maggers will be interested, and it works. It works every time. Maggers love this guy. Yeah. All right. Thank you so much for joining. We're going to switch cameras, okay? We're going to go to another room, and we're going to play some guitar, because it's a 3-hour, it's going to be a long boy episode. We're going to change. I think I've had enough news for a little while. We're going to do that, and then we're going to come back and do some user generated. We have a lot of the Sky City Rebels have posted stuff they want me to react to. We're going to do that. I don't know what that is yet. But first we're going to take a little guitar break. I'm going to sit down. I'm going to do a little costume change, and we're going to have that. It's the first time we're doing that. Congratulations to all recovering here. Addiction is a nasty, nasty disease, and it loves to hold on for dear life. This internet stranger is proud of you today. Keep the strength. Nice, bruh. That's the type of shit we need. Yeah, it's true. Addiction is a killer. You're absolutely right about that. Good on you, boy. Good on you. Thank you. I spent my life raising drug addict kids, and I was great at it. I put my life on hold for your idiotic, irresponsible, egotistical drug use. What? Jesus Christ. What is wrong with people? People can't just be nice. You can't just be nice. You got to react to Smokin' Blondie, her new song, Sky. Did you put it in the community? I'll do that. I'll listen to her song for sure. We'll do that. But first, we're going to play a little guitar. I'm going to sit down. We're going to change cameras, and it's going to be fun. First, I'm going to do this, though. Hopefully you'll stick around. I'll be right back. You just have to give me 2 shakes of a lamb's tail. 2 shakes of a lamb's tail, baby. Thank you, Sky City Rebels. I'll be right back. Hey everybody, welcome. Thank you all for being here. I figure we'll play a little guitar today. This is the first time we've done it like this. I can hear upstairs. I wonder if you can hear it. If you can't hear it, who cares? Play a little guitar for you today. Unfortunately, it's still it's too loud. I think you can probably hear a goddamn echo. I can hear an echo, so we're going to fix that right now. 1 second, please. All right, well, this is the show. We're going to change it up a little bit. These long streams, it's so much fun because you could do so many other things, do different parts of the show. Do a costume change, why not? Great. All right, we're going to do a little bit of a different thing. Let me just get my... Again, any songs you want to hear, if you leave a donation, I will try. If you support the channel, I will try. Thoughts and prayers, there you go. Who are you going to ban? Who are you going to ban? Are you taking votes? Who are we banning? Who are we going to ban? I think it's great. Micro Penis Joe. Micro Penis Joe! Your brother hates himself right now. He isn't doing the right thing, man. You helping him is great, but leave recovering addicts in the stream alone, please, because it could cause a relapse. Oh, you want to get rid of Microbe Joe? I mean, why don't you put him on timeout if he's being a douche? Don't ban him. Just put him on timeout. Fuck him. You know? See if you know the song. And in the morning come, you don't need to ask an alibi. And in the morning come, you don't need to be so honest. And in the morning come, you don't need to ask an alibi. And in the morning come, you don't need to breathe so easy. I laughed so hard I fell down. I curse these lanes I walk down. No one does it like you. No one does it like you. But I try so hard. I try so hard. No one does it like you. But I tried so hard. I tried so hard. And I tried so hard. That was Department of Eagles. Department of Eagles, No One Does It Like You. You ever heard that song before? That's one of my, I like that song a lot. I've always liked that song. I hope that you enjoyed it. Yes, yes, yes. Good tune, Sky. Thank you, Ben from Berlin. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for being here, everybody. We have, I will play any song you want for a donation. This is the time to do it. Thank you for the clap emoji. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. That. All right. Let's see what we got going on here. Wow, you guys are really going at it in the chat today. I love it. I love it. Keep it going. Keep it going. Keep it going. I love it. You need the kazoo. Where'd my kazoo go? Where's my kazoo? Here's my kazoo. Here we go. Let's see if we got this. May 123J is timed out too. Damn, Ben, what's going on in the chat today? People going crazy? Mama, there's wolves in the house. as their home. They tumble and fight 'cause they're beautiful. On the hilltops at night, they're beautiful. Blazing at light is the widest and tallest and biggest one. She's muscled and fine, and she runs. Tearing up holes in my house. They're tearing their claws in the ground. Staring with blood in their mouths. Mama, they won't let me out. Mama, there's wolves in the house. Mama, I tried to put them out. Mama, I know you're too wise to wait till those wolves make nice. Thank you so much for being here, everybody. Hey, you know what I see? Hey, Joe, where you go with that gun in your hand? Hey, Joe, where you go with that gun in your hand? Gonna shoot my old lady. You know, I caught her mess around with another man. Yeah, I got that sky guitar. My guitar's name is Babe, like Babe in the blue ox. Babe, the blue guitar. I named this guitar Babe because the blue ox that hangs out with Paul Bunyan. You know who Paul Bunyan is? It's a blue guitar, a blue kazoo, and a guy named Sky who's obsessed with the color blue. That's how it goes, man. I look like Elvis? Baby, that you stealing on Elvis, ain't baby, as you losing touch. If you believe they put a man on the moon, man on the moon. If you believe there's nothing out there to see, nothing is true. Let's see. Mother Hoople and the game. Mother Hoople and the game of life. Yeah, 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 yeah. If you believe they put a man on the moon, if you believe they put a man on the moon, man on the moon. If you believe there's nothing up my nothing is cool. If you believe, put a man on the moon. Man on the moon. If you believe, there's nothing up my sleeve. Nothing is cool. If you believe, put a man on the moon. Man on the moon. If you believe, there's nothing up my sleeve. Nothing is cool. Oh man. Someone said Elvis. Oh yeah, Lotka. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, a song by Andy Kaufman. I was a big fan of the Taxi. You ever see Taxi? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Get out of my country, you Muslim bastards. Yeah. Wow, you're really into Muslim. Why do you hate Muslims so much, Mess with the Best? Why do you hate Muslims? Man, I'd love to know more. Why do you hate Muslims? You've seen Taxi, but you don't like Muslims? That's weird. Taxi, it's all about, it's all about trying to live with dignity. I think that show's got a lot of heavy themes about the worker, about the working man. You hate the working man? You seem like my father before mother shot him. Your mother shot your father? Wow. That's a tough childhood, yeah. Down in a Hole, Alice in Chains. Maybe I'll try that. Muslim is just part 3 of the Christian saga. I know, it's just weird. Muslim is just another Christian book. Nice people most of the time. 99% of people are perfectly fine. Yeah. They would kill you when you go there. We kill people when they come here. What do you mean? We kill a lot of people in America. You don't have the same freedoms. They're intolerant, just as intolerant as racist as us. Okay, so then we're the same? So you don't like them because they're like us? That's a weird way to look at things. Mess with the Best. So you hate Muslims because they're like Americans? You hate Muslims because they're like Americans. That's weird, man. Yeah, Christian, Muslims, Jews, they're all into the same God. They all love the same God. It's so weird. Like, they're not as tolerant. It's hard to play songs that you don't practice, like, I like playing new songs, but like if I'm gonna play a song that I never played before. Oh, you want a Guns N' Roses song? Song, right? Shed a tear 'cause I'm missing you. Still a right to smile. Girl, I think about you every day now. Was a time when I wasn't sure, but you said my mind at ease. There's no doubt you're in my heart now. Say one Monday gets slow and everything will be alright. You and I just use a little patience. blood sugar, take it slow, and as the lights are shining bright, you and I just use a little patience. I sit here out on the stairs, 'cause I'd rather be alone. If I can't have you right now, ooh, I'm waiting. Sometimes I just get so upset that I can't speed up the time. There's just one last thing to consider. Tell woman, take it slow and everything will be alright. You and I just need a little patience. Say woman, take it slow and as the lights are shining bright, you and I got what it takes to make it. I'll never fake it. I'll never fake it, 'cause I can't take it. Little patience, yeah. Little patience, yeah. And I wish I could swim like the dolphins, like dolphins can swim, and nothing drive them away. But we could steal time just for one day. We could be heroes one day, and you would be mean. I drink all the time. Cause now we're lovers, by the wall. And the guards, they shot above our heads, but we kissed as if nothing could fall. The cops on the other side, oh, we could beat them one day if we try. Oh, we could be heroes one day. Just a little patience, we could be heroes with just a little patience. Oh, I've been walking these streets tonight, just trying to get it right. It's hard to see with so many around. You know I don't like being stuck in the crowd, and the streets don't change, but they look like a maze. And I ain't got time for no games, 'cause I need you. Yeah, yeah, well I need you. I need you. I need you. We could be heroes just for one day. Just a little patience, yeah. We could be heroes. There we go. You're singing better than me. That's okay. Yeah, you can't really. I'm just making fun. If I sang that like this is MTV music videos 24/7 hours a day. I saw someone do Last Dance with Mary Jane. Did someone say Last Dance? I saw someone say Last Dance with Mary Jane. Last Dance with Mary Jane. I think it's Mary Jane's Last Dance, right? I think it's Mary Jane's Last Dance. This is a music channel for the next 10 minutes. I figure we'll go until the 4-hour mark. Then we'll go to more reaction videos. Thank you for all the applause. I appreciate you guys. We're going to do, we'll get back to reactions here pretty soon. But I like to take a break and sit down with these long streams, play a little guitar, you know. But I like this idea. Someone put, yeah. How's it go? She grew up in an Indiana town with a good-looking mama who never was around, and she grew up tall and she grew up right with those Indiana boys and those Indiana nights. She moved out here from the age of 18, and she blew the boys away, and we're more than they'd seen. I'd introduce, and we both started grooving. Said I dig you, baby, but I gotta keep moving on. Keep moving on. dance with Mary Jane one more time to kill the pain. I feel summer creeping in and I'm tired of this town again. Well, I don't know what I've been told. You never grow old and you never grow old. Tired of chewing up and tired of going down and tired of myself and tired of this town. Oh my, oh hell yes, it's time to put on that party dress. Now buy me a drink and sing me a song and take me as I come, cause I can't stay long. Last dance with Mary Jane, one more time to kill the pain. I feel summer creeping in and I'm tired of this town again. Well, there's pigeons down on Market Square. She's standing in her underwear, looking down from the hotel room, and nightfall will be coming soon. Oh my, oh hell yes, it's time to put on that party dress. It was too cold to cry when I woke up alone, and I hit my last number and I walked to the road. Oh, last dance with Mary Jane, one more time to kill the pain. I feel summer sneaking in and I'm tired of this town again. Thank you so much. I thought that was pretty good. Thank you. It's going off memory in the moment. Yeah, well, you asked for it. Yeah, I mean, I didn't practice that one, so thank you. You know every word. I think I got most of them right, didn't I? Moving down the hotel room, nightfall will be summoned. You know what's funny? Forever hearing that song, I always thought it was Akbar will be coming soon. And I thought it was a drug reference, Akbar. But nightfall will be coming soon. I thought it was I don't know. Tom Petty, man. There's this other Tom Petty song that I like. But do you know that Tom Petty song? I think you put some capo. You're great, bro. Thank you. Appreciate you guys. Thank you, Jackie Boyle. Thank you, Tayard Yan. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. How's it go? Oh, yeah. California's been good to me. I hope you don't fall into the sea. Sometimes you gotta trust yourself. I ain't like anywhere else. It ain't like anywhere else. Time to roll, I'm all done. It's time we better hit the road. I got work later on. Time we better hit the road. California's been good to me. I hope it don't fall into the sea. Sometimes you gotta save yourself. It ain't like anywhere else, no. It ain't like anywhere else. Sundown, red skies, nobody's been around. Sundown, red blue eyes, I kinda like this part of town. California has treated me good. I pray to God the hills don't flood. Sometimes you gotta trust yourself. It ain't like anywhere else. You ain't like anyone else. You ain't like anyone else. It ain't like anywhere else. You ain't like anywhere else. You ain't like anybody else. Thank you all for being here. Thank you all for that. I hope you like it. It's great to be with someone for that long. My girlfriend was 18 years old. Can't imagine living anywhere else. Man, I'm moving away. I'm moving away from California. I can't believe it. I can't believe I'm leaving. But there's nothing for me here anymore, except for the weather and the beauty. But it's not mine anymore. I was born here, I was raised here. I keep coming back, but I can't be here anymore. New Mexico dreaming. Should I play a New Mexico song? I'll play a New Mexico song. How much more time? We got 15 minutes left. 15 minutes left. And then we'll be back upstairs doing reaction videos. I want to mix in like gaming and stuff. I think that'd be so much fun to mix in gaming. Well, they say Santa Fe, it's less than 90 miles away. And I've got time to roll a number, rent a car. Oh, wow. Albuquerque. I've been flying down the road, and I've been starving to be alone, independent from the scene that I've known. Oh, Albuquerque. So I'll stop when I can. I'll try to learn how to be my own man. I'll find somewhere that they don't care who I am. Oh, Albuquerque. Thank you so much for much. I'm usually singing and crying by myself in the car while singing the most of us. I'm sure. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Do I do funerals? Not for Nazis. Not for Nazis. I don't cry for Nazis. I don't cry when fascists die. Sorry, everybody. They asked me to play at the Charlie Kirk thing, that weird rally thing that they did, that weird Nazi rally they did. And I was just like, nah. I don't cry when fascists die. Sorry. Oh, Nurse Rod, that's rough. That's rough. That's sorry that happened, man. That's horrible. Sorry. Sorry. don't want to play this song. This song makes me cry every. No, this is. Yeah, I do want to play this song. Sorry, not this song. This song's okay. Oh, George Strait would be fun. I should learn a George Strait song. I love George Strait. I don't know a George Strait song. Come on, skinny love, it's last year. For a little song we were never here. My, 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 my. Staring at the sink of blood and the crushed veneer. I tell my love to rule, love to wreck it all. Cut out all the ropes and let me fall. My, 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 my. Right in this moment, this order's tall. And I told you to be patient, and I told you to be fine, and I told you to be balanced, and I told you to be kind. And in the morning I'll be with you, but it will be a different kind. And I'll be holding all the tickets, and you'll be owning all the fines. Come on, skinny love, what happened here? Suckle on the hope of light brazier. My, my, my. My, 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 my. So then on the boat, slow on the split. When I told you to be patient, and I told you to be fine. Oh, I told you to be balanced, and I told you to be kind. Now all your love, it's wasted, and then who the fuck was I? And I'm breaking all the bridges, and I'm end up all your line. Who will love you? Who will fight? Who will fall far behind? My, 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 my. All right, that's it. That's the end of this. That's the end of this hour. We're going to jump on the other one. Yeah. He was a jealous guy. Was good-looking guy. That was his problem. What was his problem? Who was it? He was a jealous guy and he was a good-looking guy. What was his problem? Ronnie James? I don't know. Dio? My girlfriend says I look good in the dark. LOL. Generous guess. I guess it's generous. I have a woman and I'm almost as good looking as CC, just a lot shorter. Who's CC? Chris Cornell. My ex looked like Chris Cornell, and we used to sing to each other while we cooked work. That's pretty cool, Chai Pixie. Chris Cornell, huh? Black hole, son, won't you come? Man, that guy's voice is impossible. You can't do Chris Cornell. Impossible. Nobody can sing like Chris Cornell. Nobody. Yeah, the awesomeness doesn't come for free, baby. All right, well, thank you guys. Well, back to my math. Jan knows music. Jan knows music. Jan knows music. Alcohol is bullshit. My old man was a drunk. I mean, alcohol ain't for everybody. That's for damn sure. Alcohol is not for everybody. That's for sure. I know a lot of people who died because of alcohol. Too many. I know too many people who died of alcohol. Alcohol-related stuff. Your mud sucks. You banned me, so I'm gonna come cream on you. Why did he ban you? What did you do to get banned? It's always so funny. People they go speeding on the highway and then they blame the cops for giving them tickets. These cops gave me a ticket. Well, you saw the sign, right? Stop speeding. It ain't that hard. What'd you do to get a ticket? I was going 90 and a 65. Oh, these fuckers, I don't want a ticket. I'm super friendly, and he thought everyone was trying to get with me. I'm an ambivert. I don't know what's an ambivert. Great in a group, but I love my quiet. Oh, like extrovert and introvert. You're an ambivert. Quiet at home is a sanctuary. I don't know. I feel like I've just learned how to I like being around people. People think I'm an extrovert. Maybe I'm an ambivert. I've never heard about that. Donald Trump is, you know what Donald Trump is? He's a pervert. A pervert. You're an extrovert. I'm an introvert. He's a pervert. Maybe I'm an ambivert. Gangs are the biggest problem in America. Yeah. Cops are the biggest gang in America. That thin blue line. What's that song? I think I can play this song. Let me see if I can remember this song. I got a song just for you. And then we gotta go. Alright, I think I got this. Have a seat on the curb and take off your shoes. We're searching the car, we're detaining you, and you have no recourse. You really have no voice. You can tell your uncle's a nice guy. He's got 14 years with the badge. Well, I'm sure that he's funny at family parties, but institutionalized terror is bigger than that. Where were the cops when my friend got raised? Where were the cops when my friend got raped? Why do the cops bust us up every day when we're just trying to feed the hungry? Every cop is complicit in violence, hiding behind their blue wall of silence, and I only know one good cop. He's 6 feet underground. I took a piss on a cop car last night. Yeah, it made me feel better, but all the tricks that we throw won't fix things we know, because George Floyd is dead forever. And if you can imagine a world without policemen, step aside, 'cause the rest of us have work to do to stop the violence. We know it's time. I said it's you who can imagine a world without police then. Just step aside, 'cause the rest of us have work to do to stop the violence. We know it's time. I hope you like that song. It's about cops. It's called Cops by Ankle Grease. I hope you like that song. It's what we call a folk punk song. Hope you liked it. My name is Skyjack Morgan. I'm going to go back to the studio where we will continue some reaction videos. Okay? That's the plan. I hope you'll join me. Thank you, Nurse Rod. I hope you liked it. Thank you. Thank you. Please leave a like, hit that subscribe button, hype the stream if you liked anything so far, and become a channel member so you can watch me in horizontal. It's so much better in horizontal. It's so much better in horizontal. You can actually see me play guitar when it's horizontal. Thank you so much for joining, and I'll see you in just a second. Hello everybody, welcome back to the show. Yeah, that was rad. Okay, thank you so much for being here. That is the end of the guitar segment of the show. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. That was really fun. I'm trying to like mix it up and do like a super long stream every day and see if I can get people to come in and come out, you know, kind of do a bunch of different stuff, like the old school radio hours. Like they used to be in the old days, we used to have radio shows that would go on for so long. And it was so much fun to have. It was so much fun to have long ass shows like that. I really enjoyed those old shows. So I hope that you'll enjoy what we're doing here. You know, this is a call-in show. We're still going to do a call-in show. It is getting to the time where maybe some more people can come in for the call-in show. I hope that you'll enjoy. It's at morningsky.live/PYB if you'd like to talk about why you bought all Melania coin. Why did you buy all that Melania coin? Why are you buying all that Melania coin? Because it's the greatest investment in the history of America? Because it's, I bought it because it's endorsed by the First Lady. I thought it was quite obvious what was going on there, and I thought that it was extremely important to buy it from the First Lady. The First Lady is the most important person in my, I take all of my financial advice from Melania Trump, which is why I bought Melania coin. Melania coin is the greatest investment in the history of America. It is 100% the most important, it's the most important financial tool for the future prosperity of America. Melania coin. That's what we do here in America now. Melania coin. Be best, be best, be best. Is it be best? What kind of hand signal does she do? Be best. Melania coin. We love it. I like the show, Sky. I'm listening at work, and you inspire me to invest all my money in Melania coins. You will not regret it. Please invest all your money in Melania coins because Melania Trump said it is the most important thing to do. It's not a rug pull. It is not a, I know it looks like a pump and dump, but it's not. Let me shut that door right there. Push it out a little bit. Buy more Melania coin, everybody. It's the most important thing you'll ever do. Trust. Trust the Melania coin. I mean, I don't know why you guys think I'm joking here. I don't know why you think I'm joking. Am I joking? Why? Why would I be joking? Why would that be a joke? Why do you think that's a joke? No, of course it's not a joke. What are you talking about? Of course it's not a joke. It's the most important. It's the most important thing in the history of America. What do you mean? Joking. The sound's a bit low. That makes sense. It isn't now. All right, sorry about that. The sound going from two different studios and everything, two different studio environments. That happens. Thank you for joining. Join up and buy Melania coin. It's the most important thing in the history of America. It's the most important financial tool for our prosperity. Can't wait to receive my Trump phone. I'm hearing they are in the news lately. They're in the news. Yes, invest. I bought my Trump phone with my Melania coin. You can do that. If you buy enough Melania coin, they'll give you a Trump phone. They're like, you can have it. And since I sold my house and bought Melania coin, I'm in good shape, guys. I'm good. Thanks for letting me know. Beware of a wronged short girl. Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. You know, that's what they say in Midsummer Night's Dream, the short girl in the beanpole. They talk a lot about shortness, and though she be small, she be fierce. It's a whole thing. If you're into Shakespeare. Are you into Shakespeare? You seem like a Shakespeare person. You seem like a Shakespeare person. Are you a Shakespeare person? You must be. All right, so I don't know why I can't remove this, but that's okay. We're going to keep going. All right, we got this going on for us. Melania coin. Buy Melania coin now if you want to help America's future.
So a violent brawl breaking out inside a Chipotle in D.C. It's the latest wild teen takeover to rock our nation's capital.
A teen takeover? Man, Donald Trump's like, what are they taking over? This is not what I remember my teens. This is what happens when you don't keep a close eye on the teen dressing room. This is what happens when you don't take a close look at the merchandise. teen takeovers at Chipotle. Holy shit. In Washington, D.C.? I thought that Donald Trump had Washington, D.C. on lock.
One familiar face is cracking down on the parents.
We're looking at the parents to
We're looking at the parents. They gotta do more. You cut school funding. The parents have to work 3 jobs now to afford gasoline. The parents gotta do more. The parents are at work. They've got 3 fucking jobs.
make sure that they understand that they are responsible for the upheaval that is going on in this district. We will prosecute you aggressively, and we will prosecute your parents.
Okay, so what do the Democrats run?
We're going to prosecute you and your parents. Whoa. Oh, my goodness.
To be the city's next mayor think about this, and will they cooperate?
Will you cooperate?
MPD to enforce that. Would you direct MPD to cooperate with her office on this? Just briefly, Mr. Goodweather.
No, no, no.
Mr. McDuffie?
Nice.
That's directed to Janine Priero.
And Ms. Lewis George?
No.
Unbelievable. U.S. Attorney for the...
Unbelievable that everybody who runs for office hates Donald Trump and all of his weird little minions like Janine Pirro. Here she is. Ha 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 ha. Here she is. Ha 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 ha. Everybody, why is she alive? Why is she having, what is she doing? Man, she also was like famous for just drinking all day. Like this, she's just a famous no, no, and no. Have another glass. Have another glass, Janine Pirro.
District of Columbia, Judge Janine Pirro joins us now. Judge, it's good to see you. I'll say this. Right now, you have cooperation from the current...
Is that what she's trying? She's trying to look younger? I don't know. She's got a lot of Botox in her face already. Why do... Look, if you want to do what you do, use the Botox. Do what you want. I think it's like, don't, you know, it's your face. You know, I'm not going to try to judge you or anything. But, man, don't inject Botox in your face. Do it with some dignity. Do it with some grace, you know. Putting botulism in your face, that's not good for nobody.
Mayor, you have cooperation from the chief. Y'all have developed a great working relationship. Whoever's the next mayor there, they've made it very clear. They're not going to cooperate.
Well, look, honestly...
Well, look, I don't care because they're going to be prosecuted.
Lawrence, the truth is that I'm going to get what I need one way or the other.
Oh, sounds a little rapey. You've been hanging out with Donald Trump a lot. We're going to get what I need one way or the other, one way or the other. I'm going to get what I need. I'm fiending for it. We're going to get Greenland one way or the other. One way or the other, we're going to have Greenland. I hope you see me coming, Greenland. Getting out of the shower with Arnold Palmer and his big old slong. I love Arnold Palmer and I love women. I love women, but I love Arnold Palmer's big old slong. Half lemonade, half iced tea. Oh, man.
I'm not going to let some politician determine whether or not D.C. is going to be safe.
Some politician? Aren't you the person who works for Donald Trump? Aren't you? I'm not going to let some politician.
Look, the citizens of the nation's capital have the right to expect that they will be safe. In fact, they have a right to demand it. And when these individuals come out and you see what's going on that screen right there,
they're
and
wilding.
they don't want to help in tamping that down, then I will do whatever I need to.
I mean, I don't know. Just some kids getting in a fight. When I was a kid, we got in fights. I mean, sometimes we threw shit at each other. I mean, sometimes I remember when I was a kid, we got in crazy stuff like this. I've been in lots of ballroom brawls, and I've been in lots of situations where violence erupts. This is kind of normal. I mean, shit, if this started happening, I'd be like, listen, kids, nope. Kids, why are you doing this? Don't do this, kids.
To get charges filed. And if there's anything...
Charges are filed, and I'm not going to stand for it.
You know, a fundamental belief it is that the law will be followed in the district now that President Trump has made a determination to make D.C. safe.
God, where is this lady from, man? Her accent... I'll be followed. She'll be followed, and I don't care. She's like a drunk Joan Crawford or something. Like a drunk... Katharine Hepburn, maybe. She sounds like a drunk Katharine Hepburn. Oh, yeah, I really am quite wasted today. I don't know why I talk like that. But for us extent of the law. Where's Janine Pirro from? Who the fuck talks like? She's from New York? Elmira, New York. I wonder where up in Elmira. Graduated from She went to Notre Dame, Indiana girl. An Indiana girl with the Indiana Knights. She is of Lebanese American descent. She's a Lebanese dream, like the Thievery Corporation. Is she a Lebanese dream? Who were Maronite Catholics. She was born. Her parents were born in Lebanon. She's a child of immigrants, and she hates immigrants so much. What is it with these people, these self-loathing immigrants? Before her appointment as the United States Attorney General, U.S. Attorney for D.C., she lived and built her career in Westchester. I guess that's how they talk in Westchester, New York. It's kind of like a mid-Atlantic accent, isn't it? The crime was gone in D.C., told me on Fox. Yeah, they told me there was no more crime, so why is it getting so bad? She's trying to... I don't know. They told me it was over. Why is it? Does she support Israel? Yes, 100%. Yes, she loves Israel.
And beautiful as well. Look, parents...
But she's Lebanese. But she loves Israel. She hates Lebanese people. She hates immigrants, but she loves Israel.
Have a fundamental responsibility to control their children. It's their children, not the government.
It's our children, not the government's. And yes, we've created a situation where the parents are having to work 3 jobs in order to just live and eat, and the kids are hungry, and they're angry because they're so hungry, and everyone's so hungry, and they can't afford even to eat at Chipotle, and then they go to Chipotle and they cause such a ruckus. It's unbelievable. I don't know what we should do. It's all the parents' fault, not the government.
Children. And in the end, if parents do not step up and stand in the place of their children, then we're going to prosecute the parents and the children.
Run.
And I can do it through truancy at schools and working with the chancellor of the schools.
Wow, you got lots of planned. Truancy, huh? It's going to be like Little Rascals with the truancy officer. Gone to the water hole, like gone swimming. Buckwheat's all like, "Oh, Tay," and then Spanky's like, "Oh, shucks, welcome to the He-Man Woman Haters Club."
I can do it with the family court. I've talked to the local attorney general who has indicated that he will work with us. I can get it through the courts. Person in need of supervision. Who are their parents if they're already a court order requiring that they follow fundamental rules from the family court? I've got a lot of
fundamental rules from the family court. We got a lot of shit that we can do, and I'm not going to stand for this. We're going to have the truancy officers.
Opportunities to go after these parents, and no one is going to stop me from doing that.
We're going after the parents, and then when we throw those parents in jail, those kids will be well behaved. Wait, something's missing here. Hold on. If you throw all the parents in jail, what happens to the kids? What happens to the kids then? So the parents are working so many fucking hours they can't raise their own children, and your solution is to put the parents in jail. Great plan, Janine Pirro. We're going to put them all in jail. That'll solve the problem. Yes, let's put them all in jail. Putting people in jail is always a solution. It helps families. When I put people in jail, it builds family. Fucking moron. He-Man Woman Haters Club. No girls allowed. Not human. He-Man Woman Haters Club. No girls allowed. Yeah. Truancy. Don't let the truancy officer find you, alfalfa. Aw, shucks. Aw, shucks. They're telling kids they have no future. Hey, you've got no future. The planet's melting. You're all gonna work in the mines. So you want to go to jail early? We need fresh slaves. You want to be a slave early? You're gonna be a slave now or later. You might as well start now. We're gonna put you in jail now. We're gonna give you this iPad. Don't you watch pornography on it. This iPad is for you to do your homework. Don't you watch pornography, kids. Yeah, they get trafficked, but they're already getting trafficked. Well, my parents are already in jail. They can't lock them up twice. Might as commit as many crimes as I can before I'm an adult. Yeah, there you go. My parents are in jail. You threw them there. I wonder why her parents came to the U.S. I kind of wish they didn't.
And the shame of all this is that the taxpayers end up putting the bill for
her parents probably came to the U.S. because they were afraid of Israel bombing them.
The damage for the extra police. And what we saw at Chipotle the other night is an example of what's to come. And we're not going to tolerate it. And whatever we need to do to get
extra police, that'll solve the problem. More police will always solve. I could solve any problem with more police.
More jails. That'll solve all these problems. More jails, more police. What a great idea.
We'll do.
So, Judge, I watched your press conference yesterday, and you were pretty clear about what you were going to do. Explain to her, because I used to work in juvenile.
You're clear as a fucking bell. Clear as a bell there. I know this wine isn't quite working. I don't know what day it is.
Court, I know how tough judges can be with establishing order, but what is the standard? Are we talking about the parents that are coming, that are just leaving their kids out there to be reckless? Or are what happened?
What is this, the 80s? Shit. It's funny, you know, when I was a kid, we were reckless. We were young and reckless, and it's gonna go down in flames. You could tell me when it's over. Listen, man, when I was a kid, we did all sorts of crazy shit. We, like, got on bikes. We threw our bikes at each other. We threw our bikes over fences. We weren't supposed to go climb the fences, rode around, harassed business owners. We did all sorts of crazy shit, man. Our parents were nowhere to be found. You know what they were doing? Fucking working. My parents were working. That's what they were doing. What are your parents doing? My parents were working. My mom worked till the day she died. My dad, he's in a memory ward. He's just sitting in a hospital waiting to die. He thinks he's working. He's always telling me about all the projects he's working. He still thinks he's working. My father thinks he goes to work every day. That's how fucked up his life. That's how fucked up your life is. When you end up in the memory ward because you have dementia, you're like, oh, I'm working on big projects. Oh, yeah, well, I'm still working on stuff for sure. I've got a project going, and I've got to work on that. I'm going to meet with so-and-so tomorrow because...
If there's a parent that says, look, to the court or to the U.S. attorney, I need help. My child is out of control. I've tried to buckle down. I told them to be home when the street lights are on, and they're refusing to do it. Will you help those parents? How's it going to work?
Yeah. Look,
when
Lauren,
the street lights are on? Listen, Larry. The street light thing is not a thing anymore, putty boy. The parents are working. They're working 3 jobs, homie.
A very important issue, and I've made this clear to my partners, and that is that we're not looking to hurt a parent who maybe is a single parent and they can't control.
You're not? You just said you're going to throw them in the slammer. You just said you're going to throw their parents in slammers.
What's going on. If they are fundamentally doing what they can, then I'm not going to charge them with a crime. Yeah. But if they're looking the other way, Lawrence, and they're making believe like
How do you know if they're looking the other way? Well, if they're black, we're going to put them in jail. And if they're white, they're clearly doing everything they can. I mean, clearly all the white parents are doing everything they can. They just got a fucked up kid. It's the kid. Oh, they're just trying hard. But if you're black, it's clear that you just look the other way. You're letting them run roughshod over you.
I don't know what my kid is doing.
Into the jail you go.
Doing nonsense. You know what your kid is doing. You know where your kid is going. You know your kid is violating curfew. There's been 2 or 3.
Violating curfew? What kid curfew have we got? We got kid curfew? I don't know we had curfew.
3 curfew violations. I'm coming for you. And then we'll figure out what the best resolution of this is. Because the public should not have to tolerate that. People should not have to come to the nation's capital and worry about these digitally organized takeovers that take
digitally organized takeovers. Look out. These teen takeovers are taking over the Chipotle.
10 minutes. And you've got Mayor Bowser, who's working with the D.C. Council, who I think, I don't know what they're thinking, but they can't even get together to make a decision as to whether or not they want to give the power to Chief Carroll and Mayor Bowser to set up curfews that will prevent this kind of takeover. So I've got
How do you think we should solve the crisis, everybody? I'd hope we've got some MAGAs watching. Anybody could call in. Let me know how you think we should solve the teen takeover crisis in Washington, D.C. Tell me how we should solve the problem. Please call in. morningsky.live/PYB. www.morningsky.live/PYB for Pick Your Battles. Come on the show. It's a Morning Sky call-in show. Call in if you want. There's a curfew for teens. It's probably 10 p.m. They've got a curfew. They can't take over Chipotle. Wait a fucking second. How could that be true if it's 10 p.m.? Chipotle's closed already. Chipotle closes at like 9, man. Chipotle closes early. Teen digitally organized crime. They didn't go out. They organized it. They digitally organized these teen takeovers. They violated curfew. It's clearly not a curfew problem because literally that was a Chipotle and they close at like 9 or 10. That ain't a curfew problem.
a lot of ammunition in my belt. And at this point,
I got a lot of ammunition. At this point, I'm going to shoot some kids. Jesus, Pierrot. Why are you talking about ammunition and kids, you fucking weirdo? What is it with you maggers hating kids? MAGA hates kids, man. Why do you hate kids, maggers? All you maggers hate kids so much. Why? Stop, man. Kids didn't do nothing to you. They're just trying to live. They're just trying to do their lives. They're trying to have a life. They're trying to go and like be a person. They're trying to be a human being soon. Stop hurting the kids. Maggers. All you maggers, stop hurting kids. Poor Larry. He's not looking so good. What'd they do to his face? What did they do to you? Man, I feel like every time they put a black man on Fox, they do him bad. They do him dirty. They do something with their makeup. It just looks something like, I don't know, man. So bad.
I'm using everything. And no politician is going to stop me from doing my job. No politician is going to say, we're not going to work with her.
No
There are ways and there are
politician. His lapels are like out to his shoulders. He's got like a nice kind of 70s like Tom. He looks like one of the Brady. What's the Brady Bunch dad's name? What's the Brady Bunch dad's name? Greg? No, Greg Brady's the kid, right? I forget is it Tom Brady? No, that's the football player. What's the Brady Bunch dad's name? Man, does anybody know the Brady Bunch dad's name? That 1,000-yard stare.
many avenues for me to get to the parents. And let me just say, what happened at Chipotle the other night, I just spoke with Darren Cox, who's the head of the FBI Washington field office. I've spoken to Chief Carroll at the MPD. They are working together. They're enhancing videos. They're making sure that they are following through. And my office is...
See, I think that MAGA hates kids because they hate the fact that children have such a bad ROI for like 18 years. You really need to have 18 years of investment. So you need to try to make it so it's only 13 years. And that's why they're really into like buying and selling 13-year-old girls or getting 13-year-old boys to work in the slaughterhouses because you can get your ROI better. Am I good at that stare? That's the stare. Chipotle!
Get subpoenas for those places that need court orders or need subpoenas to give us videos. We're going to figure this out. Make no mistake. And we're working full throttle to do that.
Well, Judge, you've been doing it for a long time. You were a judge before 30 years as a district attorney. You know what you're doing, and we're going to be following.
Yeah, you know what you're doing. You know what you're doing. You know what you're doing. We're going to be paying attention to what you're doing about these kids in Chipotle. This guy, poor Larry, man, he's probably feeling so bad about his life. I bet this guy has such a bad home life.
Thank you. Thanks, Lawrence.
Be sure to like and subscribe.
Oh, look at Harris Faulkner. There she is. Got both of the tokens on here, man. Great. They got like 3 black people on Fox News. I forget the other guy's name. He's on the morning show. Well, there's Fox and Friends. There's Larry, and there's Harris Faulkner. I forget the other dude. I forget what his name is. Thank you. Well, I don't know. It's a call-in show.
If the Democrats.
It's a call-in show. You can call in. And call into the show, everybody. It's a good, fun time. Go ahead and call into the show. It's a fun show.
The Democrats. The Democrats.
The Republicans. Republicans. The Republicans.
It's a new name. It's a very accurate.
It's a new name, Democrats. Is that new? It seems like that's something that we talked about in like 1985. Democrats. What the fuck? It's a new name. It is? This fucking moron. That's how stupid Donald Trump is. He thinks he came up with Democrats. He thinks he came up with it. He thinks he came up with Democrats. And what's funny is that the MAGers, they'll believe him. They're like, yeah, he came up. What do you mean he didn't come up with it? Of course he came up with it. Of course he did.
President Trump hammering Democrats with his favorite new nickname, the
New nickname. You see what I mean? These Republicans think, there she is with their cross on. God, I hate this lady. Campagno.
Democrats, while holding an impromptu news conference
This woman's so dumb, man. She gets hit by parked cars.
outside his massive ballroom construction site.
This lady's so dumb. She got fired from the M&M factory for throwing away the W's.
As his number 2, Vice President J.D. Vance, taking his war on fraud to the briefing room and absolutely steamrolling a reporter who turned a minute-and-a-half question into a TED Talk about Trump trading stocks.
That was a doozy. Before I answer your question,
Is that a doozy? I mean, the question was, hey, since you guys are so since you guys do so much insider trading, why are you against insider trading? Why are you allowed? How do you justify your own insider trading while you're saying that insider trading is bad? That was the question. It was a little long, but I mean, he was trying to make his point.
I want to just observe, there are different ways to ask a question, okay? You could just ask a question and try to get your answer, or you could do like a speech.
Here we go. We have this motherfucker making a TED Talk out of how to ask a question rather than answering the question. It's a cheap tu quoque argument. You attack the questioner instead of answering the question. Rather than engaging with the argument, you engage in attack. That is what J.D. Vance is doing, and he knows it because he's a charlatan huckster.
Where you say, Mr. Vice President, you're a terrible human being, and so is the president, so is the entire
Straw
cabinet.
man.
And then I'm like, what's your point?
He never said that anybody was a terrible human being. So he strawmanned. He also was a tu quoque. These are logical fallacies, and he knows it. J.D. Vance is worse because he knows it. He's a worse person because he knows what he's doing. You see, all of you fucking MAGAs, you're like, he's just like us. I mean, what do you expect him to say? He's not just like us. This guy is not like us. He is a villain who knows exactly what he's doing. This is orchestrated. This is calculated.
And then your question is, how dare you? Come on, man. Have a little bit of objectivity in the way that you ask these questions, because there were a lot of things in that speech masquerading as a question that didn't actually get asked.
And while Republicans fight for...
And also didn't get answered. He didn't answer the question. How do you justify your insider trading and Donald Trump's insider trading when you constantly publicly rail against insider trading? You always say how bad insider trading is, but you guys are very, very guilty of insider trading.
Democrats are still fighting Trump. Gavin Newsom is trying to grease up his 2020...
Get some sleep. I don't sleep. I've never been such a good sleeper. I don't like sleeping so much. I like being awake. Maybe you're the type of guy that likes to sleep your life away. I don't like sleeping so much. I don't like sleeping. Thanks, though.
28 prospects by heading to D.C. today for what Kamala would surely call a no bad ideas summit.
Trump's not screwing around, and nor can we. Yeah, it's uncomfortable fighting fire with fire. Yes, we all want the better angels. Yes, we want the Sorkin sound and music, little West Wing. I do. But we'll lose our country. We will lose our country. You saw today. What is the President of the United States spending all his time on? He had a big press conference about the new design for the ballroom. Do not allow this to be normalized. It's a corruption story. That's the Trump administration. Period. Full stop.
But have you ever thought about, come on. J.D. Vance is a villain. He's a horrible, horrible, horrible human being. He is a bad man who does bad things and steals from the American people. He'd steal from your grandma. He'd steal from his own grandma. He probably did. I haven't seen the movie. I haven't read his stupid book, Hillbilly Elegy.
Dana. Yeah. All right. Do you want to comment on the briefing room?
Yeah, I think, So when J.D. Vance said there's a way to ask a question, you don't have to give a speech. Or it's like you stand up and say, I have a cat. It's like, okay, well, what's your question? But some of the reporters in the room obviously laughed. And one of the reasons is because if you're a regular at the briefing room, it's annoying when somebody stands up and gives a speech. And the other thing is, it reminds me of what Mike McCurry, who was Bill Clinton's press secretary, he was...
Also because there are a lot of people that are just a lot of those questions that he got were like, how are you staying so fit, sir? I mean, I watched it, and so many questions fucking are just like, you know what? Isn't it great being with Donald Trump? How do you even stand yourself? I mean, is the president really as nice as he looks? Like, this is the type of shit questions that we get. So those people, of course, would be laughing.
the first to allow cameras in the briefing room. Now, that might have been an inevitable situation because now cameras are everywhere. They're even in Greg's pocket, filming him going down the street, and he didn't even realize. So what happened as soon as you brought cameras in is that now it's a performance. And it's not just a performance at the press secretary position, but in the briefing room as well. And you could usually tell what was going to be one of the first questions from the networks, because if you watch the networks, you can pay attention to what they're looking for. And how is that White House reporter going to make the news that night? How would they make sure that they're going to be the first in line to get one of those very narrow?
Well, Democrats are the worst person because they know they support white supremacists and neo-Nazis, but yet condemned Republicans for being racist when Democrats are real racists and proved it. How did they prove that, Knight Rider? What the fuck are you talking about? Don't you realize that Tom Massey just lost his job with the Republican Party because he had the nerve to want to release the Epstein files, and that Boebert is also on the way out because of it? I mean, and Pam Bondi. Like, you guys are covering for pedos. You're covering for chomos. Like MAGA is just the Chomo party now. I'm sorry it's come to this, but on May 21st, 2026, if you're still supporting Donald Trump, you're a Chomo. You clearly have a weird thing about kids. That's the only explanation at this point, is that you either really hate children or you want to buy and sell them, or, the other stuff. So clearly there's something wrong with you. Something very wrong with you.
Slots, and usually it was because they were doing some sort of performance. So that is one way to do it. If I can mention one thing on the fraud piece, I love that they are figuring out a way to get this out front and center. It's not something that was like, here, it's an assignment, and then also you have 25,000 other things that you're doing, and it'll just be one of the many things. So he has figured out a way to say, okay, if I'm going to do this, I'm going to fully do it. It's sort of like when Kamala Harris got the assignment to go to the border, or to handle the border czar, and then she basically tried to push it to the back burner. That is not what...
She was never a border czar. She was never a border czar. She said, do not come. Do not come. Do not come.
Vance, is doing. And people do get very angry about their tax dollars being wasted. And they're able to...
No, obviously not, because you want to build a ballroom for them to hang out in and fuck around. You want to bomb Iranians. Great.
Show in the communications that they're doing exactly what they're trying to do to try to make it better so that taxpayers feel better about the money that they're spending. And also...
Knight Rider, I'm showing these KKK members. Here, you can call in. It's a call-in show. Call in, buddy. Call in. There you go. There you go. Go ahead and call in, and you could call in, Magger. Tell me why you love him so much. Tell me why you love Donald Trump so much. Is it because of the children? Is it because he rapes children? Why are you a Republican?
If you care about the people that it's supposed to help, you should want more of this.
I feel extra pressure to have my questions be short. Jesse, weigh in.
I want to talk about the allegation that Trump's trading stocks illegally. Okay. So you can see what
He is. It's called insider trading. It's illegal.
he bought and when he bought it.
Yeah.
It's all right here. There's nothing wrong.
It's all right here on all these papers I have printed out for some reason, and it is wrong. He is very, very guilty. Martha Stewart went to jail for what he's doing right now. In fact, she did far less because she actually had no effect. Like, she wasn't actually involved in those companies. She just heard what was going to happen before it happened, and so she was able to sell off her stock, and she went to jail for that. This guy's actually affecting the stocks that he's buying. He's buying stocks and then making announcements in order to bring his stock prices up. It's fucking disgusting.
With what he did. So they say he bought oil, okay? He bought oil after the ceasefire, when oil had gone down. Now, if there was something nefarious, he would have bought oil before the war. And then...
Yeah. Most presidents don't buy oil during their presidency, Jesse. He would have done it before if he didn't do it the other way. It's just so stupid. No president buys oil during the presidency because it's too fucking obvious. Every president's been a piece of shit. Just Donald Trump is open and obvious about it. And that's why you love him, right? Well, he's stealing from me, but I like the fact that he tells me he's stealing from me. He just does it right in the open. I love guys that rob me blind while it's daylight. I love it when they do it in broad daylight.
Sold it at its high and dumped it. He didn't do that. Everybody...
I love getting raped and when the sun is up. That's my favorite thing about Donald Trump. He does it in the daylight.
Got into oil then. And then they say, oh, he bought gold, T-bills, and cash. Okay, that's what everybody did during the war. It's a hedge. It's a safe haven.
Wait a second. You said it wasn't a war. Look at him cope. It's a safe haven during the war. I mean, how can I fucking defend this guy anymore? Even Jesse Waters is struggling here.
You're going to accuse him of doing anything wrong. He actually lost money. Some of these investments, I'm sure he's not proud of it. Some of these the T-bills lost money. The gold ETF is actually down. Emerging markets, everybody's in emerging markets. It's nothing suspicious at all. So if you want to compare that to Nancy Pelosi, who came into office...
Oh, Nancy Pelosi. Nancy Pelosi is no longer in office. So are you saying it's okay because Nancy Pelosi did it? Is that what you're saying? I thought you guys want to put Nancy... For years, I've heard that Nancy Pelosi should be in jail. But now that Donnie's doing the same shit, except worse because he's fucking president. So if you think that she should go to jail for what you think she did, and we have proof that Donald Trump is doing it, as you just said, but he shouldn't go to jail? What's the difference? What's the difference here? I'm trying to connect it. Can someone connect this for me? Please? Can someone please connect this for me?
with no money. And then all of a sudden she earned $300 million. Well, how did she do that? Because Paulie P is her investment manager. Trump is not an investment manager. Paulie P founded an investment firm in San Francisco, which has made an absolute fortune in perfectly timed trades involving the tech sector, making call options. That's a very sophisticated trade. There's nothing in there like that. This is what anybody that has a diversified portfolio does with their money. It's basically the herd, not Paulie P. Paulie P is buying call options or put.
Don't look at Donald Trump. There's some other thing happening called Paulie P. But Donald Trump, he's doing it, but not as bad as other people. He's the president of the United States, man. He's fucking ripping us off. He's doing insider trading. He belongs in jail.
Options on large technology companies that are involved with government contracts and government legislation. Nancy sleeps with them. You can't prove she talks to him before bed because how would you do that? You wouldn't even want to. But that's the beauty of it. It's
Look, he's crashing out, man. Jesse Waters is crashing out.
Beauty and the Beast. Paul's the Beast.
Okay, Greg, would you like to comment on Beauty and the Beast?
Never saw it. Don't have any interest in that crap.
Oh, you will.
Yeah, okay, so we're talking about fraud, and there's so much of it, it's hard to keep up.
Cope. Give me a cope, Greg. Come on, Gutfeld. Tell me how Donald Trump is not a fraudster, please. Bring up somebody. Who do you think is going to be? Somalis? Trans people? Who's going to... You know what's really fraud? Women in men's bathrooms and men in women's bathrooms. That's the real fraud in America. That's the dangerous fraud. Not Donald Trump. He's a good guy.
But we might be overlooking the biggest fraud against the American public
in
history.
What is it? We're all overlooking it while Donald Trump is committing fraud. Okay, tell me why. What are we missing?
We kind of
it
got lost.
Is it Israel? Is it Israel? What's the biggest fraud? Is it the fact that Israel literally through AIPAC promotes shit that has nothing to do with Israel and yet somehow elects our politicians for us? Is that it? Is it the nukes? There's no such thing as nukes inside of Iran and that we're dropping $50 billion in Iran, probably way more. And is that the fraud? What's the fraud? Is it the Pentagon? What are we missing? What's the biggest fraud in America? Greg Gutfeld's going to bust this story wide open.
And it's the Inflation Reduction Act. And I'll get to the reason why, but we just found out the other day that the UN rescinded all dire predictions regarding climate predictions after trillions were taken from taxpayers based on these corrupt forecasts that we were talking about here on the Five. Say this is BS, this isn't true, it can't be true. So all of these green policies and international aid and subsidies, they were all paid for. Everybody got rich off this, and it was from the taxpayers.
That's the biggest fraud.
The Inflation Reduction Act.
Yeah.
$400 billion in climate
Yeah, the
provisions.
Inflation Reduction Act and green energy. That's the biggest fraud in America. Man, you're digging deep there. There's so much Donald Trump is such a fraudster at this point that they're trying to blame green energy. You're trying to blame fucking windmills? That's the real fraud, is windmills. What?
Were dressed up as an inflation remedy. A double deception. It pretended to be about inflation, a lie. Number two, it pretended to do something about a major problem. It wasn't a major problem at all. So what did you end up with? Higher inflation.
Yeah, Cars for Kids got shut down. Well, in California it did. 1877 Cars for Kids. We want to send some teenagers to gap years in Israel. Please give us your cars and donate to us. Israel is the best country and the greatest ally of the United States. I think that's how the song went. I don't know why people didn't know. Please support the IDF. It's the greatest. Cars for the IDF are gone. In California, they had a huge lawsuit because people thought that they were sending Cars for Kids to Californians, but they weren't. They were helping New Jersey Jewish kids, teenagers, go to Israel gap years. Man.
Inflation because you printed more money, which is what we were saying is going to happen. So not only did it lie to the American people about the problem it was solving, it created the problem it claimed it was solving. Think about that when they started complaining about gas prices, Harold. Ooh, gas prices. Well, at least we know where the gas prices.
Gas prices. What are you, stupid? Why are you complaining about the gas prices? Okay, Gutfeld. Weird stance that they're taking over at the Five. Over at the Five, their argument is, yes, Donald Trump is doing lots of fraud, but Nancy Pelosi is somehow theoretically worse, even though she's not even in office anymore. And yes, Donald Trump is a fraud, but a bigger fraud is windmills and the Inflation Reduction Act, the bipartisan Inflation Reduction Act, an act that was put through by both parties.
Are coming from, and we know what the inflation rate really is and why it's there. You want fraud? Let's also talk about government meddling, right? If you look at the goods and the services over the last 25 years.
All this is whataboutism? What about government meddling? That's the fraud.
What's gotten more expensive? What's gotten cheaper? TV, software, cell phone services, clothing, these are all cheaper. Isn't that strange? Especially when hospital services, college tuition, housing, childcare, nursing fees have all gotten more expensive. What's the difference?
We're subsidizing the others. I don't know. We're subsidizing all those things, Greg. Things are getting more expensive because of the tariffs on plastic and heavy metals, maybe, and rare earth minerals. Is that why?
Government meddling. The more people.
Government meddling. That's the problem. It's government meddling. That's the problem. So you're okay with Donald Trump government meddling, but anything else, no.
You invite to oversee something, the more rent-seeking grift you're going to get. And that's what happened in all those things. You talk about healthcare being untenable. When did that happen? When did that happen? Did you want to make universal healthcare? You're nuts. The amount of fraud is so vast, and we only know about it because of Doge and some kid named Nick Shirley, who did the job the journalists felt was
Somali. Nick Shirley.
beneath him. Every journalist should be ashamed whenever they hear the name Nick Shirley, because you were too busy chasing grannies in red hats and calling out people for misgendering some green-haired weasel. But
Oh, I knew the trans. Got the trans in there. Got it. Let's see if we get it. Let's see if we get all the bingo.
Doge and Nick Shirley and the Chris Rufos of the world,
Bingo.
they turned over the rock that you never wanted to.
There we go. Nice. Yeah. That's what fraud is. Yeah, they turned over the rock, and it's all the health care for people. That's the fraud, and it's also green energy and trans people. Government meddling. It's government meddling. That's the problem.
It's good to be with everybody. It's good to be with everybody. I have a different opinion today. I think that I ask our viewers and ask everybody around the table, put aside that this is President Trump in office today and say it's a Democrat in office. And you learn that a Democrat talked to the CEO of Micron, advised him on some things, and went and bought shares of his stock. You learn that that Democrat president talked to the CEO of Intel and said, we're going to make an investment the United States will, and then he went and bought the stock. I just think it's all wrong. Now, to the point about fraud, I applaud the vice president. I hope he not only finds all of it. I said from the outset when the Minnesota matter was first introduced here on this show, the chips, wherever the chips fall, let the chips fall where they may, and those who have had their hands in the jar the wrong way should be prosecuted, and if convicted, they should go to jail. But it doesn't seem right to me on this day when you put the...
See the difference? This fucking guy, he's just like the regular old capitalist Democrat. I hate this guy. But there you go. If it were a Democrat, I'd say they need to go to jail. If it's a Republican, they need to go to jail. But because you assholes have Donald Trump's tongue up your ass, you have your tongue up Donald Trump's ass. How's it smell up there with the diaper and everything? It's got to be gross, right? Like, it's got to be weird. What are you guys doing?
So if we're going to criticize Ms. Pelosi, and she probably deserves some criticism, we have to be critical and be consistent here. Finally, if there's...
Oh, no, it's not crazy. This guy's the five always has the one. There's four Trumpy weirdos, and there's always him or Jessica, and there's always one, and he's like horrible. I don't even know why this guy always drives me crazy. Jessica does a bit of a better job, but
reported since we've been on the show maybe an hour ago that the president worked out a deal with the DOJ that would allow his family to not have any matters that involve the IRS that they may have had some malfeasance with or not over the many years, that those matters would not be pursued by the IRS. Now, there are a lot of Americans who are being investigated right now by the IRS who think that they're right and that the IRS is wrong. The president has every right to believe that he's right and that they're wrong. But to have this be a part of a settlement...
This is fucking crazy. Thank you. This is the first person I've heard talk about how crazy this is. It's weird that this dude on Fox News is the first guy who's talking about this. I've been talking about this all day long. It's okay that Kai Madison Trump won't be ever investigated by the IRS. So she could just do whatever she wants?
The president sued the Department of Justice. So essentially, he became the plaintiff and the defendant because it's his Justice Department. Then the Justice Department that reports to him worked out a deal with him to do this. If this were a Democrat, I'd be the first on the show saying something is very wrong here, and someone ought to investigate this. The president's my friend, and don't get me wrong, he remains my friend. But if he were a Democrat, I think we'd have a little different tone.
Democrat, he's my friend. Donald Trump is my friend. He remains my friend. Then you're not someone that should be criticizing him. You're going to go straight to jail, directly to jail.
Around the table about him and about the things that have been going on.
I think that's unfair.
Tell me why.
Because you're assuming that we.
You did it with
favorites.
Pelosi. You did it with.
I don't care about Pelosi. I actually don't care about any of this stuff. I care about
This guy went off on Pelosi on his own show today.
fraud that's being acted upon the American public. So nobody. You could be right.
I don't think you're wrong about the fraud. I want that to be pursued. But in the same breath, Greg, if this were public officials, we can't say members of Congress shouldn't be trading, but the president can. We can't say that members of Congress can't gain information on public information, but the president. That's the only point I'm making. At some point, it's going to be someone in office that you don't support. And I just hope. Actually, I hope you change your mind on this issue because this is a bad thing for the country, I think, if courts allow this.
Can I shed a bit of legal light on the DOJ situation?
No, this fucking idiot. This lady pisses me off. Campagno. Oh, he's like shuffling the jokers over at Fox
No,
News.
thanks to carry our bond from here. The issue was that the president, his tax returns were released, and that is a felony. That is a crime. And it has taken this amount of years for the IRS.
An independent contractor released the Donald Trump tax returns. Why are you so upset about it?
To identify who it was, and that's why the Trump family sued. So the settlement is because of the conundrum that you outlined, which is then realizing the plaintiff is indeed in control of the defense.
So does that mean that he gets immunity from tax fraud for the rest of his life?
So that's why the settlement occurred, because it was sort of a legal, again, conundrum that was novel that had.
He sued himself.
The only
they needed a resolution.
But the only leverage he had over them is that he could fire them. No court would entertain this because you can't be the plaintiff and the defendant.
That's not the resolution the court
No, they did it because Blanche works for him. And I like that, but let's be on the level here if we're going to be on the level. Be on the level. Be on the level.
All right, coming up next.
Emily.
He's so right. I love the president. I love Todd Blanche. He's a friend of mine, but we got to be on the level. It's so weird. This oh, he's a friend of mine. I love him. It's so weird. You're a fucking journalist. What do you mean you're a friend of the president? He's a friend. He's a friend. He's a friend. I love him though. But we got to be on the level about this. This isn't right. You think that's going to save you? You saying you're his friend? You're going to get audited next. It's illegal, but it's not a felony. Yeah. Yeah, it's illegal to release the Trump's tax document. Yeah, it's not a felony, but whatever. Even if it were a felony, is it how do you prove that Donald Trump had $2 billion in losses? No judge would take it. That guy's totally right. Who's that guy's name? What's the Democrat guy's name on the 5? Harold Ford Jr. Harold, yeah. God, man, you should see Harold Ford Jr. Democrat. I don't trust Democrats.
Gas prices up to a near wartime.
We're going up to wartime levels, guys, on the gas. Trump is proving just how weak our system really is. He's proving what happens when you elect a foreign asset as president. The guy is working for the Russians. He's working for the Chinese. He hates America. He hates you. He hates poor people. He hates the working man. He hates everybody in America. He loves Donald Trump, and he loves Xi Jinping, and he loves Vladimir Putin. People like that. Oligarchs.
High, with a record 39 million Americans expected to hit the road this Memorial Day weekend. The national average now stands at $4.56 a gallon. President Trump says, again, he's not thinking about these rising prices.
I don't think about it.
This is peanuts, and I appreciate everybody putting up with it for a little while. It won't be much longer, but
hey, guys, it's just peanuts. It's peanuts. It's peanuts. Who cares?
and frankly, there is so much oil out there. One of the things that is...
There's so much oil out there, and we're going to steal it. This war is about oil. I like it. Eventually, they always end up telling you it's about oil. They always start out saying it's about weapons of mass destruction, and they always end up telling you, well, it was always about oil.
What's happening is these big ships are coming up to Texas, Louisiana, and Alaska, and they're loading up. But I don't even think about that. What I think about is you can't let Iran have a nuclear weapon.
Seen as Matt Egan is with us now. Peanuts, he says.
Yeah, John, look, this is a challenging situation. You've got high demand colliding with low supply. That's never a great combination, and that is why drivers this holiday weekend should be bracing for historically high prices. So Gas Buddy projecting the national average will be $4.48 a gallon on Memorial Day. That would be a 40...
Gas Buddy? There's an app called Gas Buddy?
2% increase from last Memorial Day. And in fact, $4.48 a gallon, this would be the second highest on Memorial Day on record. The only time higher was 4 years ago after Russia invaded Ukraine under former President Joe Biden. And this would be miles away from the pre-COVID level, well below $3 a gallon. And look, that $4.48 a gallon forecast from Gas Buddy, that could prove to be optimistic because as you noted, the AAA forecast is now up to $4.56 a gallon. So that means it is quite possible that Memorial Day could actually be an all-time high. We're going to have to wait and see how this plays out. But of course, this is happening because the unthinkable hasn't just happened. It's been happening for 11 weeks, right? The Strait of Hormuz closed. It has completely destabilized the global energy system. And the longer that it remains closed, the higher the gas prices are going to go. And I know the president dismissed this as peanuts, but Brown University has been tracking in real time the impact to consumers. And they found that higher energy costs are costing Americans $43 billion just since the war started. That's on gas, that's on diesel. And on a per family, per household basis, that works out to $325. That, of course, is hardly peanuts. And what's notable is that the 3 states that are experiencing the biggest price increase over the past year for gasoline are all 3 states that Trump won in 2024. Ohio, Alaska, Michigan, all of them more than $1.60 a gallon more expensive than this time last year. And I talked to a retired mechanic from Illinois, which is the state experiencing the 4th biggest increase over the past year. And he told me that
I put 13 gallons of ethanol free in 2 days ago, 76 and change. That's not good. How much is that? That's a lot. What's 76 divided by 13? That's $6 a gallon. It's $5.84 a gallon. Man. Pocket full of shells.
He's living off of Social Security with his wife, and he said these high gas prices are just killing him. He said he wants to go visit his great-granddaughter living a few hours away in northern Illinois, but he feels like he can't because it's just too expensive. So I think this is just another reminder that for people who are living off of a fixed income, for lower income families, high gas prices, it's anything but peanuts. It's all too real.
Yeah, I'll tell you, Ohio, Alaska, and Michigan there all have big...
I think we could agree this ain't fucking peanuts. That's peanuts. Yeah, maybe for you, billionaire douchebag. Not for me. I feel like I'm getting robbed over here. I mean, I literally went to buy beer yesterday at the gas station, and with the aluminum prices now, a 6-pack costs $13 plus tax, and $13. So it's like $15 by the time you're done paying for like the deposit and the tax. $15 for a 6-pack. And there was this other one. If you buy 3 large beers, you get $1 off. And so I'm like doing the math. Like, okay, this is how many ounces. But do I want the smaller package so that I can drink less? But if I buy 3 big ones, okay, per ounce. All right, you get $1 off if you buy 3 big ones. So I bought the 3 big ones. I didn't want to buy big beers. I wanted to buy small beers, but I can't. That's how stupid this is. At this point, beer should be free. You're right. Ethanol free is a little bit more expensive. That's true. It's peanuts to the billionaire class. Yeah, they don't give a shit about you. Billionaire. Peanut. Donald Trump calls it peanuts? Peanuts? I'm fucking moving because of this shit. People like that. It's driving everything up. All the prices have gone up because the gas has gone up. It's cost more to deliver shit. Diesel goes up. Everything costs more. Because we're idiots in America. We do everything with trucks. Big trucks that burn lots of diesel. I mean, it's getting to the point where it's going to be cheaper to brew your own beer at home. That's what's going to be. We're going to start brewing our own beer and like trading with our neighbors and shit, which is fine by me. But I mean, it's fucking weird. I hope, man, I had to move to I'm literally going to move because everything's gotten more expensive under Donald Trump.
Senate races in November as well. I bet you that might come up. It might. All right, Matt Egan, thank you very much.
So, Rana, primary races, of course, are one thing, but we're not going to get a true reading of how American voters feel about the top issue of affordability until the midterms. How big a motivator do you expect sky-high gas prices and soaring grocery bills will be come November?
Well, I think they're going to be a really big deal. Just taking the energy piece of that, even if you were to see some kind of halt to the Iran crisis, in the next few weeks, it takes months, maybe even years for these sorts of supply chain disruptions to work their way through the system. Many analysts think we might see high oil prices and gas prices for a
I really love it when people like idiots call me a liberal because I'm not a liberal. But these morons that come into like other people's streams to whine about people being liberal and then saying that they're whiners project much. God damn. You pearl-clutching little cunt. Swear to God.
Just 3 years out from now. I hate
if
you think about oil and gas as the one price that Americans see every day at the pump, most people are driving by a gas station, they're filling up. It's something that really can't be overstated. And then, the number 2 issue is food. These are the 2.
Empty shelves under Biden? No, I do not remember empty shelves under Biden. I hate Biden, and I do not remember empty shelves under Biden. I remember empty shelves under Donald Trump in 2019. I remember those empty shelves under Donald Trump. I don't remember any empty shelves under Joe Biden in 2021. But in 2019 and 2020, I remember lots of empty shelves. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of those. Jesus, man. How much is Donald Trump paying you? How much is Vladimir Putin paying you? God damn. Got selective memory over here. We got Donald Trump fumbled so hard the pandemic that we had empty people were fighting in the supermarket aisles over bottled water and toilet paper. That was Donald Trump's America. And you morons elected him again. Morons.
Two things, food and fuel, that people really can't cut out.
You guys can't count. Donald Trump was president in 2019 and 2020. In 2016, he got elected. And he was president until January 20th, 2021. That's how it works in America. Can you count? Can you count? Can't count. Okay.
Out of their budgets. You can say, I'm not going to take a fancy summer vacation. You can say, I'm going to shop at a thrift store, but you really can't not fuel your car and not go to the grocery store. So these things are going to be with us. Disinflationary pressure on the horizon that would make those prices a lot lower come fall.
Yeah. Under Biden, prices were higher because he was trying to dig us out of the debacle that was the horrible pandemic because our idiot president Donald Trump fucked it up so royally. And so in 2021, when the pandemic was kind of drifting off, yeah, prices went up, gas went up. That's true. Early 2022 was real bad. And then by 2023 it went down. 2024 it went down a little bit more. And what happened in 2024? Oh yeah, Donald Trump got elected. 2025, sky high again. 2026, crazy again. Isn't it weird that every time Donald Trump is president, we have to have this conversation again? Isn't that weird? The guy has screwed up again and again, bankrupts every business he touches, bankrupts this country, is bankrupt morally, bankrupt spiritually. And yet you guys still, because you hate children. That's the only explanation is that you hate children. You hate America. You love Saudi Arabia and UAE and Qatar more than you love America. You love Israel more than you love America. It's very weird. Gulf states first, right? Israel first, America. Unbelievable.
When the midterm voting happens.
Right, and of course, as you mentioned, the Iran war and, of course, the closure of the Strait of Hormuz is causing these gas prices to rise to historic levels. But even if a deal comes in the next few days, what difference could that make in terms of gas prices and affordability in general?
Not as much as quickly as you would like to see. A gas tanker takes months often to get to its destination.
Say something nice about Sleepy Joe. I don't say anything nice about Sleepy Joe. There's nothing nice for me to say about Sleepy Joe.
And then for that fuel to be sent to factories, to homes, et cetera. So, we are talking a long-term issue here. If you remember going back to COVID, going back to the war in Ukraine, when it first began, supply chain disruptions happen quickly, but they take a long time to resolve. And I think that that's one of the issues that the president...
Yeah, man, I remember seeing those. I remember seeing in Long Beach just a line of ships during COVID. Man, that was crazy. During 2020, like early 2021, just a line of ships out of Long Beach. It was crazy.
President Trump was a little bit sanguine about in the beginning when he started the Iran conflict, saying this is going to be over quickly. You're not going to even feel any pain at the pump. Well, people are feeling it, and they're going angry.
Well, we're supposed to get... Chai Pixie says we can't even get a lockdown check to soothe the pain. Well, Chai Pixie, we're supposed to have these Doge checks they're in the mail. Those Doge checks are coming. Don't you worry. Donald Trump said that we're not going to pay a penny for his party palace, and also we're going to get a Doge check. So what's the big deal? Just hold tight. Don't worry about these peanuts. Donald Trump says he doesn't care about the fact that you're starving. He doesn't care about the fact that you're eating cat food because it's cheaper than dog food, and you used to eat dog food, but now you got to switch to cat food because the little cans, you can eat it doesn't go bad as quickly. It's good. Donald Trump doesn't give a shit about that. He doesn't care that you're eating your pet rabbit. He doesn't care. It's peanuts. That's peanuts. The gas prices it's peanuts, guys. I hope you remember this. I hope you remember that Donald Trump said that your gas prices peanuts.
And Rana, we also know, of course, about this $1.8 billion fund paid for by taxpayers available to allies of the president.
Oh, yeah, it's always 2 weeks. 2 weeks. The war's only 2 weeks long, guys. 2 weeks, we're going to have the gas. He said that in his first 12 months, gas prices would be cut in half and grocery prices would be cut in half. And they've almost both doubled. Both of them have almost doubled. It's amazing. And yet there's still people in my chat telling about how great he is. We weren't locked down under Biden. Biden was after the lockdown. Biden was after the lockdowns. Don't you guys remember anything? Biden was after the lockdowns. Biden came into office in 2021, everybody. The lockdowns were already pretty much over. Jesus.
After a DOJ settlement, and there are new terms that now bars the IRS from investigating Donald Trump, his family.
You Republican or liberal? Neither. I'm a fucking anarchist. I hate both of them. And if you hate both, then hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Both of them hate me. I hate the unitard party. I don't like any of these assholes.
All businesses. What do you make of it? Will it add to voter frustrations, do you think?
I think so. I mean, to be honest, the sense that the Trump administration, particularly in Trump 2, has been really playing fast and loose with rule of law, with rewarding compatriots, allies, family members, friends, as opposed to, really fair dealing. It's a strong felt sense that the public has. It's a bit of a drip, drip, drip problem. You never know quite when it's going to hit. But I think when you add all these things together, the fact that you have an administration that's clearly playing favorites, may not have to answer for any misdeeds, even perceived misdeeds, that's a big deal. I think that really does stick.
Oh, yeah, no, the Balkan War was supposed to be over the day after the election. That's what he said. The day after the election, before he even took office, the Balkan War would be over. Never happened. Amazing. Well, you're Republican? Go fucking die then. Go die. I don't need Republicans. You're a Republican and you're a Republican. You're a Republican? Great. You're pushing your views. Every time you vote for a rapist, you Republican, get out of here.
Voters craw, and you can see it in the incredibly low approval ratings across the board for the president, particularly his handling of the economy.
But just how bad is the issue of affordability for the Trump administration, especially when we see President Trump having an extraordinarily high level of influence on the outcome of these primary races?
You're a communist. It's always so funny when these morons call everybody else a anybody they don't like, they call a communist. Communist. Man, I'd rather be a communist than a Republican chomo, a chomocracist. You love the chomo. You want chomos in power. Keep going, buddy. Yeah. I would rather be a communist than a chomo-loving Republican any day of the week. I'm not even a communist.
And of course, over the GOP in general.
Well, Rosemary, you're raising a great point. It is true that money still talks in U.S. politics, and you've seen in some of the primary races in Indiana, for example, there was a state primary race recently.
What's funny about the communist thing is that they always that's been a thing since the Communist Manifesto. Like in the Communist Manifesto, Marx talks about how anyone that you disagree with publicly, they'll call a communist. Anybody that anybody disagrees with, they'll call them a communist. You're a communist. No, you're a communist. Nuh-uh, you're a communist. Like, it really is exhausting because all these imbeciles don't even know what communism is. They don't even know. Bro, I was not here to spread hate. I was just here to chill, and you told me to take my own life. Yeah, because you're promoting rape, because you're promoting rape and murder. I don't promote rape and murder. You do? So yeah, one less of you wouldn't be so bad. I don't need more people promoting rape and murder. No, thank you. So please disappear. Please. I want nothing to do with you. Please go away.
Indiana senators had stood up. The president said, "We don't want gerrymandering. We want to keep things the way they are." Trump really fought back against these state senators. This wasn't even a federal primary issue. Quadrupled the amount of money in that particular primary ad campaign and defeated the people that had opposed him. So there's definitely a kind of a sense that do not get on the wrong side of this man. He will make it personal.
Why don't I for? I don't know what are you illiterate too? Another illiterate Republican. Wonderful. Exactly what we need. More of them in America. Are you even in America? Well, you children. You call yourself a Republican. You're not even, you know what? These Republicans, if Donald Trump doesn't know your face, you're not a Republican. You're just some tool. You're just a hayseed. You're just a rube being taken advantage by a huckster.
And you will pay. And I think that people understand that. Whether that's going to carry the day in a primary season where there's so much anger and where, again, there's no reason to think the prices are going to go down, I'm skeptical of that. I still think we're going to see a Democratic sweep of the House, possibly even the Senate.
Drivers across the world are already dealing with rising gas prices ahead of the busy summer travel season, and they are about to get hit in another way. The war with Iran may have created conditions for a motor oil supply crunch. Well, now some industry experts are warning of shortages. CNN's Matt Egan has more.
The gas prices are going up. Your life expectancy is going down. Way to go, everybody. I can't watch any more Jesse Waters.
Would you agree with the statement that Charlie Kirk was a dangerous extremist?
I can't answer the question that way. I can certainly say that statements that I am aware of that Mr. Kirk made were ones that I would consider to be dangerous.
And would those be the ones that he took directly from the Bible repeatedly?
What? Are those the ones that when he was quoting the Bible? No. It's when he said that he thinks that black people shouldn't fly planes. That was the one.
To the ones that he made about black women and black communities, the stereotyping, that stereotype whole group of people.
I knew she was going to say that. Yeah. Not the ones about the Bible, but the ones stereotyping the black community. Yeah, I'd say that he was pretty. Well, how about the ones that he said about how it's not gay if you don't do it? Charlie Kirk was a self-loathing gay man who watched lots of trans porn. He was a confused young man. This young man, I forgive him. This young man. Am I crying yet? I'm trying.
So you would put him on a list of dangerous people that should, as the Southern Poverty.
I don't designate groups. I'm just.
Well, you've had opinions on everything the Democrats asked for. I just thought you might have an opinion on that.
I shared my opinion about some of the things I heard he said. Yes.
Okay. Would you agree that a group could be good, have a great mission, do a lot of good things, but also commit crimes?
Well, I mean, anything is possible. I think
no. That was kind of a yes or no, but
it's a specific organization we're talking about, though, which is Southern Poverty Law Center.
So your opinion is they can't commit crimes because they do good?
My opinion is that we see a prosecution where we know that the Southern Poverty Law Center offered evidence and is asking for accountability about whether that exculpatory evidence was shown to a grand jury. That should concern all Americans.
Okay, Mr. O'Neill, I'll ask you.
That seems like a pretty simple answer. I mean, she answered your fucking question.
You essentially the same question. Would you say that Southern Poverty Law Center does some good work, at least historically?
Yes.
And having looked at the evidence, would you say that it appears to be overwhelmingly evidence of criminal activity?
I would direct audiences to page 10 of the indictment.
Overwhelming evidence is there. I mean, I guess that's what a trial is for, to see if it's overwhelming, huh?
Where there's a direct quote from an employee saying, "I certify that I am the sole owner of the above named proprietorship." This is a statement to a bank in December of 2016. And then the statement from...
That's so funny. Counting gang violence or not, he died making this face. And that's a face I'm trying to learn how to make. I know it's like it hurts my face to do it, but it's like I need to be more accepted in the white community. And I know that that's the face that a lot of white people make when they say stuff that's supposed to be like mic drops, the real smug, like counting or not counting gang violence. That's the face. And I'm trying to get, like, can you imagine dying making that face? Damn. CK was a troubled tuber that made content with children. That's it. He's just a troubled tuber that made content with children. That's it. He was also the youth branch of the Hitler Jugend. He was the youth branch. He was the Hitler Jugend of America. That's it. Yeah, God. I'm Bubba. Thank you. Click the link above and ask the question. There you go. You click the link above. Click the link. There's a link. Click the link. Have a conversation. This is the white people face, right? Man, I really didn't notice it until recently, actually. It took me so many years to realize that that's like the white man face. Like, because I kept on watching the Whatever podcast, and he's like, what's the capital of Zaire? Like, they all do that. And so does Asmongold. That's when I realized, holy shit, there's like a white man face. everything is like, and so does Scott Jennings. They all do that face. Man, I'm trying. I got it right. I'm nailing it right. Thank you. Even Kirk leaned to the left. He did lean to the left. He leaned to the left in the end. He did lean to the left. In the very end, he leaned to the left. Yeah. The smug prick face. That's what it is. I'm Republican.
Then Chief Executive Officer.
What, you just don't want cops then, so it's just going to be chaos? That's the face that Charlie Kirk made the moment before someone turned him into a Pez dispenser. Before Kashyap Patel turned him into a Pez dispenser. Somebody, I mean, I think it was an inside job, but...
Officer of the SPLC, Margaret Wong, who said that the accounts below listed were open for the benefit of the Southern Poverty Law Center operations and operated under the center's authority.
Okay, so what you have is actual.
You're evil. Well, you're illiterate. These, like, dude, I don't care how people spell on the internet, really, but man, you are having some problem. I don't think you're American. You're not. You're obviously not American. Were you American? Is English your first language? It's okay if it's not. Just admit it so that I understand who I'm talking to. English must not be your first language.
Evidence of bank fraud.
I'd say it's black and white.
Okay.
So long as the quotes from the indictment are accurate, I have not seen.
Well, people will go to jail if those if it turns out that that in fact it was true, but they've indicted them. So.
Yeah, that's what trials are for. That's how it works in America. Thank you.
Both sides are playing high risk, but it appears as though the evidence is overwhelming. Ms. Wiley, did you ever hear of the Jewish Defense League? Are you familiar with them?
I'm not familiar with them.
Okay. Anyone else familiar with them? You are. Mr. O'Neill, you're familiar with them. They go back to the days of New York City and going after basically white supremacist groups, anti-Semitic groups.
Yes.
Would it surprise you to know that Irv Rubin and Earl Kruger both went to prison for attempting to blow up my office in 2001?
I was not aware of this, but it wouldn't surprise me.
Okay. I don't know who those guys are.
Earl Kruger later died in prison. Irv died before being tried, but the other was convicted and eventually confessed. So,
is it because you're a white supremacist, Mr. Issa? Hold on, let's Google Mr. Issa real fast. "2001 Jewish Defense League plot in California. Krugel and Rubin were arraigned in conspiracy charges to send explosives to the Sherman Oaks, California office of U.S. Congressman Darrell Issa, a Lebanese American, and to bomb the King Fahd Mosque in Culver City." He's a Lebanese American. According to the affidavit in support of charges, Krugel had stated to an FBI informant that Arabs needed a wake-up call and that the JDL needed to do something to one of the filthy mosques. According to the San Francisco Chronicle, the affidavit also painted a picture of a tiny gang that sat around talking about what to blow up, but generally shied away from blowing up people. They did want to blow up his office, but not kill anyone. Okay, interesting. I did not know about this story. But is hold on, where is my boy Darrell Issa? Darrell Issa in Sherman Oaks, California. Congressman Darrell Issa. Why can't I... Let's just see if he's got a Wikipedia page. Darrell Issa. Darrell Issa. Let's see. Darrell Issa. He's an American businessman and politician serving as U.S. Representative of California's 48th District. He represented 50th Congressional District from 21 to 23, a member of the Republican Party, previously served in the House and representing 2 districts, primarily covering North County in the San Diego area and the first 48th District for 1 term and the 49th District for 8 terms. Well, how do you go from San Diego to Sherman Oaks? That's weird. Well, whatever. I don't care. Succeeded by Mike Levin was when... So that guy... I know Mike Levin. I've actually met Mike Levin, American politician and attorney serving in U.S. 48th district, 49th district. All right, I don't care about all that, but he's a Republican. These are all Republicans. People always think that California is like Mr. California is so liberal, but this guy is a hardcore Republican, Lebanese guy. Does he hate Israel? Does he hate Israel? Let's see his political abortion. He supported the overturning of Roe v. Wade, calling the day the decision was made a great day for the cause and principle of life. Okay. After fellow Republican Arnold Schwarzenegger entered the race 2 days before the filing deadline, Issa announced he would not run. Okay, he was going to be a governor. He wanted to be governor, but dropped out. Let's see if he loves. Issa attracted attention for his close relationship with a strong support for Donald Trump during the 2016 presidential election. Of course. And yet this guy is supposed to be... I thought California was supposed to be so liberal. What happened here? Israel. He voted for a resolution stating support for Israel in Gaza war launched by Hamas. Okay, so he is pro-Israel. Just want to make sure. So he's pro-Israel Lebanese. What is with all these pro-Israel Lebanese people? What is with this? What is with this stuff? What is with this guy? Kirk said he would make his 10-year-old carry a rape baby full term. I remember when he said that. Yeah. He said he would make his rape baby, his daughter, carry a rape baby. Crazy, right? So intense. Like Charlie Kirk was not a good guy. I don't think he should have. You know what? I don't think someone should have shot him because Donald Trump probably did it. But like he wasn't a good guy. Like just because I disagree with the fact that he got shot doesn't mean that I'm gonna pray to him and think that he was some kind of hero. He was not a hero. He was a bad dude.
So sorry to hear that. Here's a group you know of. They have a history of fighting anti-Semitism, something that's been mentioned on the other side, and that obviously still exists in this country, as does racism. So you can be a good group, and yet you can have criminal activity, an activity that flies in the face of what you say you stand for.
Yes.
Ms. Wiley, I asked you that question for a reason. Dr. Swan here has, in fact, a history of being falsely accused, a history of being gone after. Mr. Perkins has given these examples. The other side has spent a lot of time here today trying to tell us that it's all motivated because somehow we're persecuting people in this administration.
Seems like
Do you have any evidence, not anecdotally, that, they picked them? Do you have any evidence that, in fact, Southern poverty did not, in fact, commit these crimes? Do you have any firsthand evidence?
You want to go through the trial right now?
Of that? Yes or no, please.
Well, the Southern Poverty Law Center has a motion before the court right now, which actually says that the Department of Justice admitted that they knew that the banks knew Southern Poverty Law Center owned the accounts. That is evidence in the public record that will be tried in court.
I will look forward to that in trial. And
yeah, I think we have trials for this dumb shit. What the fuck are these Republicans, man? These MAGAs are so stupid. It's painful. It's killing me. It's killing me, son. It's killing me. Yeah, right into the anti-Semitic smoke screen, right? It is weird. It's weird that he said that stuff about like these people from the Jewish Defense League tried to bomb his office, but he's pro-Israel and he thinks that the Jewish Defense League are the good guys. All right. Strange times. Remember from this morning, still waiting for Waffle to tell me who paid for the infrastructure for the internet. Yeah. Waffle Jackson doesn't understand things like that. I'm sorry. Waffle's not a smart person. They're trying, but hey, they're watching the show. They're trying to figure things out. They're trying to make their lives better.
The New York City school system, right? They spend $44,000 per student. $44,000. That's 30% more per student than other big cities like Chicago, LA, and Boston. And it's 3 times more than Miami and Houston. And by the way, New York City doesn't get better outcomes. A nurse in Queens who makes $75,000 a year pays more than $12,000 a year in taxes. Does that really make sense? So people talk about making the tax system more progressive. How about we start by having the nurse in Queens not pay taxes?
Yeah, how do we do that without taxing you more, asshole? Like this fucking guy The nurse in Queens pays $12,000 in tax. Yeah, exactly. Because you're not paying your fair share. That's why that's happening.
Why is somebody at all? Why is a nurse in Queens who makes $75,000 a year paying more than $1,000 a month in taxes?
Good question.
That's $1,000 a month that
The answer is because you're not paying your fair share.
could help with rent or groceries or anything. And
The reason is because you are a multi-billionaire. That's why we're all paying more. That's why everything sucks. That's why we're paying too much in taxes. That's why we're paying for everything. That's why we have no services from our government, because you're hoarding all the wealth. You're stealing the value of our labor.
So, and by the way, do you know what that all adds up to? The bottom half of income earners in this country pay only 3% of the taxes. It's only 3%. We can find 3%. So we don't have, it's a small amount of money for the government, you know that. And really, and the more I thought about it, to me, it's kind of absurd that we're doing this. You know, we shouldn't be asking this nurse in Queens to send money to Washington. They should be sending her an apology. It really makes no sense.
Okay, but then on the other end, the question is, should you be paying higher taxes to pay for the 3% component part of this that you think is going to need to be paid for, if not more than that, given the debts we have?
It's certainly a perfectly valid policy debate to say, do we want
Whoa! Perfectly valid policy debate.
an even more progressive tax system? So, you know, the kind of the line that gets quoted all the time is, you know, the wealthy should pay their fair share.
Yeah.
And we can argue about what the fair share is. That's a policy debate. That's okay. But
It's not, because you fuckers pay for all the politicians. You use your money to sneak it into the politicians so that they keep robbing me and not robbing you. It's cheaper for you just to pay politicians off than get taxed. That's what's happening. Well, that's a debate that we could have, and I hope that you guys raise up enough money to have it. I hope you guys raise enough money to buy your own politicians, and then we can have a policy debate right here on Dax. Let's just have a policy debate. Yes. You know what policy debate I want? Guillotines. Well, let's negotiate when your head's in the guillotine.
the vilification is the thing that's just the distraction.
Just a distraction. That's just a distraction, everybody. Jesus Christ.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Now, what we gonna do? Ding, do.
Mr. Grime.
Any day.
Am I saying your name right?
You are, Senator.
Mr.
You
Grime.
argued the Calais case?
I did.
You've never said anyone's name properly, Mr. Kennedy.
Okay, I'm going to tell you my understanding of the case. And then, Mr. Cox, I'm going to ask you to tell me if Mr. Grime got it right. And Mr. Chamberlain, you can chime in if you would like. Are you familiar, Mr. Grime, with the Students for Fair Admissions case?
I am.
Okay, that's the case recently where the Supreme Court said you can't use race in college admissions. Now, here's what I heard the Supreme Court say in that case. I heard the Supreme Court say, look, colleges.
Of course, every time I see this guy in the news, I have to put him on the show. I have to.
We're not going to get into the admissions business. That's your business. We're just telling you, you can't use race as a factor to admit anybody. Is that your understanding of the case?
Basically, yes. And it did a whole 14th Amendment.
Don't try to muddy the water to make it look deep, guys. I know you're all smart. I'm just trying to get to the bottom line. Am I wrong or right?
You're right.
Okay. Now, the way I read Calais is the Supreme Court is saying, look, first of all, these are political questions.
No, this guy didn't go to Harvard. He went to UVA. Where'd he go to? I forget where he did his undergrad. Senator John Kennedy. Where did he go to school? He's from Louisiana. He did his. Did he go? No, he went to. Did he go to? He went to Vanderbilt University. He went to Vanderbilt University, and then he went ahead and went on to University of Virginia to get his JD, and he got his BCL over Magdalen College in Oxford. He went to Oxford, England, to get himself a brand new degree of BCL. Man, he sure is an educated man, but for some reason he don't talk like this. Oh, ding, ding, do.
And we're not going to tell the states how to draw congressional districts. We don't want to be in that business. That's a political question. We're just saying you can't use race as a factor. Is that what they did in Calais, or am I misunderstanding?
That's basically it. You can use it to remedy, past discrimination that you've proven. But that wasn't the case in the Calais case. The other side didn't prove it.
Well, but this, once again, you're muddying that water, man.
He's smarter than all these. You muddying that water. You muddying that water, man. I don't want. That's want to keep things real simple, okay? Now. I say. Now, boy, now, can you tell me what the ding dang do we gonna do with all these college admissions? No.
Did the court, or did it not, say that you can't use race to draw a congressional district?
In most cases, you can't unless the state, the person defending the map, shows that they had to use it because there was a showing of immediately past intentional discrimination, that they had to use race to unwind.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tell me whether he got it right, Mr. Cox.
Senator, quite frankly, the defense of the Calais case is such a tortured exercise. It's
Mr.
difficult.
Cox, I don't want to hear.
So I'm going to tell you what
I want you to
SFFA,
answer
how
my
SFFA
question.
applies to Calais.
Did he get it right, or
he did not get it right? So in under the application of to discuss Calais, you have to really discuss what happened in the case that created the district that was challenged in Calais. That was Robinson.
Right.
The court required the state of Louisiana to redraw its plans pursuant to its findings of a Section 2 violation.
Look, I don't
That's
have a
what
fight.
justified the creation.
I don't want to have a fight. You know how I get when I talk to black men. You know I don't like it. I try to limit my interaction with the coloreds because my mama told me there's nothing good that can happen from that. My Lord, I just can't possibly. Oh, my Lord, I do declare I can't have this conversation with you, Mr. Educated Black Man acting all uppity. Now, I can't let that ding do.
I don't want to have a fight. Can you just tell me? And you're smart, and I don't want to make this more complicated than it is. Tell me what he got right or wrong.
I'm telling you, what he got wrong was
No,
ignoring.
you're speaking like a lawyer. Okay.
I think he is a lawyer, and so are you, motherfucker. You're a lawyer. Maybe you should wake up and realize that you are a lawyer, Senator John Kennedy, who has a degree in law from Oxford University and UVA. Like, you went to a Jeffersonian university. This guy went to the university created by Thomas Jefferson, UVA. Go Cavs. And this piece of shit wants it. You're talking like a lawyer. Now, I'm really just a simple countryman coming over here to the liquor law trying to say that I gotta don't practice stupid with me. Jesus Christ.
And I'm tired of. I've listened to you, gentlemen. Okay, let's just get down to it. Mr. Chamberlain, tell me what Mr. Graham got right or wrong.
You got it all right. You think I'm really going to tell the guy who argued and won Calais that he didn't understand what he was arguing?
Okay.
Sorry, I'm totally respectful.
He did it. He did the face. Think I'm gonna argue with a guy who got it right and he won. The white man face, man. I've been practicing. Did you see him do it? He was like, "Let me see if I can get it. Let me see if I can freeze frame this shit." He did it right.
Guy who argued and won Calais that he didn't understand what he was arguing?
Okay.
Sorry, I'm totally respectful. Obviously, I think he's got to get handled.
I understand that, Mr. Cox.
I think I'm going to argue with the guy who won. It's beautiful. I love that face. I wish that I just need to hang out with more white people, watch more white people scoff. Now that the Nazis are in charge and the white people are acting like Nazis again, I can really see it. I can see why people hate us so much. I can finally, because God damn it, people who talk... Like, that face makes you want to kill all white. Makes you want to kill Whitey. I completely understand now. I didn't know until it became like really okay for white people to behave that way. I didn't see it. I was like, why do you guys want to kill Whitey so much? But now I get it.
I don't mean to be rude, the importance of precedent and all that, but didn't the Supreme Court say, except in very narrow circumstances, you just can't use race to help a person, and you can't use race to harm a person, and that includes in drawing congressional districts?
In answering that question, I'm going to tell you that the Robinson Court, which gave rise to the district that was challenged in Calais, said that there was a violation of the Voting Rights Act, that it was required to draw a district or draw a redistricting plan that satisfied the Voting Rights Act, that allowed African Americans to elect candidates of choice.
You don't want to answer my question, do you, Mr. Cox?
I'm answering your question.
No, you're not.
Maybe an answer that you
No,
don't
you're
like and
not.
my colleagues don't.
No, you're not.
But
Yeah, he doesn't like the question because the answer is, in the South, there was lots of shit where they were making sure that black people couldn't vote by dividing them into white districts, because you have a bunch of black people living together, and if you divide them into different districts, all of a sudden their votes don't matter and they can't actually vote and have representation. Whites figured that out. The Voter Rights Act was passed in order to combat that. Therefore, some districts had to be redrawn. Why did they do that? Because, all these black people are living here and they're similar people and they want their own representation. So that made sense. because they had been wronged by the maps. And so they redrew the maps. And now the Calais case is saying that, well, white people are being harmed because some black people are having representation. That was the case. And the case said, well, you're not allowed to use race in order to draw these maps. But the Voters' Rights Act says, well, you have to use race in order to draw some of these maps. You have to take racial, you have to take it into account. There's the argument. You see the problem? There's a problem where the way the law is written and the way this law is written they're not jiving. You understand? And so there's debate. Why can't you answer my question? He is answering your question. He's saying that this is a complicated thing where people are saying that the Robinson case said that we had to. The Voters' Rights Act said that we had to. Now Calais, another case, is saying that doesn't go because white people are being, harmed in some way, which I think is bullshit, but that's what the court said. So because we live in this fucked up system, that's the way it is right now. Was he right? Well, that's up for debate as well. I'm not going to say he's wrong. The guy who won was obviously right. You see, this is why people hate white people. This is why eventually all white people will be killed because of people like that guy.
You're not. You're giving us another lecture, and this is not a common law class. Tell me in simple terms.
Tell me in simple terms.
Is that not what the court said?
The court said a lot of things that were inaccurate. So the court said you can't use race at all in drawing plans. We disagree with that. But what the court really did was say that you can prove race you can prove there's potential discrimination, which is in violation of this Congress's intent. It also sprinkled partisanship as a defense for any challenge to any challenge under Section 2.
All right, well, I'm about out of time. I can see no disrespect, Mr. Cox, but
no disrespect, but I just can't talk to black people, can I?
You're not answering any of my questions, and I know
the dude is really trying hard to answer his question. He just doesn't like what he's hearing.
Disappointed in the decision. But let me put it another way. Do you think race should be used to help a person?
I don't understand that question. Race should be used to help a person.
Do you think race should be used to help a person?
I believe that if there is a racial violation of the law that's race discrimination, I believe a remedy that's race conscious can be required, yes.
Do you think race should be used to harm a person?
I don't really understand what that question
No, I didn't think you would.
I don't know what it means either. Do you think race should be used to harm a person? Can someone tell me what the fuck it means? Do you think race should be used to harm a person? Anybody? What is that?
Mr. Chamberlain, do you think race is fair in America to use race to help a person at the expense of other races?
No.
Do you think it's fair in America to use race to hurt another person?
No.
How about you, Mr. Graham?
Absolutely not. Race should not be used to help or hurt an individual.
And no disrespect to Mr. Cox. He's very...
No disrespect, but we're going to listen to the white boys on this one, right, boys? Oh, these good old boy network people all talk like me are the ones that used to hang all y'all. Yeah. Well, we still be lynching all y'all. You guys don't have equal rights. Y'all, that shit don't fly around here in the South now, do it? No, sirree. No, sirree. That don't help nobody down here in Louisiana where we don't talk like this, but I pretend like we do.
Right, I can see that. And I've been where you've been. When you get in front of a court of appeal and you're losing, you want to kind of obfuscate. I get it.
He's not obfuscating fuck all.
But that to me is what the court's saying here in all these cases. We're not going to try to run your business. Not in college admissions, not in drawing districts. But you can't use race. Period. End of discussion. And I think that's what the Constitution says and what most Americans support. I know you're disappointed, Mr. Cox.
I'm not disappointed. I'm outraged.
But that's what the Constitution says.
Well, can I add one?
I'm not disappointed. I'm outraged. This is what outrage looks like in America today.
One more thing that's not quite exactly addressing what you asked. I do think there's a role for a co-equal branch of government, Congress, to make its own determination regarding how it wants its laws enforced. And I would urge this Congress to reconsider Calais in that light.
Yeah, but you and I are both aware that the United States Supreme Court has full authority to pass on the constitutionality of a statute. Come on, you know that. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
if Mobile versus Bolden is any example of what can and can't happen, this Congress can take a look at Calais and say, actually, you got it wrong. And you actually didn't interpret what we intended in the United States to correctly.
The problem with your argument is I don't think race should be used to help a person because of his race. And I don't think race should be used to harm a person because of his or her race. And I think that's what most Americans believe. And if you don't believe the opposite, and you clearly do, this is America. You can believe what you want. But
this is so fucked up. So I don't believe it. You see how he says it afterwards. I don't think race should be used to help anybody. I don't think race should be used to harm anybody. And so what he's really saying is that race shouldn't be used to help black people, and race shouldn't be used to harm white people. That's what he's saying. That's it. He's trying to say, I'm colorblind. I don't think race should be coming into account at all. But if you can prove that racial policies have harmed black people, I don't want to hear about that. Well, we're going to have to help them in order to overcome that with other racially considered legislation. Well, then that's helping the blacks. I can't do that yet. But you just did with the whites. So now we got to like level the playing field. Well, we can't help nobody based on race. You see this? It's always going to come back like that. It's always comes back like that with these racists. And this old white man from Louisiana who pretends to have this hillbilly accent is a racist. And he knows that the people that elected him are racists. That's who he represents. He represents the racists of Louisiana. It's just so embarrassing. It's just so embarrassing that guy's in Congress today in 2026. Call in, yeah, call in. It's a call-in show, everybody. You can call in. Call in. You can call in. It's fine. You can call in. Here, let me put the thing again. Here you go. Here's the call-in. You can call in. Bada bing, bada boom. And if you want, you can use this one. If that one don't work, I got two links. They both work. Here you go. You can use that one too. You can call in. Don't turn on your camera. You can say anything you want. You can talk to me. Yeah. Skyjack Morgan wants to divide American districts based on race? No, dumb shit. Where there are people living together with similar ideas, that's usually how people want to be represented. You do it based on demographic, based on location, stuff like that. And you do it every 10 years traditionally, but now we're doing it every year, I guess. From now on, we'll do it every year. We'll have this conversation, which is going to get very exhausting, but we'll just do it every year. Why not? Let's just redraw the districts every fucking year so that the politicians get to pick who they represent instead of the people picking who represents them. If people are living together and say Memphis, Tennessee, where a lot of black people live in Memphis, and if you hate black people and you don't like them voting the way they vote, and you don't want to do the work of trying to convince them to vote for you, what you can do, you can divide them up in other districts. And that's what they're doing. That's what they've done just now, actually, in Memphis, Tennessee. They just did it. And that's what they did before the Voters' Rights Act. That's what they did. They pick out the black people and they divide them up so that the city of Memphis that has black neighborhoods, they divide them up so that those black people have no voice in their districts because the overwhelming majority is now white. They are taking race into account in order to do that. Now you can say, well, they were taking race into account when they drew the Memphis map originally. And there's some truth there. Sure, there's some truth to that. Absolutely. What do you do? That's the question. Do you just let the whites oppress the blacks? Or do you say, maybe we should have the blacks allow them to have their own district because then they can choose their own leadership? That would make sense too. Either way, you're taking race into account. Either way. Either way. So the choice then becomes, since it's going to happen either way, do you do it in order to have more democracy or less. And me, as an anarchist, I always choose more democracy, not less. You see how that works? See how anarchism works? More democracy, never less. Always more, never less. I don't think we should even have districts, so you go fuck yourself. I don't think we should have 2 senators in most of these shitty little states. They ain't got nobody living there, so, whatever. Now, what about if I talk like this and I make sure that I sound particularly racist? Yeah.
Bus stop bench is removed in MacArthur Park after residents say homeless people were using it to sleep and do drugs, a small part of a much bigger crisis gripping the area. Fox 11's Matthew Seedorf walked one of the most troubled stretches in a story you'll see only on Fox 11.
We're at another location tonight just for safety reasons. A stark contrast to what's going on just a few miles away. The volatile sights
Damn, you go to Skid Row, you find this.
and sounds of MacArthur Park. We're just walking down the sidewalk and spark tension without warning.
People are
This man in broad daylight beat to the ground. What's known as the fentanyl fold, impossible to miss. There's open drug use in plain sight and needles scattered all over.
They ain't never gonna fix the problem, baby. Violence, venom, victim. Look at the V vocabulary. It describes Alvarado at 6.
For William Howard Cromedy, staying safe means staying ready. You gotta talk back.
You gotta talk back. They rough too.
He believes the drug epidemic has tightened its grip on the area.
You see them nodding out, and I think that's gonna be a stain on the Olympics and the World Cup that's coming here, the drug problem.
How do we solve it? Take away the park benches. That'll solve the problem. More cops. Let's put everyone in jail. More cops.
About a week ago, federal agents swarmed in. DEA officers raiding businesses, part of a massive drug operation. Then days later, LAPD here for more arrests, seizing fentanyl, pills, and cash.
More cops. More cops. More cops. That'll solve it. That'll solve it.
Everything going on in this area. The bus stop right here at 6th and Alvarado was taken away. Apparently, the homeless were using it as a shelter.
Many people sleeping there, doing drugs there. Especially for me, because I was about 6 months pregnant.
Where a bench used to be, Angela Robinson now waits for the...
Take the bench. Fuck those benches. It's the benches that are all these homeless people. It's obviously the benches that are the problem. That's what's making people homeless. They wouldn't be homeless if we didn't have all these benches. We got to get rid of these benches, God damn it. What? Mental health institutions building places where people could go get help because they're almost always going to seek help if there's help available? No! Take out the benches, send in the cops. Shoot them!
Bus standing, 6 months pregnant.
That doesn't make any sense to me.
A bench now missing in a community desperate for relief. Walking! And despite recent arrest, many say when the sun goes down, the problems come right back. You noticed a difference since then?
No, because the same rats come out at night.
Of course they're all going to come out at night. What are they going to do? They can't get a job. They can't take care of themselves. They can't ever get back up on their feet. No one cares about them. Everyone looks at them like they're zoo animals. Of course, what options have they got? I know what we should do. Let's take out those benches. That's the big idea in Los Angeles. Great idea. Yeah, the anti-homeless architecture. It's just so stupid. It's real easy to solve the homeless problem. It's actually super simple, and yet nobody wants to do it. The answer is, instead of letting Donald Trump build a fucking ballroom with my taxes, instead of letting Donald Trump bomb Iranians with my taxes, instead of taking all my money and doing stupid shit with it, build places with doctors and people that can treat others like human beings, people that could get people back on their feet, job training. Like, it's not that hard. People have addictions. We know that. And we also know how to treat addiction. We also know how to do that. And we also know that compassion actually helps more than throwing people in the clink. Because as soon as they get out, they go back in the same problem because they got no prospects when they get out of jail. Throw them in jail, they come out, they still fuck up. There's nothing, they just end up in an endless loop. But you could create programs and institutions where when people are down and out and they've got no place to go and they've got no family and everyone's dead and all they got is drugs, well, they could go someplace. We used to have this, actually. But Reagan started getting rid of them, and then George H.W. Bush got rid of them more, compassionate conservatism, and then Bill Clinton got rid of them altogether in order to balance the budget. 3 presidents destroyed. We used to have places where people like that could go. We used to not have a homeless problem. There was no homeless. There were no. You think everyone had it great in the 50s and 60s? And the 70s? You think everyone had it great? No, we still had poor motherfuckers. We just didn't have a bunch of crazy people in the street, because if you were exhibiting psychosis, they were like, hey, you got a place to go. And they would go. People would show up at sanatoriums like, I think I'm going to kill myself. And they're no problem, we'll help you. Bill Clinton balanced the budget by taking your money and not giving you services. That's how that's how he did it. He balanced the budget by continuing to take your money, but not giving you any services. And therefore, because of your boy Ronald Reagan cutting taxes to the rich, George H.W. Bush, voodoo economics, and then Bill Clinton is, I want all the homeless people in the street. You have 3, I know Clinton was Democrat, but he's basically just another fucking Republican. All Democrats are just like the Republicans. They just do the same shit. And no one has tried to fix it. And then we're like surprised. We're surprised that it keeps happening. Homelessness can hit everybody because it's a quick road down in America. You got a death in the family, you got an addiction problem, you got a couple little problems, a couple things add up, you're in the street. It's real easy. Shit, man. Half the time I'm afraid I'm going to go home. My whole life I've been like, God damn, I better get back to work. Everyone in America is afraid of being homeless. Because you know how we treat homeless people in America. We're all a paycheck from homelessness. I'm telling you. It's very close, buddy.
A spokesperson for Mayor Karen Bass tells us one bench was removed for maintenance, another for public safety reasons. They say this is one small example of the mayor's broad and comprehensive approach to finally improving public safety in MacArthur Park.
Yeah. Okay. All right, Mayor Karen Bass. Fuck you, Mayor Karen Bass. Democrat, by the way. Who is asking why don't I talk shit more about Democrats? Homeless people.
You are resistance. I'm Christopher Titus, people. This is the Armageddon Update. How the hell are you? Honestly, is your life going on?
You guys sent me this.
Okay, or like a lot of us, are you storing bags of rice, stocking up on weapons, checking how long the drive to Canada or Mexico is? And which child are we willing to sell in the apocalypse?
Which child are you going to sell in the apocalypse? Which one of your dogs are you going to sell?
Remember this. Remember what he said? Gonna lower gas prices.
Gasoline is now under $2.50 a gallon.
Cut energy costs in half.
I'm going to cut fuel prices in half within 12 months.
We're going to have zero inflation.
Inflation is way down. The biggest thing is inflation. The second biggest thing is energy. Energy is way down. And
the biggest thing is inflation. True. It's way down. False.
That's also down. Gasoline. Also, the biggest thing is inflation, and it's way down. The reason I don't want to talk about affordability is because everybody knows that it's far less expensive under Trump than it was under Sleepy Joe Biden.
What? I'm always surprised that you guys let him get away with these lies. All these maggers watching the show right now. This is what you believe? You believe that it's cheaper now? How do you guys cope with this shit, man? It's like half of you are coping going like, it's actually not more expensive if you just stand on your head and you look at all the numbers upside down. If you look at the numbers upside down, it's not as expensive. It's actually cheaper now. If you walk around the supermarket like this and look at the numbers upside down, it's actually cheaper than it was under Joe Biden. Trust me. You're either doing that or you're saying, yeah, but they had nukes and it's peanuts. It's peanuts.
And the prices are way down.
And the ballroom will be paid for elsewhere.
$200 million, that's going to be paid for by yourself.
By me, yeah. It's a private thing. Yeah, I'll do it, and we'll probably have some donors. No government dollars.
No government dollars. Why is it that we allow it?
He was going to end all forever wars.
Under Trump, we will have no more wars.
No more wars.
No more wars. Remember, I'm the president of peace.
Then he started when inflation in April is up 6%. Inflation is the highest it's been in 3 years. This dude did that. Gas prices are up. Energy prices climbed 7.8% from March to April and 22 points.
This guy Titus has great hair, right? He's got great hair. I love his hair. Springsteen E Street Band. I like him.
7% from a year earlier. This dude did that. Gas is up 15.6% from March, and diesel, the fuel used to bring us food, popped up to 12.6%. Find it weird that the 6-time bankrupt douchebag is destroying the economy. How could that happen? Again. Gasoline prices now an average of $4.51 per gallon, according to AAA. The good news is that Trump really feels your pain.
Not even a little bit. I don't think about American financial situation. I don't think about anybody.
The one
I don't think about anybody. Well, today he said that it's peanuts, everybody. It's peanuts. Don't worry about it. It's just peanuts. It's great. I'm sure that this guy, aren't you, yeah, you're a MAGA? You're a MAGA? You support this guy? Awesome. Awesome. Great work.
Iran is still going on and nothing is getting through the Strait of Hormuz. The International Energy Agency warned Wednesday that, quote, the mounting supply losses from the Strait of Hormuz are depleting global oil inventories at a record pace. Yeah. Hope you guys out there are really enjoying your Dodge Hellcats and 5.0 Mustangs. Since February, global oil supplies have been reduced by 12.8 million barrels a day in what the IEA called an unprecedented supply shock. Average diesel prices are now $5.65 a gallon. Grapes are now $4 a piece. Okay, I may have exaggerated the price of grapes. A current fraud president has violated the law, the Constitution. He let Americans be murdered in the streets and let people be deported without any hearing or rule of law. His kids are making billions off the grift. Don and Eric are getting government contracts. Jared, who's not elected to shit, is taking billions from the Middle East governments. While they're
Jared also now none of them are ever going to be investigated by the IRS for the rest of their lives. Pretty cool. Forever. Forever. The word is forever. The fact that Donald Trump tried to put that in there is great. I love it. Fucking great. Love it. Look at this family, you know. Look at this family that they've got here. I mean, look at the picture of this family. Oh, wait, that's J.D. Vance. It's J.D. Vance, Ivanka, and Jared. What great folks. This great people.
a rapist, pedophile father pays himself $10 billion of our tax money because he got caught for crimes he actually committed. He made
Well, he only got $2 billion. He only got $2 billion.
$60 million off the rubes who put down deposits on imaginary gold cell phones. The phones are never going to be made, people. Yeah. Can you hear me now, Trumpers?
The number you have dialed is imaginary.
They actually did deliver a couple to the press. Well, it's happening. It's only a couple years too late. Trump phones, everybody. Trump phones. Look out. Yes. Jared Kushner looks like a boy who never hit puberty but still somehow grew up. Oh, he looks like a lizard person, man. These are lizard people. He looks like a goddamn lizard person.
This makes ContraPoints not the name of one person's YouTube channel, but a word which signifies a particular ideological and aesthetic.
Hold on a second. I think that somebody sent me this one about ContraPoint, and we're going to try to watch this real fast. Hold on a second.
One of the most influential
I need to cue it up.
video essayist of our time, ContraPoints, aka Natalie Wynn. Well, she's been on a bit of a podcast press tour recently.
Every few months, some large faction of the online left decides that I am the villain of the month. I mean, do you really think that Nancy Pelosi, for example, didn't want single payer? I think that she did. Yes. I think this was the most leftist girl possible at the time. Yeah.
Now there's lots to respond to and maybe even get annoyed at.
I mean, we'd have to fact check this after the fact.
But there was one comment she made in particular that sent me into the gotta make a video about this zone.
I think I kind of talk like a leftist still. You can't unread theory as much as I wish you could.
You stare at it and it warps your whole mind.
Yeah.
That's why I've stayed away.
That's smart, by the way. Don't start. I don't want to do Marcus.
I don't want to be
Marcus Bible study. I don't want to do their little mission trips to Cuba or whatever.
Don't read
I think it's
stuff.
fine. I just don't want to do it.
So let's talk about what we can learn from this recent press cycle, and also talk about how ContraPoints is less of a problem than a symptom of an increasingly inhuman content ecosystem. And to be clear, this is not a takedown video or some sort of personal attack. She's one of the most significant creators on this platform. Her work and her words are worth taking seriously. She's earned that. And also just shout out to Baltimore. I can't be that mean to anyone from Baltimore.
It's almost like I want people to challenge me back. I want people to engage with what I'm thinking about.
And I think her comments on the value of theory and her comparison between leftist theory and a type of religion are worth digging into. Not only because I think she's wrong, but because the underlying logic at play here is something that's become way too common, especially amongst the type of leftist online creators that ContraPoint seems to be in so much opposition with these days.
I feel like when I'm listening to people talk about politics more and more, it's people just say stuff.
And getting at this underlying logic is not only going to help us
people just say stuff
better understand why.
Which one of you guys sent this shit?
Why theory is so important right now, but I think it can also help us see through so much of the BS on this platform that masquerades as critical or political analysis.
ContraPoints isn't the problem.
Okay, before I defend theory, let's do a bit of our own theorizing. So if you saw my last video, I talked about how the financial logic that fuels platforms like YouTube ends up shaping the type of content that gets made on these platforms, and how this financial unconscious often pushes creative behaviors to align with algorithmic end goals. Now, I've been accused by one of my colleagues with using this line too much, but to paraphrase Jay-Z, when you are successful on YouTube, you're not a businessman, you're a businessman. I'm sorry that line work so well. It's not my fault. And this is most apparent for those who have had their personal brand turn into a proper noun. This makes ContraPoints not the name of one person's YouTube channel, but a word which signifies a particular ideological and aesthetic project and sensibility, which is why the very notion of a ContraPoints video has its own sort of cultural meaning that we all understand, at least those of us on this platform. Now, this creates an algorithmic and financial incentive for ContraPoints to do and say things that are consistent with this brand identity. You know, this is why we might want a new Kendrick album to sound like a new Kendrick album, or why we expect a Wes Anderson movie to look and sound like a Wes Anderson movie. And you know, why people will lose their minds if the new Kendrick doesn't sound like Kendrick. In the same way, we associate ContraPoints with artistically made and philosophically informed video essays. I mean, at this point, they almost represent the platonic form of a certain genre of video essay. And in this process, she has gotten millions of views and currently has almost 23,000 paid patrons, which is why she does not have to include sponsors in her videos. Shout out for that, but I don't.
Great. I mean, hey, channel members. I don't have any sponsors. Would you like to be a channel member? Please become a channel member. Please become a channel member.
So sponsor coming at some point.
Hey guys, I have a question for you. Have you ever traveled overseas and your phone doesn't work good? Like you can't do all your favorite internet things, or when you do, it's ridiculously expensive. Well, we're reason your device isn't compatible. So if your is philosophy on YouTube, at least for many. And you know, she was also a key figure in that thing called BreadTube, which means that her work has always been broadly categorized as part of a particularly leftist digital canon. And this is why in the last year, some people have lost their minds because their favorite left-wing YouTuber did the equivalent of Kendrick making an album with Drake, releasing a statement on the ongoing genocide in Gaza that was wildly out of sync with what one might expect from one of the legends of BreadTube.
So for someone who has written extensively about the alt-right and the Nazis and
oh no, not Hassan Piker. Oh God. Hassan Piker.
Whatnot.
You didn't tell me Hassan Piker was going to be in this.
Shocked at how someone like ContraPoints, who is very well read on this stuff, cannot put two and two together. It makes no sense.
Now, this combined with her vocal support of Kamala Harris in the 2024 election suddenly put her on the wrong side of the very online ecosystem that she helped create.
Do you think that Kamala would have also bombed Iran?
You know, I really don't. I don't think she would have.
As commander-in-chief, I will ensure America always has the strongest, most lethal fighting force in the world.
And listen, as a leftist commie super soldier myself, you know, I don't like these takes. I don't agree with
leftist commie super soldier. The most violent, most lethal fighting force.
And I don't think they're cool, but I also have not been looking to ContraPoints for my leftist political analysis.
Do we want Justin Bieber's opinion on Palestine?
But I have wondered why.
I just can't deal with Hassan Piker, man. Hassan Piker's just like, oh man, people tell me I'm supposed to like him, and I just don't. He just seems like such a limp-wristed Democrat, man. I just these fucking liberals, man. I don't know. What do you guys think about Hassan Piker? Should I hate him? Should I hate him? I think I might just have to hate him.
You know, like, why does she feel the need to suddenly engage with contemporary political discourse in this way? When it goes poorly, why does she just keep posting through it no matter how bad the reaction is?
You can kind of get addicted to the like egotistical rush of being a internet like micro celebrity.
I wonder if he does he do the face? Does he do that face? The white man face? I don't know.
Sometimes it almost seems like ContraPoints is simply following the algorithmic drive to offer spicy political takes or critiques of muscled-up leftist streamers for the sake of keeping the blue check economy.
He's not a lib? What is he then, Parallelish? Describe him for me. Describe him for me. He's not a Democrat? He's on stage with Democrats. I saw him. He was on stage endorsing a Democrat. What do you mean he's not a Democrat? Is he not a Democrat? What the hell is he then? Can someone tell me? Should I Google it? Could you describe Hassan Piker, his political points of view, his shtick, what he does, what his thing, who is he? What is he? Hassan Piker, often known by his handle Hassanabi, is one of the world's largest left-wing political streamers, broadcasters, and influencers. Operating primarily on Twitch, he broadcasts through roughly 7 to 8 hours a day, combining progressive politics, media critiques, and pop culture. Okay. Progressives. He's a progressive. Piker functioned as a new age political pundit. His daily routine typically involves reacting and analyzing mainstream news. That's like me. Holding long interviews with journalists and political figures, and debating political opponents. His audience skews heavily towards younger demographics. Mine's older. My audience is older. He is known for a blunt, crass, and highly conversational streaming style that breaks down complex economic and political issues into accessible terms for younger, predominantly male audiences. Piker identifies as a socialist and an avowed Marxist. Wow, his primary political goals include economic views, domestic politics, Harsh critic of both Republican and institutional Democratic Party. Okay. I don't know. I'm starting to warm up to Piker. Why do I hate this guy so much? Every time I see one of his takes, I think he's such a perv, man. Every time I see like the whole thing, and the last thing I watched was him talking about Pragmata. His merch store is a co-op. It's kind of cool. You don't watch Piker. He's a Chinese lover? He's a washed up Bernie bro. Oh, he's a communist. Leftist promotes further left-leaning politicians. He's a realpolitik. Waffle dude. Hating people who have nothing as gross mentality. That's true. But Hassan Piker has a lot. He's not one of those people who has nothing. I swear I've looked that up. Socialism has been tried in all kinds of countries, has never been successful. So has capitalism, hasn't been successful. Capitalism has never been successful. This country is socialist, though. So, like, we have lots of socialism in this country. So you don't like, what don't you like about socialism? Don't worry about 714. You're clearly, which country do you think, give me one country in the history of the world where capitalism worked. Capitalism was successful. One country, please, just one. He's boring and likes high fashion, but he's fine. He likes high fashion? He's a communist that likes high fashion? I think most of his family lives with him in his house. Hostage show is not better than a podcast. It's not better than a podcast? All right. I love it. That's all I needed to know.
Moving.
Last year, I was finding myself doing like 10 tweets a month where I was being angry at Elon Musk.
Shout out to Elon. And let me be clear here. Again, this is not a ContraPoints problem. This is a structural problem plaguing the entire cultural and media ecosystem. But in the specific case of ContraPoints, the algorithmic take production mechanism seems like it's coming into contradiction with the broader spirit of philosophy and critical thought that animated her previous work. In particular, her almost dogmatic defense of the democratic establishment is in total contradiction with the revolutionary optimism of the left tradition.
Oh, I see. He's like a limousine liberal. He's a champagne socialist. Is that like a limousine liberal? That's what it sounds like to me. Yeah. Thank you, Raul Duke. Thank you so much, Raul Duke. You're amazing. Don't forget to like.
And that she's fairly or unfairly been associated with in the past. But now I want to pivot and talk about the question of theory, or the value of theory.
So it's like a Bible study for leftists, right? That's what theory is.
Dude, that's the thing. Whenever people tell me about joining leftist organizations, everything sounds like church. It's so true.
Okay, so let's start by taking Natalie's critique at face value. So she's implying that reading theory is equivalent to the dogmatic faith of the religious, which I take to mean that she sees a certain leftist commitment to the ideas of Marx, Adorno, or Zizek as structurally similar to those who treat the Bible like an infallible rulebook. You know, Protestants. Now, on my most charitable read, this critique is...
There's a lot of that, though. That's kind of true. These people, like, there's people who quote it like scripture.
Is similar to one that was made by Soren Kierkegaard of the idealist philosophers and Lutheran Christians in 19th century Denmark. Now, Kierkegaard thought that
he wants to be Sky but can't get there. Hassan Piker's rich, man. I'm poor as fuck. So, I mean, where does Hassan Piker live? Where does he live? Does he live? What state does Hassan Piker live in? Refer to Hassan Abi. He resides in a $2.7 million home in the West Hollywood, Beverly Grove area of Los Angeles. Holy shit, man. Hassan Piker's rich. He's really rich. I mean, 2.7 isn't that crazy in West Hollywood, but still. Good for him. Good job, Hassan Piker. You're rich.
Both philosophers and believers were turning everything into objective systems, in which what was most important was the adherence to the axioms and ideas of those systems. So basically, one becomes a Christian because they agree with the tenets of Christian theology. And in philosophical terms, one looks at idealist philosophy as a system to be agreed with, a system that just directly describes how things are. Now, Kierkegaard, who like Natalie Wynn, lived alone in a big house with lots of books.
Well, I mean, I have it on sale for less than 900, actually, parallelish, so we'll see. And I owe money on it. I bet he doesn't. I bet he doesn't owe a penny. So, you know, I'm still totally poor. Plus, you know, I don't know. We're really comparing poverty here, but 2.7, like I said, it's not that crazy for West Hollywood. But if you're living in West Hollywood, you have money.
And cool clothes. He thought that this was dumb. Because for him to be religious wasn't to agree with ideas. It's to live with
I mean, where I live, everyone around me has money. I have none. So that's a whole other story. I just ended up here. I didn't Like I inherited, my mom died and I moved into this house. It's not quite the same fucking thing. You know what I'm saying?
Faith that informs your actions, in which uncertainty and anxiety are ever present. He gets into this in a book called Practicing Christianity. Now, in terms of the theory bros of his day, Kierkegaard had similar critique. He thought that philosophical ideas shouldn't be understood as merely logical categories, but need to be brought into contact with existence itself, categories of existence. So you don't just agree with ideas, you live your ideas. What I'm basically saying is that Soren Kierkegaard invented the notion of living your revs. This same notion that ideas needed to have a connection with reality was also motivating another 19th century thinker who also lived in a big Victorian house, Karl Marx. Now, while he would have probably found Kierkegaard to be a little bit too emo for his taste, his 11th thesis on Feuerbach shared these concerns. In that text, he writes, the philosophers have only interpreted the world in various ways. The point is to change it. And these examples help us get at the heart of the aims of theory. Because the point here is to not just understand the world or to think the right stuff, it's to engage in the ongoing dialectical process by which our theory is informed by material practice, and our material practice is informed by that theory, and so on and so on and so forth until we die or until full communism, whichever one comes first. Let me know in the comments, do you think things will get any better by the time you die?
Do I think things will get any better by the time I die? What do you mean things are going to get? I think there's ways. Are things going to get any better by the time we die? I think there's ways to live kind of adjacent of the system. I think my goal at this point in my life is the system moves this way, I kind of move this. Like this is me, this is the system. The system moves this way, it pushes me. Like these two magnets, right? I've got these two magnets. As this magnet pushes, wait, it goes this way. As this magnet pushes, this one goes this way. As this magnet pushes, this one goes this way. I feel like that's how my relationship with the government and with the system is always going to be. I'm never going to be part of it. I'm always going to be right next to it. And as it goes, it's more like this. I think that's how a lot of us are going to be living in the future. There's going to be a system where the oligarchs and the rest are doing all of this fucked up shit. And there's a way for you to live kind of an der Seite. They have to get better, or the future, the common person is over. Yeah, the future for the common person kind of is over. I think a lot of people are going to be, it's going to get really bad for people. Yeah. Yeah, parallels. I agree. It's 2.7. It's not that fucking crazy for but living in West Hollywood, it's not. It's like I guess like if he were living in some other place far like in the country, I guess I'd be a little bit more. I think there's some clout there.
I thought things would be. I'm in my 40s, and I kind of thought by this point, I thought we'd have something. I thought we would have gotten like one thing at this point, and we have nothing. So reading theory should never be a type of dogmatic thing known. The point of reading theory isn't to go online and yell at people who read a different book than you, or who read the same book as you, but they interpreted it differently, right? The point of reading theory is to better think about the material, economic, and cultural reality that we live in for the sake of ultimately transforming that reality and ourselves along the way. We got work to do. And when these supposed online leftists engage in content wars over matters of theory, they're missing the point while becoming increasingly fanatic and masturbatory. When internet people spend all day arguing with other internet people in the closed.
Yeah, I mean, you spend 90% of your life under dictatorship, first at school, then your job. It doesn't matter the form of government, it matters who you have running it. Totally agree. Completely agree with you. Completely agree.
Loop of the monetized content ecosystem, everyone ends up with sticky hands, and no one has gone outside. Oh my God, they're gooning. I didn't think about that. That's not written in my notes for this to be clear, but it is just gooning logic, isn't it? Is that the real point of all of this? Now, I want to quickly note that in the interview where Natalie makes these comments on theory and religion, she seems to not only miss the point of theory, but also of religion. And the host of the show that she's on goes on to say that leftism and religion are similar because they both do things like mutual aid, which
like churches, they do mutual aid, they do direct action, they do I can't remember all the phrases, but they have a different word for it, but they have the same mentality for how to handle things.
Which, yeah, exactly. I was very confused by that part. Because is that bad? Is that bad? That sort of like religion and Marxism might both inform someone to take material action in a community that aligns with their values. Like maybe I'm reading this moment wrong, but that's what it felt like to me. Because if there was a thing like Marxist church, or even just a theologically sound Christian church, the point would not be to just read the book together. The point would be to read the book together to better understand the conditions by which we can engage with and transform the world and ourselves. Because again, we all got work to do, guys. We all got work to do. But yeah, I guess rather than mutual aid programs informed by theory, we're supposed to vote for corporately backed candidates chosen for us by freaks.
I fully expect to vote for Biden and then protest the administration that I voted for. So I think that
it's interesting, this idea that the online, so the thesis is that the online left doesn't exist. The online left doesn't exist. What do you think? Do you think the online left doesn't exist?
The opposition to voting for Biden.
I don't like that. Send me to Marxist church, man. Send me to Marxist church. If my two alternatives are like the Democratic National Convention or Marxist church, send me to fucking Marxist church. Honestly, if the two options are the Democratic National Convention and just like a normal church with a left-leaning priest or something, I would rather do that than the Democratic National Convention. You know, when am I going to see the Democratic National Convention? John Legend? I bet he's there. All that to say, the recent ContraPoints controversy seems to be grounded in the ideology of this closed-loop, masturbatory way of talking about politics on the internet for money, or clicks that lead to money. You know, blue check economy. But even if this all sucks and is a bummer for longtime ContraPoints fans, it's not a ContraPoints problem. I'll say it again. I'll relax and say it again. It's not a ContraPoints problem. It's an online political discourse problem, and one that's exacerbated by the system of financialization I've talked about a lot on this channel recently. Watch those videos. You know, I'll say this. When I tell you to watch other videos on the channel, 9 times out of 10, it's because I think they work together and overlap, and pedagogically that's my goal. That's the thought I put into this. So just know that when I tell you to watch other videos, it's not just that I want clicks, but like give me them clicks. I think they like tell a story together and help you learn things, theory, things of that nature. But to be clear, this is only a problem from the perspective of critical thought. It's actually quite lucrative in terms of clicks and likes and responses and engagement, which of course creates a contradiction for any well-intentioned political theory knower who makes their living offering takes and analysis on the internet. Now, while what I'm about to suggest is not a totalizing solution, I do think that one way we can navigate this as the consumers of political content is by simply asking ourselves, is this creator outside? And by that I mean, is this someone who is actively engaging with material political reality? You know, are they working with organizing projects? Are they supporting?
Good point. Theory without praxis is the problem. People think they can shitpost their way to a better world. Man, that is so true. They think they could shitpost their way to a better world. Man, that is so true. But you got to go out and protest. You got to go out and do mutual aid. You have to engage with your community. You're absolutely right. People don't even. But it's really painful. I think that what's going to happen that we'll become more and more atomized, and we'll have little colonies around the world. That's one of the reasons why I want to move to New Mexico. I think that they've got like something else happening out there where it's just a tight-knit community. They really care about each other. And it's not like here. I went to a book club yesterday. It was just me and the lady who worked there. That was it. We had a good conversation about this book called The House of Leaves. But at the end of the day, it was kind of a bummer that like no one was there except for us. It was kind of a bummer. I will run. I've been talking about running for office for a while. I think that once I own my own place again and not living in California, man. I couldn't be here. It's too Republican out here, man. It's too crazy. Yeah, I think it's going to be like digital communes and communal living. I really think that's what's going to happen. And the people who don't are going to be left out in the cold. I really think that's coming. And it's not like living on a farm per se. People will be doing all sorts, but I think neighborhoods are going to become much more important, and people are going to, because as shit gets more expensive to do, like right now, I can't go anywhere. I can only talk to my neighbors really, because I can't go anywhere else. I can only go to the parks. That's the only thing I have around here. And because I don't have any kids, it kind of sucks because they all have kids. So I don't feel like I belong in this community. There is a community where I live, but it's kind of built for privacy and families. And that's not for me, you know? And it sucks because I really like where I live, but it's just not for me. You love House of Leaves. Did you like it? Have you ever read Pale Fire by Vladimir Nabokov? If you like House of Leaves, I think you should read Pale Fire by Nabokov. It's different, but it's kind of like the same idea written decades earlier in a way in the hands of a master. So I would recommend. You loved House of Leaves. It was a good book. It's a good book. It just, I've got lots of opinions about House of Leaves, but I think it was a little long. It could have fucking had an editor, but I really like the idea that the book is it doesn't exist as an ebook. It doesn't exist as a what do you call it? One of these audiobook either. It doesn't exist as that. So I think it's so cool. House of Leaves was a fun book about like the architecture of the written word and the architecture of a novel, and super cool how that, like, each person going into the house changes, but also each person reading this book will read it in a different way. And also I love that when they go into the book, like the margins are changing and the breaking of the fourth wall. It was all very cool. It was a cool book. Yeah. Your neighbors are MAGA Christians. It's difficult living in a place like that, man. That's what I think is really going to have. You haven't read Pale Fire? Read it. Read it. Read it and read the index. So very, very long. Yeah, it's too long. They need someone needed to edit that book. And like in my edition, the edition that I'm reading or that I read, it says that like the original, the 23rd chapter wasn't included in the original. And I'm like, God, I didn't need that 23rd chapter. Why the fuck is it? You could have deleted that. You didn't have to add that in. It's a Grundsicherung. They pay my rent, heating, 500 euros. That's more than I need, to be honest. Oh, nice, Kuka. Badass. Good for you, Kuka. Sweet. Sweet. No Dumbocrats. No Dumbocrats. No Republicans. No Republicans. No Dumbocrats. Welcome to the show.
Leftist candidates, are they learning from people on the ground doing politics? Or are they more like inside creators, engaging with ideas disconnected from material and social reality?
Oh, you're for the rapists? Damn it. I thought you were cool, Vernon. I thought you were no Republicans, no Dumbocrats. But no, you failed. You're pro-rapist, but you're anti-Dumbocrats? Weird.
Treating the digital ecosystem and the conversations of that ecosystem as if that is all there is. Is that the stakes of that were quite high. Oh, quick plug here. I'm talking about this book in the next Burns After Reading, Hyperpolitics by Anton Yeager, and it talks about some of this stuff. I mean, to put this even more simply, we can ask ourselves, are they engaged in an intellectual and political community, or are they just an atomized individual, a sort of online army of one?
I have a good way that I do it, and I think it gives the videos kind of a distinctive feel. I just think it's something that people pick up on, and also maybe it's just me being like a reclusive loner or whatever, and not wanting to deal with the social element of having that.
Now, obviously, I'm a guy that makes most of my living doing philosophy and political analysis on the internet, so I'm in no way external to the system. I'm in no way outside of the issues that we're talking about here. But I want to share an example with you of how theory and digital communities can actually work together in a positive way. Yes, ending the video positively. The days of the.
I mean, at the end of the day, House of Leaves is a book about a house that doesn't exist. It's about a book about a film about a house that doesn't exist, written by a blind man who had no capability of seeing it, interpreted by a madman who has never seen it either, but goes to find it and finds out that it never existed. I think the whole thing is written by his mother, but it's about hijacking art in a digital world and the digitization of art and authorship, and it's a great theory and practice book. Actually, we were just talking about theory and practice, and because of this guy, and I think that House of Leaves really is a book about theory in practice. It's like reading Derrida, except instead of reading Derrida, you're actually making a book based on Derrida. Or Nietzsche, like it's also, he references Nietzsche and like staring into the void and shit, and of course the walls are all black and everything's dark. It's pretty sick. Yeah. Do Dems have big ears? I don't know, man. They're always listening to shit. They're always listening to bullshit, so maybe.
It's not a public building like a park. Sure. Okay. But by that token, if you go to say the Tempe Public Library.
Oh, this is my friend Pete. Pete, he decided.
What's up, guys? So I'm trying to do a public records request. I can do that here.
Yeah, I need you to shut that off first. No filming in here allowed.
This is a public building, right?
No filming allowed in here. But there is research going on here. We have sensitive things. We're not allowed to record here.
I am. The First Amendment allows me to do so, sir. Be here.
HPD, please.
The First Amendment allows me to do so, sir. Ah, Pete. Pete's out there busting shit up.
Yeah, I would be like, hey, help.
All right, there we have the police rolling up there. Too deep. Hey.
What's going on?
I asked the caller. I don't know.
He's been decent, respectful, but he's in here and he's asking for public records and he's recording.
If I don't leave right now.
Pale Fire only has a low because people are idiots. That's why it has 4.17. What does House of Leaves have? Pale Fire to me is better than Lolita, but Nabokov, everyone likes Lolita because Lolita, man, it's great and all, but it's too much for people. Like reading Lolita has got. Anyway, I totally agree with Pale Fire. You should read it. I didn't mean to take over the stream. I'm sorry, I can talk about books. It's a 7-hour stream.
You're going to arrest me.
Yes. Do you mind if I get your first and last name?
Good citizen.
Good citizen, is it?
Are you okay with this as well? A member of the public being trespassed from a public building? Because that's what they're doing to me. Are you okay with that? No comment? Plead the fifth?
For
What's up, everybody? We're back again with another video. I'm Pete.
That's Pete. Pete's a good guy. He's out there busting shit up. Interdisciplinary science and technology. Where is he at?
An animal advocate and a constitutionalist. For that, the left calls me right and the right calls me left. But I reject both tribes as I ascend upwards, recognizing the two-party distraction contrived by corrupt politicians and greedy corporations to keep us from focusing on them, the real enemy. I'm glad you're on this journey with me. Now let's poke around and see what we can find.
Oh, he's in
So
Arizona.
this is a First Amendment audit at a public university. We are outside of the interdisciplinary
It must be hard for him to do this. Like, if when he gets deal with the cops, like, he doesn't have an address.
Science and Technology building at Arizona State University in Phoenix, Arizona. Now, before this starts, some quick context. I was invited here by a staff member and a student at ASU who told me about the university's primate research program. They asked me to come request public records and try to get staff on the record about it, because most students, faculty, and members of the public have no idea it is even happening. And the ones who do are largely against it. ASU receives substantial taxpayer money through NIH for animal research, and the broader scientific record on animal models, especially for conditions like Alzheimer's, shows an overwhelming failure rate when it comes to translating to human treatments. But the exact numbers, how many primates, what species, what procedures, what it costs, are exactly what they will not say. That is why I'm here. They told me the research happens in Biodesign Building B, but this...
You're loving the all-day sky? I'm trying something different. You know, these guys like Hassan Piker and all these losers that go on, they go so late. Morning sky's all about the morning, you know? I like the morning stuff. It's not going to be all day. We're almost done. We're almost done.
It's a public campus paid for by taxpayers, so before going there, I wanted to walk through other public areas first and see how they treat someone exercising their rights in a publicly funded space. Do you know where the main entrance for this particular building is by chance? I'm looking for someone in an office that I could do a public records request. It's upstairs. Upstairs? Just one floor? Cheers, brother. Thank you. 2 floors. Okay. Cheers, man. Thank you so much. All right. All right, so we begin our trek up to the 3rd floor here. And we'll see if we can find someone in an office.
This is kind of a brutalist design. I kind of like it.
To speak with and do our public records request. While recording, while practicing our First Amendment and documenting how our public servants, our public officials treat us when we document them in their official capacity.
They're not going to like
All right,
it.
This might be helpful here. It says the center offices are at 219. So let's try to find 219. It is the 2nd floor after all.
They don't like people just showing up asking them questions. They don't like that. They just like the money.
Unless that gentleman was confused. Let's see if we can find 219. All right, we have found 219.
Hassan is wearing on you. Sky, he has only been paint like that, so wouldn't like him. Sky, what do you mean he's only been paint like that, so wouldn't be? He's only been paint like that, Sky. No, I was thinking about how like Asmongold and all these other guys. I was doing like 6-hour streams, but it was divided up into 3 blocks, and these guys do it in one big block. And I thought that maybe that's why I need to go harder, you know, and do it. You know, reverse engineer a little bit, and then I can fuck around with like trying to be so different, you know. But really, I like doing the stuff in the morning sky.
But there's a keypad here, but the door is cracked open here.
Uh-oh.
So it is open. We'll go ahead and open it and see if anyone's here. Hello? Hello, hello?
Uh-oh, Pete. You're going to get in trouble, Pete. You're going to get in trouble, Pete.
Hey, there's like a keypad here, and I didn't know if it was open to the public, but the door was cracked open. Can I come in to do a public records request? Oh, you're just a student? Okay, so, I mean, the door's open. It's cracked open, so I guess I can come in? Okay, I'll go in.
This guy's acting like someone's attacking him. What is with people? Pete's just like, Pete's just asking basic questions, human questions at this point. He's not like putting this guy in this. I don't know. God damn it! Is this how Americans act? I don't know. Ask somebody else. Jesus, this is a student in Arizona. Maybe it's hot outside. Maybe he's like, dude, Pete, you're so ballsy.
Hey there, everyone. Sorry, you're in a meeting? Is there somebody at the information desk? Someone to do a public records request with? Yeah, just First Amendment protected activity. The door was cracked open too. There's like a keypad, but the door was open, so I came in. So I just came straight to you guys to make sure it was cool and to see if anyone was here to take a request.
Sorry, we're in a meeting. I don't really know what you're requesting, but
I'm going to do public records requests about the animal research and testing that's done here on animals. Is there a PIO anywhere, or?
I don't know where it is. Anyway, this area is not where any animal research is.
No, just any of the buildings that have someone that can take a public records request, they can forward it to the PIO and then forward me the information. So it's just
I would say look at
a public information officer, PIO.
Yeah. The ANC website.
I did. They told me. Yeah. Okay.
process.
Sure.
And it is found on the university website.
Yeah, I don't know where it is.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I was trying to do it in person, but I didn't mean to interrupt your meeting here, so I'll leave you be. I'll keep poking around until I find it. Thank you. So that was odd. I don't really know who those people necessarily were.
They were
didn't
just
really
in a class of
some of them
some
said they
kind.
weren't with ASU. There's nobody here. It's a ghost town. So we're not going to go any further, especially because that door was kind of weird with the padlock, even though it
Where's all the money going,
was
huh?
open.
Paying all those
We'll
lights.
go in
to
and
see 'em.
continue to poke around. Hey, what was your name?
Who are you?
I'm just an investigative journalist.
For who?
For myself. Just
You just
private entity.
Okay.
Yeah, just doing public records as a public,
So-
person.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this isn't really an open to the public building. We left this here because we have guests who
Yeah.
have to use the bathroom.
Okay.
No.
Well, can you give me some information?
What would you like to know?
Your name?
My name is Tom Sharp. What do you
Tom
want to
Sharp?
know? Yes.
Just where to do a public records request.
I don't know. I've never done one. I've never asked for one. I'm not involved in that.
Okay, calm down. These are good things that are happening. These are.
Look it up on the website.
I have.
It's so cringy. Oh man, I've done these things where I've worn a camera, but he's like got a camera and he's pointing at someone's face. Like I've worn cameras and shit. I've held a camera, that's true. But man, oh, it's put me back in. It's put me back in the game, Pete. You're putting me back in the game, Pete. Damn it, son.
And it told me to come to one of the science buildings. This one in particular.
I don't believe it. It's not. I don't believe it's in this building.
Well, any of the science buildings can do a public records request.
No, they can't.
Yes, they can.
Buildings don't do them. People do them. You need to go.
I know that's why there's a reception desk right here, you see?
Buildings don't do them. People do it. Buildings don't do records requests. People do records requests. Oh, man.
This is not for public records. This is for a high-pressure facility.
High pressure facility?
This is an experimental laboratory facility.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm here to do records requests about the experiments that are done on non-human animals. Primates.
We don't do animals. This is material science.
Okay.
I'm a geologist. You need to go.
What I'm saying is, there was someone here, even though you
Geologist.
guys deal with rocks.
We don't actually have a staff member. Mark.
Can you point me? And what is your capacity? What's your title?
I'm a professor.
Okay.
I'm a geologist. What, it's just studying rocks over here?
If you'd like to go, you could go to the biodesign building.
Biodesign
they
building.
have a front desk, and you can talk to the person there.
Okay. Do you know? Can you point me in that direction?
Right over here.
Okay. Yep. Where'd I go?
Down the end, and it's the big building on the other side of that street, just down.
So across the main street out there.
Across the main street, down the road. Biodesign, big building. They do research on animals.
All right. I understand it's, when someone walks in, they have a camera rolling. I get it, but it's okay. I come in peace,
We do research on rocks.
Research on
What
rocks?
happen in the interiors of planets, so we do research on what happens deep in the
Cool. I like that. That's it.
Listen, man, I ain't tested on animals, okay? I just work here. I'm tested on rocks, and rocks don't feel shit. All right, you're good. I want to know what's under high pressure under the earth.
Rocks can't feel pain, right? I like that. All right. Cheers, brother. Thank you. Okay, so we will head down and out of this awfully eerie research facility at ASU here. And try to go to the building that professor was talking about. See if we can find someone there to take our public records request. Stay tuned. So we're back down on the ground floor of the same building. And you see it's very ambiguous. Research lab, research prep, research lab, research instrument. Oh, that almost says FAPA. It's almost a shout out to the First Amendment Protection Agency, huh?
Oh, I was thinking FAP, which is a totally different thing.
It says here, no animals, except service animals. And I guess except for non-human primates, they're having holes drilled in their skull to be tested on. All these locked doors here. Obviously, we're not allowed to go in any of those doors. So let's see if we can find the main entrance here. I came to this campus, let me turn you around. I came to this campus just before the holidays, and things were closed down, people weren't here, so it wasn't worth my time. I went back to Florida to visit the parents for the holidays, and then I flew back here just now so I can do this audit. Oh, look at the cameras watching us. See, they're always watching us.
You.
Somehow they get disturbed when we watch them, right? So let's see if we can find an entrance, and we'll get back to you shortly. All right, now before we go into the next building, I want to provide a little bit more context and just say that invasive neuroscience and experiments done on primates are well documented to involve the drilling of holes inside the skulls of these primates. Implants are inserted. They use restraints, long-term restraints, just absolutely horrible stuff. And I want to point out that this transcends political ideology, or whether you're into animal rights or not, or on the left or on the right. In fact, RFK just released a statement in December 2025 saying, and I quote, there are over 100,000 primates in U.S. labs that we, quote, are trying to put an end to. You don't have to agree with him on whatever political aisle he leans on. The point is that it doesn't matter where you stand politically. These are concerns of all individuals. Everyone's trying to put an end.
Where do you get the confidence? Every time I've had to do this, it's because you realize that the people that you're auditing are animal torturers and they don't fucking, I don't know. every time I've had to do stuff, like Pete's doing something a little bit different than the shit that I would do, but I was going on to like farms and I did go into research labs and talk to, I was on college campuses, but we didn't do like he's doing something kind of a little hardcore right now. Pete has a lot of confidence though. That dude, he's pretty incredible. He's just a very confident guy. So, but you have to overcome stuff. Eventually, when you do a lot of protests and you deal with cops a lot and you deal with farmers a lot and you deal with bullies a lot, you realize that they're probably not going to hurt you. So like I would do disruptions and people would scream and yell, but these people they like to torture little animals. They're not going to try to. I'm big, so is Pete. Pete's a big guy. Pete's like he's probably almost as tall as me. But he's big. He's stronger. He's got a lot more muscles than me, and so Pete and I both were like, we've realized that they're not really going to do anything to us. Even the cops, as like large white men, the cops don't mess with us as much as they mess with the girls or mess with the darker skinned people. But it's funny sometimes though. I don't know. Sometimes I have been assaulted many times, but I don't know. The adrenaline starts going. You get the confidence. I ran onto the Fenway Park, onto the pitcher's mound of Fenway Park, and that took a lot of confidence. It's scary, man. It's scary. I'm not sweating enough. I'm not sweating at all. What do you mean? I'm not even sweating. I'm not even sweating. What are you talking about, weirdo? What the fuck? I'm not even sweating at all.
I'll be submitting a public records request for any non-human primate protocols, what species are involved, a full list, approved procedures, the funding sources, where they house these animals, whether on campus or at a third party off campus. And I want to see how ASU responds to this. These are public records, these are of public concern, and they should provide these public records. So we'll see how it goes. So we're back out on the main road here. I think we're gonna go to that building over there. That's what he was talking about, and we'll see if we have better luck. Not sure if he's gonna be calling the police on me. He got a little perturbed and kind of, attempted to kick me out of the office, but the door was open. This is a publicly funded university. Even though that door did have a key card on it, it didn't say restricted access, and the door was open. So the public, assumably, is allowed to walk in. Okay, now outside of biodesign.
Even if they trespass him, they have to trespass him after the fact anyway.
Institute building. Let's go post around in here.
I think he's gonna get trespassed.
Okay, I see some people at the visitor check-in. Maybe they can give me some info here. Hey guys, do you know which building specifically does research, animal research, primate research in the science building? There's like 10 of them, right? You don't know? Nobody knows? What?
I know that the B building has...
B building? Across the street?
No, this is the B building.
Okay.
But I think that... Are you recording?
Yeah, I'm in public, so, yeah.
I think they deal with that neuroscience department. And
Over at this building here?
The C building has neuroscience. They
Okay.
have a leadership department, and they have a couple of others. But in this building, there are a couple of private labs, so I'm not really sure.
Well, you guys would be able to take a public records request here, right? And then forward it to your public information officer?
Nope.
No? No?
I have to talk to someone.
Do you have a supervisor? Because I think any of these buildings here, I could request public records, and then if you can't provide them, like a specific request, you can forward them to your PIO. If you could you ask for a...
I have to go through the general counsel. That's downtown.
No, I can definitely do them here. This is a publicly funded university, so I can do a public information request.
That's where the confidence happens. When someone's like, no, you can't do that. And she's like fucking with her phone. He's like, no, actually, I know my rights. I know what I can do. That's pretty badass. I always love that. Look at her. Look at her face. Look at that face. She loves it. She loves it. She's like, oh, shit. Because she's used to being in authority with her little desk telling people, nope, can't do that. He's like, yes, you can. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Don't give me that shit.
Here, you have to go to the general office council, and it's downtown.
Well, by law, any public entity, any public building has to take a public records request, or you can be...
Does not. I don't have a way.
Can you call a supervisor? Because you might be wrong.
Call your fucking supervisor. Oh, I love it.
Is he on his way? What's his name? It's public information. You guys are publicly funded. You're going to make it difficult for me? What's your name? I can have your name. You're a public employee. I'll have to do a public records request now, find out your name, your salary, your start date, everything.
There's probably channels to go about.
Oh, you want the security's getting involved? Uh-oh. Let's see what he's got to say.
Media director here. If you do your research, you can get in contact with it, and then you can come in and do your article, whatever you would like to do.
Yeah. Hey, what's up, guys? So I'm trying to do a public records request. I can do that here.
Can you shut that off? There's no filming in here allowed.
This is a public building,
No
right?
filming allowed in here.
Is it a public building?
I'm going to ask you to leave.
Can you answer my question?
It is.
Is it a public
building. There is research going on here. We have sensitive things. We're not allowed to record here.
I am. The First Amendment allows me to do so, sir.
No, it does not.
Yes, it does. If this is publicly funded, I'm allowed to be here.
LGBTQ, please.
There you go.
They'll handle it.
Okay, cool. We'll wait for them to arrive.
Meanwhile, I'm asking you to turn that off.
I'm definitely not going to.
There's nothing illegal about it.
That's also, they always try to do that shit. You're like, call the cops. Call them. That happened a lot when I was on the road. People like, I'm calling the cops. Get them on the phone. Bring them out. You think I'm fucking afraid of the cops? I ain't afraid of the cops. Bring them out. Oh, man. I'm missing the old days when I was on the road, man. Missing those old, who remembers my road days? Does anybody remember that?
Because it's my right to do so.
You want me to come to your house and record?
Is this your house? Do you live here?
I work here.
Okay, so you can come to my job. If you don't like it, work in the private sector, not the public sector.
Yeah.
Can I have your name, sir?
Yeah, give me your name. What's your name? What's your name?
And he's running a video camera.
Oh my God, he's running a video camera. Oh no!
May I have your name, sir?
Nope.
No?
A white man, 6 feet, black
Beautiful.
shirt.
Strapping.
Strapping.
I'm a private citizen. I don't work for the public.
It's
so,
also,
yeah.
like, you're not federal employees, so you don't have to provide your name.
Any public employee.
We don't have
Yeah.
to private security, we don't have to provide your name.
Yeah.
Like I said, they're more than welcome working with you if you go about by proper channels. You might schedule an appointment, they can take you, show you whatever you're interested in.
Yeah. You go through the proper channels. Go through the proper channels, and everything will be all right.
This and announced, of course, you're gonna get some,
pushback.
Well, respect. We're giving respect if you go about right channels.
Well, you can give
Bullshit. Fucking lies. Go about the right channels. No, sorry. Follow the chain of command. Stay in order.
In fact, he's calling the police on me, armed men, just because I have a camera.
Just to come in unannounced. You know, of course, we don't know who you are, whatever.
We're bringing guys with guns because you have a camera. Well, you're unannounced.
You don't need to.
You don't need to.
I'm no threat.
I'm saying, if we go about right channels, you're more than welcome to come in and do your articles.
Fuck you.
So if you're not prepared,
that's the whole point of an audit like this. I want to catch you unprepared and see if you're going to respect my right to record.
We have sensitive materials in these buildings.
Well, I'm not going into any restricted areas.
That's what we're trying to say. We want to get right people to they can
Am
talk
I
to so they can inform them about
is this
right
a
things.
restricted area or is this a public area? This is a public area? Then shut the fuck up.
Is that fair enough?
It's fair, but I'm not going into any restricted areas.
So,
I pose no threat,
again,
no ill intent.
We have policies, we have laws, and policies are not laws. But when you come into our building, we have policies.
Man, one thing that I would say when I was doing this type of shit, I'd be like, I don't need to talk to you. Cops are on their way. What the fuck are you talking to me for? Why are you talking to me? You already called the cops. Why are you talking to me now? To prove a point? What, you want to get our dicks out and measure them? What's the point of us continuing this?
Yeah.
One of them is prohibiting recording without the approval of ASU.
Okay.
So if you get the right channel, and then they will say, hey, come in tomorrow, we'll walk you through it, you're more than welcome to record. Like,
do you have a policy that says
Make sure you want to... Yeah. We're going to go to the proper channels.
Officers or directors, if you come in and announce yourself or schedule an appointment, they're more than welcome to work with you and show you what's about. Is that fair enough? But just like this, because of this sensitivity of the stuff that goes on here.
Yeah.
Man, the same thing happened when I was on the vet school in Colorado. They try to come at me. And I'm like, I have a First Amendment right. This is a public university. Go fuck yourself.
We have to understand, we cannot allow just anybody to come in and record because of the sensitivity of the
Yes, you
research
can.
here. So just make sure you record that and tell your people. So we don't want to have another 10 people just coming with cameras and say, hey, we're more than welcome to work with you, but just please follow the
Bullshit.
channel, schedule an appointment.
Go
they will
die.
walk you
Go
through
die.
this all the time.
Go die.
I don't want to
Go
schedule. I want
die.
to practice my First Amendment
Go
right to record
die.
in publicly funded areas, no restricted areas.
And again, we don't want to make any harder for you than it is, except
maybe you should read the Constitution. Use Securitas private security.
sensitivity of the research that goes on here requires us to schedule the appointment so we can go
This guy's
properly about your article and about our research.
I like it when this starts happening. People start raising their voice and people start poking their head around. You see that guy pokes his head on the other side. What's going on in here? Is there something happening?
You have to understand that. We're not trying to stop you, make it difficult.
Well, you are. You're calling the cops on me.
I know.
To kick me, to kick me out.
But again, if you just go about right channels, you get your articles, you get your edit, and everything that you want, and they're legally allowed to answer and give it to you, they will do it for you.
Lies.
May I have your name?
I would rather not because it's a private security company. So
Well,
I don't
you get paid by public tax dollars, though.
No, I'm hired on contractor.
Yes, through ASU, which is publicly funded. So you receive public funds.
No, they're payroll on it.
Okay.
So you know what I mean?
Okay.
But is that fair for me that I'm trying to go make it easier for everybody here?
Yeah.
She has a job to do. Of course, she has to follow her jobs.
Well, but one of her jobs is to take public records requests and to answer questions from the
So the
public.
way we are directed here, it says all that to go to the town council. So
Yeah, that's misinformation. That's good that I'm here to correct the record and set
So
this
if
straight.
there's any changes in our policies, we'll be informed and they'll come out and say, okay, hey, this is how we handle
Oh,
this situation
yeah?
here.
All right. I can't watch this anymore. It's bringing me back too hardcore. All right. Thank you, everybody, for watching. That was fun. Long stream today. I hope you liked it. I want to start earlier tomorrow. I'm trying to start earlier and do the stream the way we like to do it. Thank you so much for joining. Illegitimate non-carborundum. Don't let the bastards grind you down because I need you. We need each other. The animals need us most of all. Thanks to everyone who called in. And thanks for everyone who supported the channel today. Thank you. Crazy Jackdaw and Sayard Yan. Thank you. Afterglow. Yeah, we're going to do an afterglow. We're going to do an afterglow right now. Hold on one second for me. We're going to do an afterglow. Of course we are. Yes, we're going to do an afterglow right now, but I have to set up the stream. All right, I'll do it right now, though. It's going to set up right this second. Illegitimate non-carbureted. If you're a member, Sky City Rebel, we're going to do an afterglow right now.
Thank you so much for watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Thank you so friggin' much.